Fnatic are on the Nexus Stones. They've caught tabs. This is them going to the finals.
Low there, actually, he's going to get hooked into it. There's a slow as well. He goes down. That is an open Nexus now for them to finish off. And it's going to be an El Clasico final here in the spring split.
But look at it, it's a double kill for Genja. Unlimited gets pounced on. Diamond gets himself a kill towards it to triple kill. He's going to go towards it. Forgiven goes down into Quadra. Can they get the Penta on Youngbook? One more shot. It's a Penta kill for Genja.
Winning the split would be really huge for us.
It's going to be quite tense for me since they're my old team.
We already won 2 splits and now we're going for the 3rd one.
I hope it will go 5 games and then the better team's going to take it.
One spot that Spencer can go low there. That's it. He's going to get hooked. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final day of the European League Championship Series Spring Playoffs. We're coming to you live from our studio in Cologne, Germany. I'm Joe Miller, alongside Lee Demon Smith, and today we crown one team the King of Spring and send them to represent Europe in the upcoming All-Star Invitational in Paris, France.
And it is a classic battle for the title featuring longtime rivals SK Gaming and Fnatic. But before the final, Alliance and ROCCAT will put pride on the line as they fight to finish in the top 3.
Well, first of all, let's talk about yesterday's action. We had some fantastic games as both semi-finals and the 5th place match went the distance to 3 games in every series. The first matchup featured Fnatic taking on Alliance, and that series was decided by objectives.
Yeah, when Alliance got outmaneuvered by Fnatic in the last match, it fell to Froggen. He couldn't quite carry on Frizz, though.
Next up, of course, was SK Gaming against ROCCAT, and ROCCAT came out with a very convincing Game 1 and looked to sweep the series, but SK came back strong and managed to win 2 in a row.
Yeah, ROCCAT absolutely exploded against SK with a clear plan to shut down Svenskeren and make Jesus a non-factor. But when SK adapted their picks and bans and identified ROCCAT's strategies, they were simply unable to use their superior team tactics, and they completely shut down the Polish powerhouse.
And we closed out yesterday's games with Gambit facing the Copenhagen Wolves in a battle for 5th. There was a lot on the line for both teams, but after 3 very long games, Gambit came out on top.
Yeah, it was a back-and-forth battle that saw the Wolves dominating the first game, but falling behind in the next 2. We even saw Genja pick up the first pentakill of the 2014 LCS in an epic ending to Game 2. The Copenhagen Wolves, well, this loss means that they will be fighting to hold on to their LCS spot in the summer promotion tournament, which is happening next week.
Now let's take a look at some of your favorite #LCS big plays from those matches. First up is the man mode dive by Cyanide from Game 1 of Fnatic vs Alliance.
Yeah, this came in from @Kans PL. He says that Kazakh God jump jumps into a 5-man brush. It's like a casual Friday. This was your third most talked about play.
Alliance are trying to pull a Fnatic bush, and it's been spotted!
Cyanide leaps straight in towards it. Froggen tries to get in amongst them with that Defile. He goes down. Everybody now needs to evacuate the area. There's gonna Wish. There's the Requiem following it through. There's no damage coming out, though. They haven't even got enough damage to deal with Cyanide, who's just bouncing on towards them. Monsoon blows Tab straight into Fnatic, into the jaws, and they pounce on through.
Cyanide tanking everyone up for days after doing that. Next, we have one of the many hooks landed by Vander in Roccat versus SK's Game 1. This comes from Bird, and he said, when the time comes for LCS big plays, just roll a clip of all the hooks that Vander made in this game. That should do it. This is your second most talked about play. Candy Panda was spotted. Svenskeren did go low there. Actually, he's going to get hooked into it. There's the slow as well. He goes down. The box can come into the equation, and that super mega death rocket is the hook lands onto Enrayton. Gonna knock him back here as he stands on the chompers. Gonna get slowed as well as a cocoon comes down. He's using intervention on himself. It's not gonna be enough to save his life. As Svenskeren comes in the side, the flame comes down, but Svenskeren is gonna pay the price here, surely. Yes, he is. It's Sullivan that gets the kill.
Just shows why SK continued to ban out Thresh against Vander. You cannot let it through. And finally, your most talked about moment was, of course, Genja's game-winning pentakill. And this came from Game 2 of Gambit versus the Copenhagen Wolves. It came in from @GustavoPoo, and he said, 1 man, 1 eyebrow, 5 kills. This was your #1 LCS big play. Baron down to half health. There's the mines being thrown out. Bouncing bombs again. Amazing jump straight into the team. He's taken down so quick, though. It's going to be Genja that does the damage. Eddie is taken out of this one. The stun comes out, but look at it, it's a double kill for Genja. Unlimited gets pounced on. Diamond gets himself a kill in towards. It's a triple kill. He's going to go towards it. Forgiven goes down into Quadra. Can they get the Penta on Youngbook? One more shot. It's a pentakill for Genja. And would you believe Gambit Gaming?
First pentakill of the LCS, and just goes to show what happens when Genja buys a last whisper.
Absolutely.
Finally. And remember, guys, you can send us your favorite plays from the matches by tweeting them to @LOLesports with the hashtag LCS Big Plays. So let's move on and take a quick look at our games today in the playoff bracket. Our first matchup has Alliance and Roccat as the 2 defeated teams from yesterday's semi-finals, and they will face each other in the 3rd place match.
Yeah, and as the 2 winning teams from those semi-finals, SK Gaming and Fnatic move into the championship game to compete in a best-of-5 for 1st place and to represent Europe at the All-Star Invitational in Paris.
And remember, you can keep track of your favorite players and teams through stats, VODs of past games, and much more at LOLesports.com. That's also where you'll find our schedule of upcoming matches.
Yeah, while you're there, tell us who you think will win in each series today. Just submit your picks and we'll check in before the first game in each matchup to see how you voted. And while you're there, also subject your voting. You've already chosen the players who you were thinking going to be making to the All-Stars. We also want to know the 2 All-Star Challenge teams, of course, the 2 players to go alongside them. This week, you can submit your votes to pick those 2 former pros to join those single teams for the Hexaco game that will be happening during All-Stars.
Just log on to vote.lolesports.com and pick 2 of the 5 candidates, including our own North American shoutcaster, Jat. Should definitely vote for him. And former European World Champion, Shushay. The 2 who get the most votes will join those All-Star Challenge teams in a 6v6 Hexakill match on the Rift.
Yeah, the All-Star event is going to be exciting, that's for sure. But don't forget that our summer promotion tournament begins next Thursday. We will have some great teams competing for a spot in the summer split here in Cologne, of course. And if you'd like to join us here in Cologne, you can get over and buy your tickets. They are available right now, so get them while you still can.
And of course, we'd like to hear from you guys, so get on Twitter and tell us which European LCS player had the biggest influence on your own play style this split, and why.
There's a lot of players that have played some impressive, especially the supports and the junglers. They have been very impressive. I think you got to look at, say, Vander, maybe with those hooks as well. Kind of makes me want to play Thresh, but I can't do it as well. That's for sure. We want to hear your answers, though, so send them over to @LOLesports and use the hashtag LCS so we can highlight our favorite responses later in the show.
All right, then, let's send things over to Shox and Deficio, who are standing by with the Copenhagen Wolves' Young Book for a breakdown of today's games.
Thank you very much, Joe. Indeed, welcome, Young Buck. You'll be joining us here all day to analyze the games. I quickly want to touch on yesterday, of course, a heartbreaking series for you guys. You guys are going into summer promotion, but I don't think I'm lying if I'm saying that you guys are a really strong team. You have a really strong chance of keeping it in. And what were kind of the main things you took of that series yesterday that you say this is a strength that we will be able to use next week in that promotion tournament?
I think overall we had good champion selects and good game plans that we followed a lot. We just faltered when the pressure was very high and we had to be more decisive, and Gambit just beat us by pure experience.
I 100% agree. I mean, the pick and ban phase for Copenhagen Wolves is actually one of the strongest we got here in Europe. They always get counter picks for everything, deep champion pools for all the members. But then when you come into the game, even if they get a good start early game, they often tend to get in this situation where closing out the game is an issue, and they give a lot of time to the other team to farm up, and then they give them the chance to make a comeback.
But you guys have a week to practice for that. I'm sure we'll see a great team next week. For now, though, let's focus on the games that we have going on here today. First off, the best of 3 for third place between Roccat and Alliance. What do we make of this matchup? Is there one team that clearly has the edge? Of course, yesterday, Roccat, a very strong start versus SK Gaming, but then kind of dropping the ball, I think, with very good targeted bans by SK.
Well, I think it showed Roccat had a tactical plan with these 5 champions. They used them both games against Gambit and also first game against SK, and it worked really well. But as soon as 2 of them, the Jax and the Thresh, was banned away, everything kind of fell apart for them. So we need to see today if they have adapted, if they have learned new champions, or not learned, but have some new champs ready, new comps ready, because we can expect Alliance at least to make sure that Thresh and Jax are not going over to Roccat.
Yeah, it actually was in the pre-show, I think, that they said, well, we focused so hard on that game versus Gambit, which is also the same for you guys. You focused so hard on the game for staying in, and you only have one strategy. Do you think in the Roccat versus Alliance game that Roccat will be able to beat them if they come up with new strategies, or is Alliance a stronger team here?
I think they are both incredibly skilled and pretty even, and Champion Select is going to be very determining for the outcome of the game. I'm especially looking forward to see them banning Thresh away from Vander, because he's just too strong on that champion.
Absolutely, also with one of our hashtag LCS big plays, and rightfully so. After that, we'll be going into the final here as Fnatic take on SK Gaming in El Clasico, another classic matchup to decide who will be the #1 at the end of this split. And while both teams just looking incredibly strong, let's start with SK throughout the regular season, very consistent performance, and I immediately think of Svenskeren, for example.
Well, yes, Svenskeren is a big deal of the early game for SK, which sometimes can actually backfire. We saw game 1 versus Roccat, where they went into his red buff, killed him at level 1, and then continued to just keep him down. And SK Gaming's early game actually just fell apart. They had absolutely nothing to bring. So Fnatic here, if they can manage to shut down Svenskeren early, they might have a very good chance of simply just winning out the early game, and from there on just try and close out the game as fast as possible.
Youngmik, what do you think will be the key for either of these teams to bring down the win?
I think Fnatic has a slight edge when it comes to individual skill, but SK has N-rated, Wu's just the mastermind of the game, and he has the best strategies always planned right ahead, and that usually wins games for them.
So you're calling it for SK Gaming?
I'm actually calling it for Fnatic.
Oh, what about you, Defisho?
Well, Fnatic are going to bring out something special. I just know it because all these players play so many different champions. If they pull something out, like we saw yesterday with the Soraka top lane, and if they win 1 or 2 games from it, especially the first game and the second game possibly, I feel like SK is going to have a hard time coming back from it, because of course you need to win 3 in a row. It's very, very hard. And Fnatic is so experienced, they know how to win a series like this. They've been here before. So I feel like if they pull out something special in the start and get the first few games, they will take the whole thing.
All right, you guys are saying Fnatic. What about for Roccat versus Alliance real quick? Roccat or Alliance? Defisho?
I'll give it to Alliance, honestly. I think if they ban away some key champions from Roccat, I think Alliance is going to be stronger.
Youngbuck?
I agree with Defisho. I think it's going to be a 2-1 victory for Alliance.
All right, well, we'll see how that turns out. Thank you very much for joining me. And of course, we'll be seeing a lot of you. Azure will be with us all day. As far as it's time for us to take a short break, but when we come back, it's time for the 3rd place match between Alliance and Roccat. We'll be right back.
Gentlemen, I am Lee D-Man Smith, and alongside me is Joe Miller and Martin DeVicio Lunger, and we are ready to get the final matches of the European LCS Spring Playoffs underway. First up will be the third place match between Alliance and Roccat. We saw both these teams compete in yesterday's semi-finals, so let's talk about Alliance's performance first. They lost to a very solid Fnatic in the first match of the series before forcing them to a third game by coming back and controlling objectives in Game 2. But Game 3 was almost like the first match all over again, and Alliance, they just lost control.
Yeah, and they just couldn't fight Fnatic the way they actually wanted to in the first game due to all the shields and the healing from Soraka, Kayle, and Janna. And Fnatic would just prolong the team fights to the point that Alliance had no mana or low enough health bars to get forced out or just die.
In the second game, we saw Froggen put on an MVP show, really, and XPKZ became a non-factor. He couldn't split push. The exhaust was cutting his effectiveness in those team fights as well. Alliance controlled the objectives in that game, and to be honest, they quite easily took down Fnatic.
However, in the last match of the series, Froggen went to counter-pick XPK in the mid lane after losing a ban and giving up Nidalee. But Froggen's Fist could not shut down XPK in lane soon enough, and he only became a moderate pain for Fnatic later in the game. Wicked's Jax was heavily outfarmed by Source on Lulu, and Alliance could not teamfight Fnatic's Siege at the turrets, and eventually simply just lost out.
Well, the next matchup was, of course, between SK Gaming and Roccat, which initially looked like it might be a clean sweep by Roccat after a decisive win in that first match. But it wasn't to be, as SK came back and won the next two games.
Yeah, and after the strong first game by Roccat, they just looked completely lost without Jax and Thresh. Because once those picks were taken away from them, they didn't have an answer to SK's teamfight plan at all. And Roccat, they played some risky comps in both Game 2 and Game 3 after the Jax and the Thresh bans. They needed to win the early games so they could start sieging and not rely on team fighting, but they fell behind both games as the lane swaps were a very big issue for them, and they gave up 3 turrets and kills in the last game.
One thing worth noticing about Roccat is their Dragon control. They're the worst team in the league at taking Dragon in the regular season, with only 56 Dragons taken. In their 2 losses yesterday against SK Gaming, they only picked up 1 single Dragon. That's something they're going to need to fix here today.
Yeah, and the issues with lane swaps in the losses meant they fell behind early and gave up Dragons and map control to SK Gaming, as they ran these comps which were very weak when behind, and it meant they could never regain map control and just kept up giving Dragons for free. And in their match today versus Alliance, they need to pick better and also make sure they handle the lane swaps a lot better than yesterday.
Well, we will see how it works out for those teams. For now, though, let's check out those starting lineups. Over on the blue side, it is Alliance. That means Wicked is in the top lane, Shook in the jungle, Froggen is the mid lane, Tabs as AD carry, and Nif on support.
And on the red side, it's Roccat with Xaxus in the top lane, Jankos in the jungle, Overpower in the mid laner, and the duo of Celiver and Vander.
So we're about to get this game underway. It is a third, fourth place playoff matchup, so these teams can maybe take it a little bit more fun, maybe, who knows?
Pressure is gone.
I mean, both of them are now in the Summer LCS. They have secured their spots. They haven't made it to the finals, which is where these teams would, of course, like to be, but that's going to be happening after this best-of-3 series. Are we expecting anything wacky, anything out of the usual maybe these teams want to try?
Well, ban-wise, I expect to see, for Alliance side at least, pretty much the same bans as SK did yesterday, because it worked so well against Roccat. Like, take away the Jax, take away the Thresh, maybe even the Ryze, and from there on, see what they can bring up. And then I really, really hope we're going to see an Nivea.
So here we go, picks and bans about to get underway. We'll see how it turns out. Alliance, of course, as the blue time up against Roccat. And that means, of course, well, we talked about these bans at the start, didn't we? Jax and Thresh. We said Roccat never going to be able to play them. And there is the Aurelia. Poor old Wicked. He said it himself. Everybody gets to play Aurelia but me.
So we've actually also 2 junglers banned away from Roccat. Let's see if Alliance want to pick Lee Sin or Elise. It's been the go-to junglers once Evelynn and Kha'Zix is gone here for Shook. If it's first pick worthy, I'm not sure we're going to see what Alliance decide to do, but I love their bans. They're simply targeting everything Roccat used to win against Gambit and used to win against SK in Game 1.
And Ryze obviously becomes almost that double ban. Both Overpower and Xaxus have played that already this season, so almost an easy choice on that front. Leaves, of course, Renekton open. Will that be the choice here as first pick for Alliance to go into that mid lane with the man you scream Wicked?
And it's very, very smart if they pick Renekton here, because Wicked only played Shyvana outside of the champions being banned away and now the Renekton being picked. So if Rocket would have picked up Renekton, he would have to go Shyvana against it and would have been a hard matchup early on. So I like the fact they actually first pick it, and also due to both Elise and Lee Sin being open, they can just give the one jungler to Rocket, take one for themselves.
Yeah, and let's not forget, of course, Wicked won that one and only game against Fnatic on that Renekton yesterday. So he's, I think he's 4 wins, 3 losses so far on Renekton. So he's actually breaking just slightly better than even. Elise, as you mentioned, locked in for Jankos, or Gankos as we were calling him yesterday, because frankly, once he gets Elise, he is all over the map and still creating problems for anyone that he's up against. We'll see how it works out for him. Final choice for them. Looks like it will be Lucian for Silver.
So Lucian for Silver, very, very standard pick for both him and Taps actually. Taps really favored Lucian, and whenever Lucian was gone, he would then go for Caitlyn or he would go for Twitch. So if he locks into Caitlyn here, we can see Froggen on maybe a split push champion, and then they can do this 1-3-1 they love to do. On the other hand, if he locks in Twitch or Vayne, we can actually see some Ziggs or maybe a Nivea from Froggen to stay and wave clear in the mid lane.
And the first 3 games of playoffs away, Jankos performed incredibly well on Elise. Against Gambit, 5-2-9 and then 6-0-7. The first game against SK was when he had that ridiculous match, 9-0-8 he ended with Elise in game 1 against SK Gaming. Of course, that didn't quite work out for them in the end. His Kha'Zix and Eve weren't enough to bring them through. Right now, Alliance sat with Warwick and Karma. Now, I almost don't want to talk about the Warwick, until that actually gets
Definitely don't want to talk about Yorick.
Don't want to talk about Yorick. Please no, Yorick, we're looking at you. Yeah, so they're going to switch to Lee Sin, a much more standard pick for Shook.
Yeah, very standard for Shook. Of course, again, Kha'Zix and Evelynn is the go-to junglers for him. Once they're gone, he needs to fall back on Elise or Lee Sin. Lee Sin was left open. There you go. Standard pick. Good early game pressure for him. We need to, of course, remember the mobility of jungle Lee Sin has been changed a little bit, so now there's longer cooldown on his safeguard if you use it to a minion or a ward, but if you use it on himself or to a friendly player, it's actually reduced cooldown, so it's going to go down to 7 seconds.
Yeah, and I believe Nif played Karma all 3 games against Fnatic, if memory serves correct. Trundle seems to be the choice that will fall to Xaxus. That's been locked in, so not really too surprised there up against the Renekton. He will tumble back towards that champion. Leona may well get picked up here. Leona alongside with an Elise. They have some pretty heavy, hard engagement there.
And it's funny with these picks here, it's almost like we're a few patches back now, where we saw Renekton in every game, we saw Trundle in almost every game, and look at the junglers. Elise and Lee Sin are the 2 top junglers. Of course, with the newer changes, Kha'Zix and Evelynn came in there, but they're gone. They're not here in this game. And at the same time, with Ryze and Jax also gone. So we see very, I would say, old picks compared to the season here, going back to week 8, week 7, and it opens up for the same kind of deal we have seen so many times with, of course, some heavy engage on Rocket side here, and also the top lane matchup, if they do get to go one-on-one, where one guy will outscale and the other guy will have all the pressure early.
And seems like a very comp-specific pick, this Leona, because if you look through what Vander's played all season, he's only actually had 1 game on Leona. That was the final match of the Spring Split regular season against Fnatic, where they ended up losing out on that game. And actually they did also have an Elise in the jungle there. We'll see if they build a comp around that. For Alliance, we can say Caitlyn locked in for Tabs, and Froggen going to have Nidalee in the mid lane.
Quickly going back to the Leona pick here. For me, it shows whenever Thresh is gone, Vander doesn't really know what to play. He's playing so many different things and never really anything that stands out. We're saying, okay, this is his 2nd best champion. There's so many options for him. So decided to go with Leona this time. Poke comp though from Alliance here. Siege and poke comp, Caitlyn and Nidalee. The whole idea here is that Wicked wins his lane up top. Shook helps out the mid lane and the bottom lane, gets them ahead early on, and then Wicked split pushes top lane for the first 25-30 minutes, and then you just stand in front of the turret with Caitlyn, with Nidalee, and you just poke away with Karma, of course, for the disengage. And if you land a spear onto Rocket, they need to back away from the turret. You pick it up and you can just continue to move on.
Yeah, and Rocket falling back to the traditional style of leaving the last choice for Overpower. It seems that Ziggs will be that choice. He's going to have some good wave clear. We've seen a number of good Ziggs. Froggen himself played a fantastic Ziggs yesterday against Fnatic, but it wasn't to be for them. But we haven't seen, honestly, Overpower playing too much Ziggs this year. He tends to try and play a wide range of champions throughout the LCS.
Yeah, the funny thing is, when you talk with Rocket, they don't even know what Overpower actually plays, because he decides by himself in the champ select, I want to play Mordekaiser, now I want to play Akali, and he can pick it because the team trusts him. They know how good he is. So the Ziggs pick here is obviously his call. It's very, very smart when you're against this Hope comp because you need to be able to wave clear. With Lucian, very strong wave clear. Trundle, of course, in the top lane. They're just going to wait for him to get the point where he gets very strong, and they can actually start fighting back against the Lions.
Very excited to see how this bottom lane does. As you mentioned, Leona, not a standard pick in there for Vander. We've seen actually he's gone to more the likes of Annie or Morgana rather than going the Leona direction. With that Karma support already locked in there, though, obviously not wanting to play the Annie. Do we think we're going to see any lane swaps coming in from the setups that we've got here?
Well, in 4.5, we should always expect lane swaps, is how it is. And it's actually funny with both these teams. They've been some of the worst here in the playoffs at lane swaps. That's one of the reasons they're down here, actually. So we need to see how they work it out.
Well, with the third place match on the line, let's check in to see how you voted for this series. According to LOLesports.com, it's a close one with barely anyone ahead. Alliance just edging it by 51%.
Very, very close voting, and honestly, we have to agree. I mean, Rocket came into this playoff as one of the underdogs, but really performed 2-0 Gambit. And against SK, the first game they were so strong. Yes, they had issues later on, but still, we have to agree with this voting. It's so close.
Yeah, and something that's actually rang true throughout the entire season is the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth place have all actually finished that way in the playoffs so far. Could it be an omen for the finals? Will it be an omen for the third place matchup? Alliance did finish third in the league. Roccat finished fourth. We'll see if it works out that way in the playoffs because we are live, ladies and gentlemen, for the third place matchup. Alliance as the blue team facing off against Roccat as the red team.
We've been seeing quite a lot of action at level 1 throughout the playoffs so far. Excited to see how that all starts to form here as well in this one. As you mentioned, the pressure is somewhat off these teams right now. Yes, they're still fighting for third and fourth position. The winner taking the third, of course. That was kind of obvious. But they've lost that pressure of are we fighting for our livelihoods, for our careers here as professional gamers in the LCS. That's all gone from them now. So whether that means we'll see any more interesting moves, more risky plays out of the two teams, we'll have to wait and see. Up till now, doesn't look like it. It's a solid 5-man line across both sides of the maps. But we also have to say the invades that we've been seeing have been delayed.
Yeah, it's always, or normally it's late invades around the 150 mark because it's more safe, simply because you expect people to actually be in the lanes and not 5 people waiting in a bush to just face check into them. So let's see if there will be late invades. A thing I noticed early on here is the exhaust onto Wicked, where we have teleport onto Sasus on Trundle here. It's going to mean the 1v1 potential for Wicked is going to be higher. However, he won't be able to split push late game because that's where Trundle can just push out the wave and teleport down to his team. If Wicked is up there with his own team, he won't be able to join the fight. And that is a big disadvantage for Alliance.
Yeah, both mid laners also picking up the heal. Oh, Tab's going straight in there. He's going to get caught out with the Zenith Blade. Quickly locked up. Exhaust was used, but he does flash out of it. That was very dangerous play. Tab seeming just be wandering around that corner.
And both summoners gone here from Tabs. Only Exhaust was used on the side of Rocket, so very good start for him. Also, Tabs actually needs to recall early on, so he's going to fall very far behind in XP.
It's going to mean he comes back into this lane very, very late. We already see that Celiver and Vander have been working through those minions there. Nif left alone to defend in that bottom side of the map. The junglers, of course, just went back off onto their paths with Elise getting the blue buff. Lee Sin picking up his red right from the start. We'll see where they make their first impacts after they've secured those double buffs.
And the thing we just saw here is the reason why often both teams decide to late invade. Because if you just stand back and wait and the other team makes a move onto you, there's a high chance you get in a disadvantage. Like we saw here. Yes, Rocket didn't get a buff, but they forced Tabs to go back at level 1 and both his summoners.
Yeah, and Tabs, of course, falling way behind in terms of CS. He has to try and make every single one of these tower hit minions count. He does manage to clean up, gets 6 minions out of that. It's not a bad wave. Gets the full cleanup wave. So, teleport was used in the top lane as well. Jankos used that to get himself back up to the top. Junglers have been and gotten both of their red buff and blue buff respectively. So we'll see how Wicked does up against the Trundle here. He looks like he's going to get some support from Shook. No, he's chosen to back away. No, he is going to go towards the tri-bush, but as you can see, Jankos is nearby.
He's there for the counter gank. Look at the early ward here from Wicked, so they spot Jankos. He can bait this one out, and then Shook is there already waiting in the bush to join in very, very fast.
Could be a bit of danger here. Will Zazas decide to push away? We can see that Jankos is going to move on through, and this is going to be surely obvious. So Roccat Shook waiting in there. The pillar goes down. Zazas hit by the Q. The exhaust is on him as well. It's going to be good damage, but will it be enough damage? Shook actually falling quite low as well. He has to safeguard away. No kill coming out there in the top lane.
And Roccat actually managed to get a lot of damage onto Shook and force him to recall because Alliance went on to Zazas here, the tanky member, where Roccat went on to Shook, who's a lot more squishy than Wicked.
Yeah, Jankos putting some good damage down, proving that at least still can put it down. Nif getting caught out in this bottom lane. He's taken a lot of damage this time around, has still got that flash exhaust available, and Tabs was trying to lay down some damage of his own.
And the thing about this lane here, normally Caitlyn would have the advantage early on. Lucian is going to need a few levels before he can actually trade with her. But because they forced her back, because they got this advantage in levels, they're actually now beating a Karma Caitlyn lane with Leona, at least for now.
For now, we'll see if that can continue here. Nif going to be poking back, and you have to feel that the junglers are surely going to spend some time down at this bottom side of the map. Shook is actually at this stage of things moving up towards the enemy wolf camp, and will be stealing that one away. Jankos is actually over the other side here doing raids. So for now, Shook not going to be seen there and will be safe to steal that camp away. Will they go for a 3-on-2 dive down the bottom?
Could be very, very risky. Exhaust is almost ready for Vander. Heal is up for Selva. He actually took quite a lot of poke here, so he could be a target if Alliance want to go for this one. Remember though, there's no hard CC for Alliance to lock someone down.
The problem is, the moment Jankos came around to that wolf camp, he would say, guys, there is potentially a jungler in that tri-bush, warn them away, which is why he's running straight down in. Now he's going to see his white away. He's going to be heading, look, you can see he was moving, ready to cocoon that tri-bush straight away. Instead, they're going to jump on towards Tabs. Tabs takes the tower here, I think there. Vander taking a lot of damage. Vander continuing his aggression here, very deep on towards him, considering they realize there was a jungler nearby. This is dangerous, dangerous stuff in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Jankos, he walked past the ward here, so Alliance, they know perfectly well where he is. And once again, Shook is waiting for the counter gank. And there's a ward on him.
Ward straight on top of his head, and nice try by Shook again in the right place at the right time. If Jankos had have stuck around for that one, in the end didn't happen. They got vision of him, and Roccat seemed to be quite willing here to push out this bottom lane a little bit. Selva did, of course, go very low in that last encounter, so he's going to actually have to recall away from this one. We'll be coming back into the lane with a second Doran's Blade and a Vamp Scepter, so bit of sustain in there for him as well.
Good sustain. Let's see actually if Tabs decides to stay in the lane until he can afford the BF sword. It's going to be a big power spike for him, fighting against this Vamp Scepter and double Doran's Blade Lucian.
The mid lane, Froggen is doing a very good job. Of course, he's starting out with that Doran's Ring and doing a fantastic job at keeping up with the Ziggs in that mid lane. And Overpower, you would expect to be trying to shove it. You can see he's using those bouncing bombs to actually clear the way, so he's trying his best to pressure that. But Froggen, now that he's hit level 6, he's easily clawing out, pouncing onto those minions and keeping up very much in the farm, 55 to 56.
A very, very good job, because this is the point now for Nidalee when she can actually start fighting back onto Ziggs. You no longer just rely on landing a spear from max range or from long range and then go in and get a few auto attacks. You can actually go very aggressive in cat form. We see Froggen, he's not scared at all.
Not scared, but he still needs to be a little bit wary of how forward he comes onto this one. Interesting to see when these two mid laners might start moving around the map. Of course, Nidalee with great mobility. Ziggs, who's got his ultimate, which he can throw pretty easily across the entire map there. So we'll see how that one all works out. Meanwhile, this bottom lane did get pushed out, and we can see now that Tabs has taken over Selva in the farm, 58 to, well, it's going to be 59 to 54 after that wave comes out. So Alliance doing a good job to get back into it on that side of the map.
And it is also expected to have this, they are expected to have the stronger lane when they obviously bring the Karma. Karma against Leona here, lane matchup wise, a lot of poke from Karma. She's very strong in the lane phase, so they managed to pull back, but still, due to the level 1 part, Roccat has been keeping up so well in the lane, and with the CS here from Selva, it should be very close to even again.
Well, the top lane, Wicked's doing a very good job at keeping Zazas pressured. He did go back and get himself a Bilgewater Cutlass, so signaling his intent. He absolutely expects to be pushing that lane hard. Maybe going to go, Froggen actually getting bounced by the explosive satchel charge there, but just launched him in towards him, quickly pounces away. It's going to be hard for Overpower to lock him down.
So Cutlass onto Wicked, so he's going to build it into Blade of the Rune King, which means he obviously wants to focus 100% on being able to 1v1 Zazas. It's the same reason he picked this Exhaust. If he can kill Zazas 1v1, then it doesn't matter there's a teleport, because of course, he's going to have all the pressure from Wicked's side. So that's the whole idea. Normally, you actually see Tiamat just to wave clear faster and for some more additional damage. But still here, full-on 1v1 focus from Wicked, delaying his tankiness as well.
Bringing himself a nice CS lead here, though, and Vander now back in there with a few wards on the bottom side, and quite rightly so, because Shook has shown that he's not scared to come down towards his bottom side. There's Zazas, after recalling and getting the chain vest, headed straight into this top lane. Teleport down for him right now, though, of course.
Yeah, 200-second cooldown. Remember, we're on 4.5, so it's not too bad, but if they were to go Dragon, that was fully visible to Alliance. So they know this teleport is going to be down for that 200 seconds. They have the timer on it, so they may try to create something. And you were talking about Rockat's Dragon control being somewhat weak when they're starting to lose those games, and very weak up against SK yesterday.
Yeah, only got one Dragon in the last 2 games against SK, simply because they fell so far behind, and then they could do nothing to get back in the game. This game, however, if you look at the comps, they will, they remind quite a lot of each other. Poke, but oh, Vander almost landing the ultimate down bot.
Solar Flare coming out there. Nif did use his flash to get away from that one, so no flash for Nif. That may make him an easier target for Elise, for Jankos to get in there. One thing that we can safely say, the games that we saw yesterday coming out of Roccat, specifically their first game and their matches the day before against Gambit, Jankos was a massive factor for them in the early stages before the 10-minute mark. We've just hit that 10-minute mark now, and honestly, he's not had any impact so far.
Yeah, and look at Wicked. This is Alliance right here. If Wicked does well in lane, Alliance generally do very well. He can be a bit like Darian, I guess you could say, from Gambit. If he's not doing badly in that top lane, suddenly you actually have an extra facet to your team that can put a lot of pressure down. And the fact that, as you mentioned, he's going to be the split pusher. He's got a 20 CS advantage. It's going to be probably leveled down a little bit as he backs away to base. Zazas is going to get himself around about 10 CS gained back on that one. But you can see very much going towards that Blade of the Rune King. Wants to get out that damage. And I wonder, is he going to continue the split push? Is he
all game
long, and that's going to keep the rest of Alliance, of course, with that poke comp, just keeping the pressure, so they have 4-1 split constantly going in.
So the issue for Alliance is the lack of hard engage. You have Leona on the other side here to start the fights. Alliance, they need to rely on Shook landing his Sonic Wave and coming in and kicking someone back to the team, or Wicked get in range to stun someone. That's the engage from Alliance. So they need Wicked to win the lane up top. They need him to continue to split push, so they don't have to rely on engaging fights, but can simply force Rocket down to a turret and start sieging away and just hit the turrets. When it comes to straight up team fights, Rocket should have the advantage, especially when it comes to engage due to Vander and Leona.
And even if they don't do well at the start of those fights, they've got plenty of disengage in there as well. Speaking of that, we've got Shook now headed up towards his top side. Exhaust goes down onto Zazas, and look at Zazas, he's moving off to that bottom side. Shook here will be relying on the Q, which does land, but already in the Tribush. No vision of Elise, not worth it there for Shook to follow through.
And it's going to be very, very hard for Wicked to actually kill Zazus later in the game, and that's where we see the teleport come in action. But Rocket starting the Dragon because they saw Shook up in the top lane. He's still very close, so he will be able to join in.
Good spear from Frog and lands, takes half the hit points off Celebrate. As you mentioned, Shook already here. Overpower goes aggressive. Shook quickly in there to respond, but Frog is going to get taken down. That's the first blood. Cocoon on Nif. Nif in trouble. He gets pounced on. Another bouncing bomb will tell the story, and that is Celebrate that picks it up with a couple of shots from Lucian.
And right there is the hard engage from Rocket. The advantage in team fights, they can set it up. Beautiful play by Vander, stunning Froggen twice actually, keeping him stun locked and all the burst. Whoa, Shook going for this one.
Shook going in, he realizes he's not going to get the smite down there. And now he got out alive without using his flash actually. So that wasn't too bad considering the dangerous situation, but Rocket were well prepared for that.
Easy take for them, and Zazas here going to try and stop Wicked from being such an annoyance here. Actually, Wicked going to pop his ultimate, going to try and put some damage back on towards Zazas. Zazas using his subjugate there will steal all that health back, and Wicked realizing, okay, can't really fight at this point of things, so I'm just going to back away from things. Overpower will get his blue buff here. He's got almost that Athene's Unholy Grail finished off, and of course did pick up the first blood as well after managing to lock up Froggen with everything that they had. Froggen himself does have that Athene's done, got himself boots as well, so that might be a sign that Froggen's going to start to move a little bit more around the map.
And risky things for Wicked up here in the top lane. He was tanking the golems, of course, but still, the 1v1 against Zazus here didn't go well for him, and as we have talked about, he needs to be able to beat Zazus here. He needs to force him out of the lane. Otherwise, the pressure from Alliance is gone, and they're pretty much going to have to wait for Rocket to make a move and then try and punish them if Wicked can't win by himself.
It's a risky tactic, and putting Wicked on a champion, as we mentioned at the start. There's a 4 wins, 3 losses. Very much broke even on this one up against Xaxus, who has played very well this season. Really sprung onto the scene, especially at the start of the spring split. He really was a runner-up for MVP a number of weeks running, actually. This bottom lane is continuing to have pressure. It's pretty much been Celiva and Vander that have been doing the pushing the whole time. As you mentioned, it's all down to that very early level 1 play.
Still though, Tabs and Nif actually ahead in CS simply also because of their stronger 2v2, and as long as they can continue to farm here, that's pretty much what they can do, because again, the engage is on Rocket's side, so for a Caitlyn and a Carmen to actually set up a kill here, they're gonna need Shook to come down, and if Jankos is there too, to turn the fight around. It's what we have seen, both junglers actually follow each other around. Shook once again in this top lane, Jankos is very close by.
Again, reading each other almost like a book there. Shook is still waiting. We will see Elise sneak into that top side. Actually will be spotted here as Wicked dashes forward, and there I don't think there's going to be a kill from this, or maybe there will. The Cocoon is going to land on towards Shook. It will kick Xaxus straight through. Jankos getting knocked up as well, and again we see the junglers with big focus towards his top lane, but no kills coming out of it.
And again we see Rocket actually winning out the fights here. The ultimate from Xaxus onto Wicked makes him so tanky and so strong. Wicked, he can't even kill him, and then Jankos doing more damage than Shook.
A lot of pressure on Froggen in that mid lane as well. Tries to sling out the spear, catches that last minion. Can heal himself up, of course, but as you mentioned, Shook clearly trying to get Wicked going, trying to get the snowball rolling, trying to get that kill on the board in the top lane and really make Xaxus suffer, but Jankos is reading him like a book. He's there every time. The culling comes out from Celiva. He puts a good bit of damage down towards Tabs and Nif. They're all on his own, going aggressive. Xaxus in trouble this time. Shook is going to come in. They will get the kill. That's what they needed. Jankos does a lot of damage back down towards him, but this may be the first turret of the game for Alliance.
And the ultimate in the last fight when the junglers was there was used by Xaxus, but Wicked, he kept his own ultimate. So as soon as he got down to the turret, popped it, and just went straight in there for Xaxus and got him so low, Shook could finish him.
Alliance getting that kill back, and that will put Shook on the board, and an assist for Wicked in there as Jankos just taking away the golem, something that Wicked's made a bit of a meal of so far. And you see again, Froggen not at all worried. Obviously wants to play the aggressive game here against Overpower in this mid lane, and really doing a fantastic job of it up until now. Only 5 CS behind overall. Plus, Overpower does have a 1 kill and 1 assist to his name. Actually, single death in there for Froggen. But overall, 400 gold there or thereabouts, Salitia for Alliance.
And also, again, the reason Froggen can be so aggressive, when you got a Fiend, you got blue buff, you have like 33% cooldown reduction, and then you have a summoner heal as well. So you feel so safe, and also your sustain is so well, so good, so you can just go in, trade a few hits, go back and heal up, and do it again and again and again.
We are seeing Xaxus trying to get that Sunfire Cape built up in that top lane. Bladed Rune King was picked up by Wicked, of course. This bottom lane, it's a 3-on-3 potentially, but Jankos is going to walk straight into that ward if he tries to move to the next bush. I think they realize it is there, which is why they're delaying. They're hoping that Alliance are going to go aggressive themselves. Of course, it's entirely possible Nif could try and throw something out. Sweeping lens by Jankos, making sure he's not seen in that bush, and he is playing a very patient game right now.
And Shook is long gone. He's moved all the way up to the wolf camp here, so he was there at first, so it was a good read, but then he just left. And now they're actually going to push onto this turret, as long as they get past all these stupid traps.
Yeah, 3 of them put down there, just out of, actually smartly enough, in the attack range of Celiva there, so he couldn't actually get to the turret without either trying to step between them or, as we've just seen there, just going straight in and standing on all those 3 traps. Tabs, again, is going to be backing off here. He's nice seeing the lead in CS, and we're going to see, again, a bit more turret pressure coming down. Nif going to try and lock them in. Froggen did come wandering, Shook as well, but the ward's there spotting them out, and Roccat just simply back away from it. No need to risk at this point.
Well, at the top lane, we are also seeing a big build from Wicked. He's starting to really step ahead of Xaxus. Now with that tower down, Xaxus is having to play it very, very careful. When Shook doesn't show himself, he has no idea what's around there. He's only got that single ward. He's put it in towards that bush, which does give him that little bit of coverage, but they could easily come around the backside of him. And bear in mind, obviously, Lee Sin, we're going to have that kick. It could launch you well away from your own tower. And with those two members, with the Blade of the Rune King, they could put a lot of pressure down on it. We just saw Froggen trying to have a cheeky steal on this blue buff, throwing out those advantageous spears, but it wasn't to be. Overpower takes it.
But very smart here by Sazazov in the top lane, going towards the Blade of the Rune King by himself, so he's going to be stronger in the 1v1. Again though, Rocket starting the Dragon, Alliance is nowhere near to try and stop this.
No, they've already got one more Dragon than they did in 2 games against SK Gaming, where they did lose out to that one. And we see here in the top lane, actually, Wicked tanking up a couple of those turret hits. We've already seen Xaxus falling earlier on to Wicked, but he still needs to be a little bit careful here. Xaxus plenty of health and armor there from the makings of that Sunfire Cape, and he's got himself that Cutlass as well. And we've already seen that he can do the damage to Wicked.
It could even be Randuin's Omen now here in 4.5, of course, where Chain West goes into Warden's Mail. So if he decides to go Randuin's Omen, it's going to be more armor, of course, and it's going to help him in the again, the 1v1 versus Wicked. So he's building with the Blade of the Rune King, with possibly the Randuin's Omen, straight towards beating Wicked in this 1v1, and therefore giving all the map pressure to Rocket due to his teleport and due to exhaust on Wicked.
Just a little play by Wicked and Froggen there to steal away that red buff, giving it across to Wicked as well, so it's going to give
big.
That little advantage in that top lane, like you say. But Rocket tried to reply. They thought simply Froggen had gone to the Wraiths. They came around to the Wraiths and went, wait a minute, he's not there. Oh, they're on the red buff and he'd already taken it. But look at that item. Last Whisper, second item being picked up by Wicked.
Yeah, this is a Renekton who is not going to join in for team fights unless he really, really needs to, because he's going to be fairly squishy and easy for Rocket to take down. It's full on one-on-one here. I know you're going to build armor. Fine, I'm just going to get early armor penetration to do even more damage to you.
And Zaz just spotted him coming up there. It's like, okay, last Whisper, so I need to be a little bit careful in that one. Jankos has actually come down to the bottom. I wanted to use the word sneak, but there was a ward right on top of him as Nif trying to push things back. Shook is actually coming in as well. Froggen did try and move down, but you see a ring of wards there from Rocket on that route from the mid lane to the bottom lane inside of Alliance's jungle. So that really stopped Froggen from being able to come down there and have any impact. Tabs again setting up that line of traps to keep Celever out of range of the turret.
Notice what Xaxus did back there. He used the Pillar of Ice and put a ward in the Baron. He's actually very worried about possibly a 2-man Baron coming out from Froggen and Wicked there. He had no idea. They completely checked it out there. They were so worried because they'd lost vision. The 3, of course, down the bottom there. The fact that jungle was down here would have triggered it. But we are seeing the damage that can come out of Wicked, putting some serious pressure on Xaxus.
He needs to be careful though, going to tower range, and now Xaxus chasing a little bit, then backing off, sustaining well. It was a Sunfire first item for him, so decided not to go for Randuin's Omen yet. Should be an item coming later though.
Yeah, Zaz putting that ward in Baron as well. I think a little bit worried about Froggen coming up the river and then jumping through the Baron pit to come and maybe avoid all those wards that possibly could have come out there from Overpower. As it is, there's not really any vision whatsoever in that immediate area for them. Jankos actually will be just scanning as he goes through the jungle. Wicked at half HP at this stage of things. They've not seen Jankos as far as I'm aware, but Wicked did in fact just back away from that anyway. Now he's going to be in full vision. That might bring Jankos back in. Will Overpower come up as well? Of course, long past 6 up to level 14 by now, so got the second rank in his ultimate. That's going to do some good damage.
Oh, sneaky.
Jankos trying to sneak around the side here, as you said. Completely got around the back of Wicked at the moment. Overpower's now going to be the focus. Shook's coming in towards him. Can that spear land? Yes, it will. That may well signal the attack. Wicked, meanwhile, in trouble in the top lane. He's using that dominance to try and get around. He will get taken down by Jankos. And Overpower in the mid lane did escape from Shook and Froggen.
And they can push this top turret here. Alliance needs to react. Either they go for the mid turret or they just let the top turret fall for nothing. And it seems actually staying here to push. But Overpower, he can stay himself to defend.
They're going to take this tower really, really quickly in here as well, with that bag coming out of Xaxus, and there will be Rockat's first of the game. Over in the enemy jungle, though, we see that Lee Sin working his way around there, just checking out the blue buff area, and also the wolves there, unfortunately for him, all going to be gone. But that does mean that he can try and come in around the back of the enemy team.
This has been a really long lane phase so far. 23 minutes, as you say. 240 CS we're looking at for Tabs right now. Finally, Shook is going to join them in this bottom lane. It looks like it is finally signaling. The fact that top turret's gone down, will they push for this one? No, because Jankos is going to join them once again.
Yeah, and I actually feel like it favors Rocket with this longer laning phase because Xaxus gets to the point where he can duel them. They're going in!
Gonna dive in there, the culling comes out, there's the solar flare as well. Shook gonna safeguard away, a good kick, but he doesn't knock the entire team up. Now they dive towards Nip, and here comes Xaxus from the side. Shook is very, very low. He's gonna be tapped, sure that they focus, no flashing from Xaxus. He can tank that turret all day long. It's a whitewash for Roccat, 3 kills and a turret.
Teleport top lane versus exhaust top lane. You see the difference right here. Xaxus joining in, picking up 2 extra kill for Roccat. Wicked, meanwhile, he can push the top lane, but look who's coming back. It's the troll.
Man, let's not forget the Mega Inferno bombs always available from Overpower. We haven't really seen it make an impact, but there it is, right on your screen. Clears the minions, stops Wicked in his tracks. Won't be able to get there. Xaxus already teleported back, and they've taken, what, 1 bottom turret down, maybe a second one already before Alliance can respond.
Getting that turret pretty easy there. We saw Karma only just leaving the steps of the base, so that's not just those 3 kills down there for Roccat. They got 2 turrets pushed all the way up to that inhib turret now, and Wicked needs to be still a little bit careful here, I feel. We've seen already that Xaxus has been able to control him quite well.
This is so bad for Alliance. They are falling behind in the top lane, and at the same time in the bottom lane with the 2 turrets, with the kills onto Celavar here, but ooh, Froggen actually going very aggressive onto Jankos. Alive for now. 1 more spear though, can do it.
Alliance are going to go and group for the Dragon. They will be there. First one of the game, I believe. Shook tried to steal it away from Roccat. They've had control so far, Roccat, but this will be taken away from them. I think they might want to fight for it though. Jankos has had to, of course, go back away from this one because he's got next to no health. Not sure whether they're going to go 4 members onto this one. Xaxus caught out a little bit by Wicked. Wicked putting pressure down. Froggen's going to join the fray as well. He's going to come pouncing towards him. Remember, he can throw out those big spears. There's the exhaust going down. They're going to go into the tower. Xaxus is going down there. Now the rest of Roccat, they're coming around the backside. Shook and Nip are actually low on health. This is a risky siege, and they are going to back off.
And risky play by Roccat, moving in only 4 members were Jankos. He had to recall to the base. He would never be able to join, and yet they actually wanted to fight. Gave up a kill, and also the Dragon for Alliance.
Oh, Overpower going to throw his ultimate out here. That's half of Shook's HP gone. Are they going to keep chasing? Yes, they are. Vander coming around the side. He's got the solar flare available. There's 2 men stuck up right there for him. We see Celavar coming in the side. They've managed to catch Nip. Zenith Blade lands as well. That's a kill now for Celavar as he moves on to a killing spree. Going to go in there for Shook. The ward gives him vision, and they might be able to track down both Froggen and Wicked right now. Celavar still off to the right-hand side. We can see that Tabs did take the middle turret in the meantime. He's going to have to now back away because Celavar's coming in. Roccat kind of left their AD carry on his own there.
Such a smart play by Tabs here. Yes, his team is going up to the red buff. As soon as they chase, he just goes in here. Froggen, though, he's not done yet. And now there we go.
Well, he landed the spear onto Vander, sort of baited himself in there. If Tabs would have stuck around, the ace in a hole would have finished the job. Instead, he has wisely rotated to the bottom. He wanted to try and get himself another turret, but it's not to be. So this game certainly opening up here.
Interesting that Roccat gave that Dragon away after taking the previous 2 to that one. That's a big spear from Froggen. Second one not quite landing, but giving that Dragon away was my point. They actually had control of that side of the map as well after taking down the 2 turrets. They backed instead of maybe sticking around an extra half a minute to get that.
But they didn't have the choice because Jankos took so much poke in the mid lane against Froggen. He couldn't join in. He couldn't even be there to smite because it was 1 hit from anyone from Alliance. He would have died. So therefore they needed to back away from the area. And it meant Alliance, due to Froggen doing some very nice work in the mid lane, could get the Dragon and then of course also a kill.
Well, at the moment, Roccat are running defensive duties despite being 7-2 up in kills. And chasing Alliance around the map. Alliance stuck to pushing the lanes. Tabs continued, took that mid turret, pushed the bottom turret in. There is a bottom 2 turrets, remember. Alliance could easily try and run through if they can get themselves a tactical advantage, just like Roccat did. And Wicked's been trying his best to keep that split push going, but now you look at Xaxus' build, you can see he's got that Blade of the Runeking of his own, along with the Sunfire Cape and Ninja Tabby. He's actually not too worried about Wicked right now.
No, killing each other here is very hard between them, but it's going to be even harder for Wicked to kill Xaxus now. We've seen all the sustain from him before whenever he pops his ultimate onto Wicked. Wicked needs to back away every single time. However though, getting this mid-outer turret, due to simply Tabs staying around when people were chasing around, it's so important because it opens up the jungle now for Roccat. It also opens up for Xaxus, or it makes it scary for him to push all this way out because then Alliance can actually rotate up behind him.
You see that Alliance are actually moving over towards this bottom lane. Tabs has pushed up the wave already. Celiver is the only one to be defending it right now. He should probably just leave this one because that turret is going to go down and he doesn't want to get caught out as Nif, well, started to move in there and then they decided the better of it. They get the turret nonetheless. That's all 3 outer turrets now down for Alliance.
And this is the time where Alliance now can group up 4 members in the mid lane and just start pushing all the way up. The outer turrets are gone. The jungle is open for Rocket. They can get these deep wards in, see if someone is moving around from Rocket's side to try and set something up. So let's see if they decide to group up and start sieging down, or if they actually feel like Rocket is still stronger if Vanderlands engage.
Rocket have shoved that bot wave in. They're going to back off from that one. Wicked has got himself the Randy Omen completed now, so may fancy his chances against Xaxus. As it is, it's been a fairly stalemate affair in there, but Alliance are grouping up towards this middle lane area. Dragon's up in about a minute and 50 seconds, so that could well be an objective they go towards. They have been also putting a lot of pressure and making sure they have control of that red buff. That will be up just before the Dragon, so we'll see whether Alliance try and make a move for that one.
I'll look down some of the items here as well. The mid lane is now pretty much identical builds at this point of things. Rabadon, Deathcap, Athenes, and now the Void Staffs added in for both sides.
Ooh. Both these champions in the mid lane are doing so much damage. If they can land their poke, 1 or 2 hits from them and you need to go back to base and heal up. You won't be able to join the fight. So both lineups got the option to poke away. Of course, as we talked about, there's hard engage on one side, and then there's a lot of annoying traps and disengage on the other side. We've seen Tabs putting up these free traps down in the bottom lane. Nidalee can do the same, so if you actually want to walk to the turret, you're going to take this damage. Your magic resist is going to get reduced, and it's going to be hard for Rocket to do anything.
Overpower almost executing onto an If there. Ace in the hole being used to force him away. The rest of Alliance are going to try and push up the mid lane. This is the siege that we've had, and they can do it. Wicked is with them, and that means he's left Xaxus all alone in the top lane to push.
So Wicked, he's not able to duel Xaxus anymore, so he needs to join in with the team because of no teleport, and that's why Xaxus is getting all this free farm now. Of course, there's a big wave for Wicked he can go in and pick up, but it means, though, Dragon up in 30 seconds, he needs to clear the wave and then instantly join his team again.
More than 50% damage done onto Vander there as well with that single spear coming out. Frog and Vander recalling in the middle of the lane, not something you want to do. There's Frog and stepping up again, but spear not quite got the range. We've got 16 seconds here for the Dragon to come up. This time, Jankos is a lot healthier than before, and you can see that he's already moving into position. He's probably going to be scanning down there just to check things out. Actually, use the scan just previously to that one. There's the blue buff, so they've moved away from it. Looks like Rocket are at least going to get things started off, but Froggen and the rest of Alliance now moving in.
And Wicked already moving in towards the team, so we might actually see a big team fight, or we could see Rocket just trying to stall out the Dragon until Xaxus gets a lot of hits onto this turret, maybe even taking it down.
Spear on Celiver, that may well force Rocket to back away. Celiver's already gone, he's trying to lifesteal off the walls right now. Alliance taking this Dragon very low. Teleport coming in from Xaxus, he wants to join this one. It is going to be a steal. Jankos got in there to get it, but at what cost though? That's the problem. There's going to be the culling coming out, not really catching. Solar Flare does. Wicked's going to be the focus target. He's not as strong as he needs to be. There's a lot of damage going on towards it. Shook in trouble. One more shot, one more bomb rattling through. No, Celiver taking low. They turn it back around. Frogger's trying to land the spears, trying to get a pick. It will come through. It's only hit Xaxus, so the tankiest member, and Rocket disengaged. While this is all happening, Wicked is pushing the mid lane turret wave. He has turned array. Overpower now caught down alone. Can one more shot come out? It will do. Overpower's going to pay the price. He's going to go down. The middle turret will be picked up. You can see Wicked taking that one down. It's a Dragon to Rocket, but it's going to be a tower and a kill for Alliance.
And the kiting potential here for Alliance, they use it perfectly. As soon as the engage comes in from Rocket, they disengage. Every single member continue to poke, continue to land spears from Froggen, who was untouched in this. And as soon as all the engage from Rocket were gone, Alliance just stayed around, kept poking them. You see Froggen chasing 4 members all the way up to the turret, so Wicked can rotate to the mid lane. And then Overpower, he was simply just out of position after the fight.
And that is all with Jankos managing to steal the Dragon away as well. We can see they're still in the lead by 1,000 gold. That swing that Alliance have just picked up there with those kills would have been a little bit bigger if they'd have successfully picked up the kill onto Dragon. But they know now how this one could go for them, how strong they are at this stage. We'll see what happens next time that Dragon does come around, and that was pretty much a 5v4 as well, without Wicked being in there. As you said, he pushed straight up that middle lane. Rocket looking to maybe push some back now.
Well, Wicked was there from the start, but due to his items, due to 2 damage items as the first ones, he was too squishy, so he actually had to run out of the fight, and then he just went straight to the mid lane when Froggen, Taps, and Nifty stayed around and poked away and chased Rocket away from his mid lane turret.
Well, we'll see how this game develops. As of yet, neither team wants to budge. Clearly, Alliance, they're showing their hand. They know the tactic they want to play, and Rocket, at the moment, seems to be trying to counter it. If they can land one of those good solar flares, catch maybe one of those carries out of position. Froggen, at this stage, will be very slippery, very tricky to pin down. Rock as Nidalee, everybody knows really what it's like. Celiver is playing with his life right now as those spears keep rattling past him. Yeah. Gonna do a lot of damage, I would say. For the health, there is one of the picks they needed to make. It's Nif getting caught out, tries to speed himself up, hasn't got enough to get away with this one. Tabs putting damage down, he avoids the solar flare. Celiver taking low, Necro bomb comes in, Tabs is low, he gets taken down by Celiver. Shook's gonna be the next focus target. There's gonna be the Pillar of Ice, forces him onto the tower. While this is all happening, Froggen is off at the side, trying to land those spears. Got so close to coming into it, but this may open the Baron up.
They're going straight for the Baron. I don't think that they're going to be backing away anytime soon, but the spears are going to be a problem for them. They need to get them out of the fight. You see their Wicked can't stand and fight against Celiver and Overpower. Both him and Froggen down at about half HP. Celiver and Overpower continue to zone them out. Froggen now going to take the back route. Someone's got to basically meat shield this Baron if they don't want it stolen away, but it's going very, very low. It's Vander that is the meat shield, and Rocket get themselves the first Baron of the game.
Very, very good pick here from Rocket. They're waiting in the bush. They put down a pink ward so they knew it wasn't warded and just waited for Alliance to move over there. And Froggen, he's actually not done yet.
He's going to try and keep the pressure on, but it may well be at the cost of his life. Satchel Charge launches him in the wrong direction, and he's saved by Shook, and Rocket get out scot-free. So, Baron picked up. They can keep pushing on towards his tower. Check out this fight, though.
Yes, look here. They're just waiting with this pink ward. Nif walks in with Shook. He's going to be the target. He's so squishy. From here on, with only 4 members, and now Celiver coming in a great position. The ultimate completely misses from Vander, but then he flash stuns him, and all this AoE onto Taps. Poor little Taps here. He's going to die. Boom. Meanwhile, though, in the back, Froggen just waiting around. If he had landed 1 or 2 spears more onto these fairly low members, he could actually stop the Baron, but very good job by Rocket, still juking around and making sure they never got hit.
So a couple of items coming in after that, then Trundle. Zaza's picking himself up, the Randuin's Omen. The Spectre's Cowl also picked up there by Elise. We also see that 2 Banshee's Veils just came out for them as well. 1 for Leona and 1 for Lucian. So the support and AD carry now got that good defense in there. That's going to save them from a lot of spear damage and really from a lot of CC, or the literal CC that they've really got there.
It's going to save them for the engage Alliance actually have, because their Sonic Wave is not going to connect onto them. Even if it does connect to someone, the Banshee's going to block the kick then from Shook, so it's going to be harder for him to actually engage or for Wicked to come in and stun a target, and then of course they're going to block a possibly very important spear.
The problem's starting to arise now that Alliance are going to be a little bit lower on the wave clear. If they start getting pressured into their base with the likes of Ziggs pounding those bombs out towards you, it's not about keeping them in towards you. And as proven many, many, many times in League of Legends history, if you fall behind and you'll have a poke comp, you are going to have a bad time. And that may well be the case for Alliance. They have to try and land some important picks. They have to land some of those assassinations, just like Rocket did on Nif.
They need to land the spears, and then they need Shook or Wicked to come around from the flank, so they can actually get on towards Rocket, lock someone down, and then the engage goes. Otherwise, Rocket can always just back away whenever they feel they get too low from the spears. Meanwhile, though, they don't seem scared at all.
No problem here. They're actually just going to bully their way onto that tower. And see Celiver, I mean, he is pretty damn strong right now. Trinity Force, Bloodthirster, and that last Whisper in there. Those towers not really lasting too long of a time. The Dragon is now up as well. That's the only perfect timing here for Rocket to just back themselves off, and it's going to just solidify this gold lead. I'm really wondering now whether Alliance can pull themselves back into this game. I have to mention SK versus Rocket game 1. The way that Rocket played that one when they had the lead, very aggressive, very quick movement through the enemy jungle to switch between towers. If they do that here again, Alliance are going to have such a hard time.
And they're doing the exact same thing here. Taps left alone down this bottom lane. He might need to flash.
Solar Flare used, does force that flash out of Tabs, and now that AD carry is going to be missing his key evacuation, his key escape. Anything is required. Xaxus is going to keep that pressure on that top lane. Mega Inferno Bomb being used by Overpowered to keep Froggen away from pushing that mid wave. They're going to try and group up and go towards Xaxus here. Wicked already putting the Dominus down. He's going to aggressive. Xaxus realizing the danger. He's got his ultimate already down. Subjugate being used. Pillar of Ice will separate himself from Wicked. And Froggen is too late to the party.
So whenever the ultimate is up on Wicked here, Xaxus simply can't fight against him, but he can still sustain it with his own ultimate and just start running away. Then he can stay in the lane, and until Wicked got his ultimate again, he won't be able to duel the troll, and therefore it goes a bit back and forth.
Back and forth, which is what it is maybe like up there, but not particularly in the game. Jankos actually getting caught out here. Let's see how strong he actually is. He's going to get kicked. No, he's not. He repels just at the right time. Shook can't get the damage onto him. There's a Cocoon turn around, and Shook all of a sudden finds himself. Oh, the Collie comes through. It's Jankos that gets the kill, and turned around just like that. Jankos, perfect timing. Tanky enough to take the initial damage as well.
And we've seen this so many times in this game. Every time Shook tries to make a play, Jankos is there, he turns it around in favor of Rocket, doing the exact same thing here.
Well, if that was an FPS, you'd be complaining of being blocked by your opponent, because that is exactly what was happening. Shook needed just someone to step in front of him, someone to take the hits. Of course, they did talk about the wave clear that Alliance will miss. Of course, Tabs does have that static shift, so it would be fairly strong, but just look at that. They tanked up that turret, no doubt about it. No problems for Rocket. They're going to keep on pushing through. Remember, the Baron buffs run out here. They are a 4v5, and Alliance can't do anything against Rocket right now.
The engage is gone, so Rocket can just push in here. And as you said yourself, yes, Caitlyn, her wave clear is strong, but she's the only one here providing enough wave clear. Karma provides some of it, but she won't be able to instant clear wave. So it means Rocket, whenever Caitlyn is not there, can just push all the way into the turret. And that's another point where Elise is still very, very strong, because she is ranged when she goes out of her spider form, so she can always get a few hits on the turret.
I saw Wicked just having to battle a little bit once again with Xaxus in this top lane. They've just been pushing back and forth on that top side of the map. Celiva did retreat back to push out the bottom lane as well, and with that Bloodthirster will be bringing all his HP back up, and there is the Colin, very fast way to get rid of those minions. He's still yet to die, as is Jankos, as is Vander in this game so far. And it's only 3 kills over for Alliance, spread between the jungler AD carry and the mid laner there as Froggen taking a big blast. Not quite enough damage to finish him though. Got the heal as well.
Well, we're starting to see some big CS numbers hit by Alliance. Here we are. 400 plus CS for Tabs. Sullivan's not too far away from it. Wicked's almost there. This game, of course, hitting that 40-minute mark with the Baron up in 40 seconds time. And that is a very important Baron for both of these teams. If Alliance can maybe win out the team fight, maybe get a steal, anything onto that Baron, it could try and turn the game. But they are 7,000 gold behind this Roccat. And as you mentioned, Roccat, every time they've had a team fight, Roccat have sieged them and landed that solar flare in the right place.
And it's a very, very tanky Leona as well. I mean, Face of the Mountain, of course, got buffed here at 4.5, so now provides 500 HP. Then with the Banshees, building in towards the Randuin's Omen as well. Vander, he can just go in the face of Alliance, and they don't really have anyone to kill the front line of Rocket. When you have Jankos, when you have Xaxus, and now this Leona in your face, Tabs is gonna be like, I'm doing no damage to anyone.
So yeah, actually an Iceborne Gauntlet being picked up here by Froggen. You can argue that maybe going more defensive than that would have been a good idea for him. Obviously looking for a bit more control in fights, but it looks like this Baron's going to go without Alliance doing anything really about it.
So this Gauntlet actually makes Froggen stronger in a 1v1 scenario, also because he can chase more easily. If he gets onto Xaxus here and he gets him low, he can continue slowing him down, chase him. Also used it to kite back, so it's simply meant because they're at this point now where Wicked can do nothing against the troll, so they need to send someone else down, and Froggen is gonna be the man to do it. Or try to do it.
We'll see if it works out for him. Roccat themselves have grouped up. They're pushing on towards the inner turret in the top lane. That goes down without any problems. Froggen in trouble here. Xaxus actually laying down a lot of damage. Pillar of Ice, though, will just pounce away from it and actually blocks Xaxus in his tracks. Oh, they're going in on towards this one. Celiva was the focus target. Wicked not strong enough to go up against 4 members of Roccat, that's for sure. Mega Inferno Bomb slung out, does not land. Yes, it does. It actually took down Nif. Completely nailed him there where he stood. That's going to be an inhibitor turret number 2, and the inhibitor going down. They're going to rotate round. Super minions will be coming up that mid lane shortly. But Roccat, they've already proved they can tank out these turrets. They may do it again.
And this here should mean the game for Rocket. The extended laning phase was in favor of them. They got to this late game point where they had the split push advantage, and also with so much damage and ZC in the fights from Vander here, from Overpower of course, they simply had just a stronger team fight.
Celebrate getting a little bit low there, but the two others in his team pushing down onto that final inhib, and they were just waiting for those minions to actually come around the side from this one. They're going to start focusing those Nexus turrets as Vander goes diving in onto them. They don't get the kills there, but they've got rid of the Nexus turrets. The Nexus itself will fall down, and it will be Roccat that pick up game #1.
Well, it was a solid performance from Roccat, no doubt about it. And honestly, once that Pokemon falls behind, once it loses that one single team fight, it can be a problem. And that was what it was all about, that single team fight that was lost, and it just switches the goal, gives a big 4,000 gold advantage to Roccat. And the moment you start falling behind, well, the moment that Baron is on the opposition team, you're already chasing shadows.
So, lost team fight, and also very, very passive early game, where you were actually supposed to really get the advantage here. They were supposed to get Wicked rolling, give him a few kills up in the top lane. Shook tried to do it, but Jankos was there every time to turn it around. But had they got Wicked rolling early on this Renekton, with the build he was using, he would have been able to dominate Xaxus, and then the rest of the team could just push up in mid lane and force Rocket to just take a spear after spear, or force Rocket to engage while being behind. So that was the whole idea. But simply because the laning phase was like 25-28 minutes long, Alliance just got to the point where they weren't strong enough.
I have to ask you, though, about that build. Like you said, if they'd have got him rolling, was that then too risky for Alliance in this scenario? If that would have been a full-on tank Renekton like we're more used to seeing, would that have benefited them? Would they have been able to hold on longer in this game?
Well, if full tank Renekton, it would actually have been the same deal against Tron in the late game. He wouldn't be able to hold him 1v1. He could stand and wave clear, but still Xaxus would have all the pressure, could teleport down with his team because Wicked didn't bring teleport by himself. So no, building full tank wouldn't have made the difference. It was more the fact that it didn't get him rolling. They didn't actually do anything early game. Rocket got the kill advantage, they got ahead in gold as well. From there on, it was so hard for for Alliance to actually come back with the siege comp and the comp they used.
I have to say though, Shook did spend quite a lot of time at that top lane. They just couldn't pull it off, and we can also give credit therefore to Jankos because he was around every time that Shook came there.
Every single time Shook tried to make a move in, doesn't even matter which lane, Jankos was there. Turned it around. We saw it again and again. Even when Shook went onto Jankos here in the late game, he was like, oh, I got him, I can kick him back. Kick him back to the team. No, repel away. The team joins in and actually end up killing Shook. So Jankos actually outplayed Shook in this game.
So what do they do to change it? Is it going to continue capitalizing and focusing on Wicked? Obviously, they were banning away his champions. Forced him onto the Renekton, which he's now 4-4 on, so he's keeping that even score. But Xaxus seemed to have his number in that game. He was quite happy to play defensive throughout the power period that Renekton has up to those first 10 levels. And then once he knew he'd got control, he'd got the Sunfire Cape early, went for that Blade of the Rune King, and just had control. And you already mentioned the fact that those ganks weren't working. What do they do to change it? Do they have to try and get Froggen more involved in this game?
I think you need to put Froggen on, yeah, as you said, something where he can make more plays, possibly here in the mid game. Obviously, the heavy farmers in mid lane, Karthus and Nidalee, are very strong. Orianna is very strong in this patch, but still, the issue for them is the top lane at the moment. They are banning out Ryze and Jax, which is the two top lane picks which we see often played. One of them is the Ryze, which Wicked played in this playoff before, and he played it really well. And Aurelia has been banned away by Rocket, so it means for him he doesn't have anything to fall back on. Because if he takes the Renekton, it's the risky thing where he's gonna get outscaled. If he picks the likes of Shyvana, then we have seen Rocket before punish teams for picking late game comps and just destroy them early game.
Well, we'll see how it works out for them. For now, we're going to head over to Shox and Youngbuck, who are standing by to talk more about that game.
Thank you very much, D-Man. We are going to talk a lot about that top lane matchup, but let's start by taking a step back and looking at the team comps in general. Alliance coming out with a comp that said, we don't want to fight, and on the other hand, we do want to fight, we want to throw our combo on. What did you make of the two comps?
Well, Alliance pretty much told Rocket that they wanted to poke and not team fight at all with the Nidalee, the Lee Sin and the Karma. Nidalee throws out the spears and has the sustain for the sieging, while Karma and Lee Sin have very good disengage if Leona does decide to go in. However, when Rocket does get one kill, or they burst a champion down with the Leona ult or a catch, that's when the team fight is over and Rocket has free roam over the map.
Yeah, what do we make of the early game as well? We usually see a lot going on, then here, no lane swaps, nothing. And it could have actually been quite beneficial for Rocket if they did.
Yeah, when I looked at Champion Select, I was a bit scared of Rocket because Renekton is a lot stronger than Trundle early on, and also Karma and Caitlyn beat the Leona Lucian early on. Fortunately for Rocket, the level 1 catch on taps was pretty beneficial to them. Otherwise, I think that might have been a lot more pressure on the early game. And I also think that it translated into the jungle pressure. Lee Sin didn't have much to gank because there he had winning lanes, and the only thing he could gank was mid lane, but that's in Italy. There's not much kill potential before level 6. So what Shook did, and it was very good of him, he just tried to have dragon control, have a ward there all the time, and just try to farm up.
That's indeed what he did. Let's focus our attention to the top lane, as we talked about it a lot as well. Renekton versus Trundle, and Wicked just saying, I'm going to go full damage. I'm going to go for that Blade of the Ruined King. A last whisper, what was the game plan for you when you saw that build coming out from Wicked?
Yeah, it was quite an interesting build, and it just signaled that they wanted to keep split pushing as long as possible and draw attention from the jungler and mid laner to the top lane. He did a pretty good job. I also really like that he warded deep and had vision, so he couldn't get caught that much. But eventually the wards ran out, Elise came top a few times, and the Trundle outscaled. And then you're in a position where one top laner has a teleport and the other one has exhaust, and then you just get outsplit pushed.
Yeah, do you identify that as the main thing that was the problem here for Alliance? The fact that that plan didn't work and Trundle could just always come in while Renekton was anywhere else?
Overall, I think that Renekton put a lot of pressure, but there wasn't much that they benefited from it. He could have taken red buffs a lot more often or have more invades, maybe more dives, or they could have made more plays in the mid lane or in the bot lane. However, Rocket's composition also was really good against that because they had the 6 that could wave clear. So even though when Elise was top lane, there wasn't much to take. There wasn't really a tower to take. Dragon fights were pretty hard because you don't want to end up in a team fight.
Yeah, very solid play from Rocket all around. Also proving that even if you ban out that Thresh and that Jax, they can find some new picks and they can make it work. So from the side of Alliance, if you'd had to change a couple of picks, what would be something they really need? Is it a champion that can engage heavier? Is it something else that Froggen should go, as the casters pointed out?
Overall, I think the composition was quite good. I think that Renekton might still be a contested pick, but Wicked needs to think of maybe running a champion that has teleport and scales better than Zaxxas.
So do you think Alliance can bring it back, or will Rocket just play the same game over again?
Alliance still has a chance. It's really close.
All right, thank you very much. We'll head back to base to top off our mana, and when we return, it will be time for the second match between Rocket and Alliance. We'll be right back.
Got away. A good kick, but it doesn't knock the entire team up. Now they dive towards Nip, and here comes Zazas from the side. Shook is very, very low. It's going to be Tabshul if they focus. No flashing from Zazas. He can tank that turret all day long. It's a whitewash for Rocket. 3 kills and a turret.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the second game between Roccat and Alliance, and Roccat can take third place with one more win here, although Alliance will be doing everything they can to keep that from happening. Let's talk about that game. Let's break it down, because Roccat, well, they built a comp that meant hard engage and fighting, while Alliance wanted to poke and prod, and the moment that poke and prod falls behind, it is danger signs.
Yeah, I mean, when you don't bring any engage, and once you actually fall behind, so you're not strong enough to just group up and go towards the enemy turrets, because there's a risk of them going towards you and winning the fight, you don't really have any options, and that's what we saw from Alliance side. As soon as we hit the 30-35 minute mark, they fell behind, ran out of ideas, and they tried to defend. They tried to land some spears from Froggen to try and set something up, but Roccat did a very good job also dodging around the spears.
One other area that we didn't touch on after that last game was the bottom lane, because actually what happened was we expected that Leona, Lucian lane to fall behind to the heavy poke of Karma early on, but they kept it very, very even.
Yeah, so the early start, of course, with catching out the taps meant a lot. And now, though, it simply also meant they could keep up and farm early.
So here we go, picks and bans are getting underway. Aurelia and Jax immediately removed from the game, no doubt about it, focusing those top lane. There goes the Kazakhs. It was a heavy focus for many teams yesterday as their first pick, and Rise will also fall to the wayside.
And this is so smart by Roccat. They don't need to change their bans at all here, because again, Elise has been the favorite jungler for Jankos, so banning away two of the junglers for Shook here, and they can just then take Elise or Lee Sin, whatever is left open. Very, very smart for them to ban the same champions, and it really showed how effective it was, because the Lee Sin from Shook didn't really have any impact, especially not as much impact as he wanted to have.
I wonder if they're going to ban out the Thresh here as their final ban. Alliance actually, no, they're going to go for Leona, so that leaves the Thresh open for Roccat. Question is, do they prioritize it as first pick?
They can do it again, because two junglers, the same ones as last game, are both open. More junglers like Nocturne could be an option. Udyr, Xing Zhao, there's so many choices here, so they can just take the Thresh away. Alliance seems to just want to put them in the situation where decide, do we take a jungler, do we take the support here? Had they locked in Elise, of course, Nif could have picked up the Thresh.
It's interesting. I mean, they're obviously thinking, okay, let's try and do the same again, it seems here. Take away the Leona, that clearly interrupted our poke comp, and they are sticking with the same champions. Roccat themselves, they're going to react. Looks like it may be a Jinx coming out this time. Elise was locked in once again for Jankos, so it played so well last time around.
So same plan as you just said, without the hard engage, unless we see something different now in Vander. You could even lock in a Annie or a Zona to get some engage here, so you can start the fights if you want to try and do the same thing as before. Though, very standard picks from Roccat. We've seen the Jinx from Silver, and Roccat as a team do such a good job protecting him when he's playing this Jinx, so it works out really well for him in every single team fight.
Yeah, this is a three that they, core three that they've had all the way through playoffs, except Thresh, of course, he was banned out a couple of times. But if you look back to the Gambit games, Elise both games, Jinx both games, Thresh both games. So certainly going to be comfortable with these ones. What are Alliance going to be going on to this time around? Shook, of course, playing himself that Lee Sin. Didn't really get in there a lot of the time. Kind of struggled, in my opinion, to have the control that Alliance needed of him.
And I just realized I talked about Vander picking up Zona or Annie when he already locked in the Thresh, of course, so that was pretty stupid. Anyhow, he needs to land the hook now.
Realize your own mistake.
Yeah, I was like sitting thinking to myself, what support are they gonna pick here? Oh, never mind. Anyhow, though, on Alliance side, even more now disengage and kite with the Morgana being locked in. So still, here's the difference though between the setup from last game. Nocturne, it's a lot better engaged than Elise Sin here. It's a lot more safe engaged because you just pop your ultimate, fly into the face of the enemy. Can even get black shielded by Morgana here, so he won't even get CC'd, and he can get his fear off to a target, and then the rest of Alliance can just pile onto them.
Well, we'll see how it works out for him. We have seen Nocturne already. Cyanide played it, I believe, the other day as well. He's really been a fairly hit and miss champion so far. Has come into his own in 4.5, but hasn't seen too much usage so far. Xin Zhao was also out there as well. Lee Sin, of course, was used by Shook in the last match up. It does seem that Zazas is going to fall back to Tronda once again. He did work out well against Wicked. He didn't really have too many problems. He fell behind in CS, but overall, it seemed fine. And, well, now we see Nidalee in the hands of Overpower.
So, both these teams now actually switching around the tactic and taking the other teams, because we now got their engage on the side of Alliance here, where the engage on Rocket is you need to land a hook, or you need to land a cocoon. Otherwise, you won't start a fight. Alliance will be able to just back off every single time. So now then, with the Nocturne from their side, they can actually start the fights. Of course, top lane is going to be the same deal here. If we get the one-on-one, Renekton in the start, Trundle in the late game, Youngbuck talked about it. So we need to see how Alliance will handle this. If they want to be more aggressive early on, if they, especially with Nocturne as well, you can set up a lot of ganks. And if there's a Fizz or a TF from Froggen, he can then join in and beat his like kill squad walking around.
And I'm trying to think back to last season, how much Froggen actually played Twisted Fate. Pretty much everyone in the mid lane was playing Twisted Fate.
He even backdoored Peke.
Yeah, that's true. That did in fact happen. He's switching around there last second. In the end though, it is going to be Fizz locked in here for Alliance. Of course, he did make an appearance in their semi-final game, Game 3 against Fnatic.
Against Nidalee.
Yeah. Against Nidalee, yeah.
It's, so when Nidalee is this popular here, there will be some counter picks. Fizz is one of them. He can deal really well with her in lane, and also the kill potential from Fizz. Always be able to jump onto Nidalee and try and set something up here. So it's a very standard counter pick to Nidalee, and let's see how Froggen can actually handle this. We need to remember again, with Nocturne at level 6, he can join in with him. They can set up some very deadly ganks in the mid lane, where it's very hard for Jankos to actually come in and counter gank it, because there's no vision.
We'll see how this one works out. Last time Alliance, of course, picked a similar team comp. It didn't work out for them, but they have some differences. The Black Shield up against the Thresh Choke. Vander on his key champion. Celiva falling back to that Jinx. This all worked very well for them against SK.
Yeah, and it's such a good setup because, yeah, Jinx, you don't have any jumps, but now you got the Lantern from Thresh here. You got the help from him to actually stand there and hit the turrets and get out, or in general just in the laning phase to avoid the ganks here. You can take the Lantern, get to safety. So it's a very good combination between these two champions.
And we saw that 1-3-1 split push the entire time from them. It was that 3-champion kill squad as well for Roccat. You know, land the hook, throw the chompers down, and then the cocoon comes in afterwards with the box if you really need it by then. You can't get away from it. You can't move.
No, it's such a strong combination between these champions because, again, pull them into the chompers, and from there on and out, you're just going to be CC'd for such a long time. With Jankos, it's impossible to miss a cocoon then if the target's been locked for such a long time.
We'll see if it can be that strong again this time around.
I mean, they're falling back to what worked for them, what got them at the top of the table early on in the season, that 1-3-1 split. You're going to have, like you say, Xaxus on his own, Nidalee probably be on his own, while the rest of the team continue to just push in there. But of course, now they've got the added advantage that Overpower on Nidalee could join the rest of the team as and when he needs to.
Yeah, so that's actually also the issue for Rocket, because Fizz in late game, there's very few champions in the game who can actually deal with him 1v1 in a split push. So we can see Wicked in the start trying to shut down Xaxus, and then later on, whenever Xaxus becomes too strong, they can swap it around so Froggen goes up there and he will be able to duel Xaxus, especially because he should be building for armor early on to deal with Wicked. It means less MR, easier for Froggen to go up and kill him, and then Froggen and Alliance will actually win the split push. And then, of course, with a Nocturne who can join in around the lanes here so quickly. So very scary split push combination here from Alliance, and then a split push comp, of course. And they can actually go 1-3-1 as long as they do well in the early game.
Well, we're going to find out here into game number 2. Roccat 1-0 up. Don't forget, this one is a best of 3 to decide the third place game. So Roccat only needed now the one more. Alliance need 2 in a row, but they've done it before, let's not forget already, in the quarterfinal of playoffs, where they lost the first game to the Copenhagen Wolves and then came out to win 2 in a row. Let's see if Alliance, or Roccat for that matter, go for anything interesting here at level 1. We can see that 3 men are on the bottom side of the map for Alliance, Fizz and Renekton on the top side. Both Vander and Celiva are actually headed up towards the blue here, so looks like we're going to be seeing a swap.
So swapping around here, very, very smart, because again, Trundle is weaker in the start. Get him in the lane swap now, get him some levels, and then he can join up later on against Wicked.
Xaxus going to face check in on towards Wicked. Wicked will put some damage down. The rest of Roccat will join him. And this is a late invade onto that red. And the Alliance doing exactly the same. They're going to see Jankos down there. So the jungler out of position. Is going to be a red buff stolen away. Shook is with the jungler this time. He's going to be the man. He's with the jungler. He's with himself is what he is. Taking away that red buff. The red buff will be stolen away. That means Jankos is actually only going to get 1 buff.
Well, no, because Jankos is moving towards the red buff up here.
Yeah, they backed on it.
Which, of course, Wicked need to back away. It means, however, though, he's going to be delayed because Shook is already moving for his blue buff. Jankos didn't even get the first buff yet.
Wicked showing himself here, actually not going to get involved. This is potentially a 4-man stack in the top wave. And at the moment, I think that's where Wicked's going. He's heading on down south. I think they're thinking we need to do the same thing here.
They've got to, surely. I mean, if they start to push in their Roccat have been the team that, for me, have hesitated more than any other team when it comes to these swaps and fast pushes. We can actually see, though, that Roccat have just Vander and Celiver on the top side, and the rest of them seem to have moved around to middle. As we get a little pause, seems to be problem with Vander.
So what the Alliance is doing here is actually moving Wicked all the way down to the bottom lane so it can do this 4-man push, because Shug is moving from the blue buff as well. Obviously, it's a little bit delayed because Wicked needs to move all the way from top, but he's going to join in there. And if Xaxus doesn't do the same thing, then the tower push is, of course, in favor of Alliance, because also with the bottom lane turret taking more damage than the top lane turret.
Well, at the moment, of course, they didn't have vision. We are just having a client restart for Vander. You hear the noise of him reconnecting. They're just waiting for the admins to give the all clear. Both teams, of course, need to be ready to unpause and make sure they can get the game back underway, which is exactly what they're doing right now. Vander has played some magnificent Thresh throughout this season. We'll be able to see if he can land hook after hook, of course. He did get himself some of those LCS big plays. We saw them at the start of the show. If you missed them, well, tough, simply. You should have been there.
To be fair, he got like 3 or 4 LCS big plays
all in
one go. So he did, that's how well he did with the Thresh.
Well, just go rewatch the game. Like, every single time he had the chance to land a hook, he did. And set up kills for Rocket. That's also one of the reasons they won. And if you can do the same here, combine that with Elise, with, of course, Jinx, as we talked about, staying with him, kill after kill after kill.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting back into the game. Game 2, Roccat versus Alliance. Roccat pushing the top turret, and Alliance, they kind of need to be doing the same. They were holding the lane for a while, though. They're not pushing too hard.
So Jankos, because he was so delayed, he's actually moving towards his blue buffs. He won't be able to join up here at the same time as Shug. Shug is down the bottom lane, 4 members. Alliance are going to win this lane swap so hard. They can just push so fast now.
That bottom turret, of course, weaker in the early stages up until 8 minutes, and that is going to be a first one going over towards Alliance. The question is now, how fast can Roccat push back on the other side of the map, and how far are Alliance going to try and go for this one? It is now 4 in the top lane for Roccat, so 4 men in the top, 4 men in the bottom. Mid lane, Froggen is actually going aggressive onto Overpower as well.
So one thing we need to remember, though, is that Jinx is very strong at pushing turrets. Elise is very strong at pushing turrets here. So in that case, Roccat can actually try and catch up here. But they are already recalling in the top lane with Xaxus. So he's going to go down here to the bottom lane to make sure they don't lose 3 turrets.
We'll see if that's what the case is. There's going to be the second one of the game, and you can see Roccat have only just started on that inner turret. They don't have enough minions in this wave to take you down this time around. Meanwhile, 4 members of Alliance come in there. Xaxus has got to be careful. He's only level 2. There is 4 members of Alliance very close by. Jankos joins them, so 2 members go defensive, and Alliance do step away from the turret.
That leaves them 4 versus 2, obviously taking some damage in there. Celiver and Vander still trying their best to get this one on through. It's at less than half HP. Actual recoil is coming in now from Wicked, so he's going to be the one that heads straight out onto this top lane. But will it be too late to save this second tier turret? I believe it will be. That one's going to go down with this minion wave.
Yeah, so Roccat will get this turret down here. Just trading turret for turret. Could have been a lot worse, but whoa, Shug gone very aggressive onto Jankos.
Diving towards him, gets a lot of damage down on towards him. That Feely's been enough. If Froggen can get close enough, they may well get the execute on towards him. Gets the heal off, though, from Overpower, and that does push him, bully him out of that jungle. He comes back in. Froggen goes deep. There's first blood. Flash for it with the Ignite. Not sure if the flash was needed, but he just plowed back in. Why did Jankos go back to that push?
I've absolutely no idea why Jankos went back. Froggen, he went moved from the mid lane long ago. They would have known he was there. He's giving up double buff to Fizz early game. It couldn't be more perfect for Alliance.
And I think just wanted to get his ward down there inside of the brush, but they pounced before they could really do anything. As Froggen actually going to get exhausted here. That's some good damage back from Overpower. But that summoner spell's been burnt left, right, and center in that mid lane. Only the flash left for Overpower. In the top, the turret did, of course, go down, and Wicked has now gone up there to have himself this minion wave away. If we look at the CS, actually, between those solo lanes, 18 to 6 CS for Xaxus over Wicked.
Well, we're seeing whether Froggen, I was wondering whether Nif was actually going to go piling in there. Had got flash available, could have gone to Overpower there. Hasn't got his Cougar form just yet, so wouldn't have been able to pounce away, would have forced that flash away from him. As it is, Nifty's going to rotate on down towards the bottom. Tabs had stuck around the entirety of that bottom lane. They're actually very even in farm. We are going to see Silver probably heading that one because he's already in the wave, whereas it is a very similar build towards him. But look at this, Shook already got the Feral Flare 6 minutes in the game.
Very early Wriggles
not the
for him,
Flare,
yeah.
the Wriggles,
of course,
he's
needs
building
to
into
stack
the
it
Feral
off,
Flare,
but still,
yes.
getting this early attack speed, attack damage here, so his jungle clear is going to be very, very fast, and he's going to be able to farm up towards the Feral Flare in no time here, so very, very strong start everywhere around here for Alliance.
Rocket are pushing this bottom turret out though. Shook, in fact, will be coming across, will take the white on his way down to that lane, and now Rocket actually backing off, and look at this, mid lane is going to be coming down. Jungler is there as well. This is going to be a 6 minute 50 dragon attempt for Rocket.
Risky play. They're all caught in towards that pit. Can Alliance react quick enough? Froggen's a long way away from this one. They've only taken half the damage off the dragon so far. Remember, nobody really has ultimates on this one. Rocket will secure themselves the first dragon of the game in 7 minutes.
And a very, very smart move because Wicked is freezing the top lane here, so they knew he would never be able to join in. Again, decided to bring the exhaust, so no teleport for him. It was actually one thing Youngbuck pointed out here after the game, that Wicked should be playing a champion with a teleport, so he can provide some more map pressure and also do a better job late game in the split push. But that's of course where Alliance this time around is saying Wicked is not going to be split pushing late, at least not fighting anyone. We're going to have Froggen do it instead.
Interesting if Wicked actually changes his build this time around as well. Froggen actually is already putting down some damage onto that middle turret. Overpower went back to collect up his Fiendish Codex and that Chalice as well. Going to give him a bit more spam ability in that mid lane. On the other side, Sheen already picked up there for Froggen as well, which that first blood certainly will have helped towards.
Yeah, we need to see how Froggen decides to build here, because with the Lich Bane nerfs, of course, the AP ratio has gone down 0.25. And also it scales now from your AD. So you need a few levels before it really does the same thing as the old Lich Bane with the AD base thing. I believe it's like 67 AD you need to do the same as the old Lich Bane. So we need to see if he decides to go straight for it. Actually, they're going very aggressive.
Straight in, double ultimates used, overpower on towards the tower, but he's going to go down. The Ignite being run, it will be enough, but now Froggen's in trouble. You can see Vander coming around there. Jankos will sink his teeth in. Froggen flashes away. Will Vander land one of those legendary hooks? He doesn't need to. The flay was enough, and then Salavar comes in for cleanup duty.
This should mean the turret as well. Only Nif is there to try to defend. Both side lanes are getting pushed by Alliance though, but there's a long way for them down to the turrets of Rocket.
Very, very well done there by Rocket, turning out that kill, or turning around that kill and getting themselves 2 in the end. And we thought that Vano was going to throw out the hook, actually just got in range of the flay for a bit more safer CC on that side of things. And that'll be 3-2 in turrets with the first dragon going to Rocket, and we are now tied in kills here as well. Obviously that bomb lane just pushing out a bit far there. Overpower just coming out of the base and realizes that he has to get in there and clear that one out. Xaxus will also get back into the top lane. And remember back what I was saying, that Xaxus had a very early CS lead over Wicked. That has completely flipped now. It's almost double the lead for Wicked after he spent all that time freezing out the lane.
Yeah, exactly. He was freezing the lane. It meant Xaxus moved with his team instead, got the mid turret, got the dragon of course, so got more for the team. But Wicked is ahead in gold and seems to be building the Cutlass again, so he will go for the same kind of build where he's going to be strong in the 1v1s, at least up to the 30-35 minute mark. So same kind of idea with the split pushing. And Froggen, a bit like we were about to talk about before the whole engage happened, with completing the Lich Bane as first item is actually very rare now, so it seems he want to go for something else and then go Lich Bane later on.
Yeah, and because of the global objectives gained by Rocket, Xaxus is actually ahead in gold. We just saw him heading past there, despite the fact he was behind in CS. Of course, he's getting himself a giant minion wave now, but he's got that assist, he's got them 3 towers, and of course the dragon. It is keeping him in there, so despite Wicked doing all the hard work, keeping that lane frozen, tanking those minions, and a ward goes down, ladies and gentlemen. I think that's almost tribute to Gambit and Copenhagen Wolves yesterday. If anyone was involved in that match, they will be well aware of that situation. This bottom lane, Alliance are sticking to it. They continue farming down, and Tabs has been very, very deep on it, farming out for a long period of time. And which is why you see Nif. He's trying to get some vision control, which is why we're seeing these wards being beaten over. Tabs is a little bit out of position here.
He needs to be very, very careful here. One Cocoon from Yanks. There we go.
Wow, Flash in there. Super Mega Death Rocket comes around as well. Here comes Vander. Can he land the hook? Will he need to land the hook? Flash is available for Tabs. There is a repel. He's used the Flash. Vander flashes. The hook misses, but the spear comes around. Another Cocoon lands, and Tabs will go down. Overpower gifted the kill.
So Tabs here was so far up in the lane. That's why Nif was warding in the jungle here to try and spot Rocket from ganking him. But they were already down there. They were already going towards him. And Alliance not able to push anything else because the top lane was pushed all the way into their area. So it meant that Satsu could just go to the mid lane and defend when Froggen tried to push the turret.
And that gave 3 assists and a kill across to Rocket. Despite the fact he dodged so well on all those skill shots, when there's that many all coming in towards you, there's only so many you can get out the way of. Bottom turret is now the focus for Roccat. It is the weaker of the turrets, and of course that almost certainly will be where Sullivan wants to get that minigun railing off towards. But as it is, we're seeing Froggen heading up towards Xaxus in the top lane.
Xaxus, he's full HP, ultimate is ready, so this dive could be a little bit risky, but they should have enough damage.
He's gonna go putting that
Never
ultimate
mind.
down, and well, enough damage, not really positively true on that one. Wicked took far too much damage from the turret. Yes, Subjugate, you could argue, a little bit wasted in that scenario, but he stayed safe and didn't give any more kills over. And now they may try and turn things around here. They're gonna go in for Froggen. The fish is gonna knock Jankos in the air, but Xaxus keeps going. Don't forget, there's no turret in there, and he just dodges out with a playful trickster away from that Cocoon, but Overpower comes in as well, and there is Vander. Froggen is trying to lead them on the Wild Goose Chase. Wait for the hook, goes wide though, and Froggen is still running. Super Mega Death Rocket, as it's been doing all week from Sullivan, coming in slightly too late, but they're going to go for Sullivan now. He's going to get leashed up, exhaust onto him as well, under the turret, finds himself safe, turns around, Shook's got no mana left, they're going to keep going. The spear flashes by, can Sullivan chase him down? There's no one on this bottom side of the map for Roccat. The zap doesn't quite connect, they don't have vision of him here, but Overpower's going to come jumping over the wall, spots Shook, is he going to go out to the spear here? No, he's going to keep chasing in. Pounces in, here comes Tabs as well. Tabs gets exhausted, and Overpower will walk away taking no damage.
And again here, Roccat is just roaming with multiple members around the entire map. Dragon is now the target. Alliance won't be able to contest this one. So Roccat, simply because Alliance is not able to push anywhere, I mean, yes, Tabs, he's pushing down the bottom lane, but there's no turrets for him all before he gets all the way down to the base. So it's so easy for Roccat to just say, we can roam away from here. 4 members. It was Vander who walked from bot lane all the way up to top lane to help them kill Froggen up there. And there's no response from Alliance. They're not pushing anywhere. They can't push anywhere.
Yeah, they just are left floundering right now at the moment. Roccat have the rotations, have the skills, the ability to keep chasing, keep hounding any member around there. And the moment Alliance tries to create a play, Roccat are there to react, but they're there in numbers. They are there in 4, 5 players, all pushing in there. And we saw Sullivan got caught out. It was actually Xaxus that were diving on the top lane, and both of them got countered and picked up a kill for Roccat. So fantastic stuff. They're now 5-2 up, and they have that turret advantage as well as a gold advantage. It's only 1,000 gold advantage though, despite what has happened, and Roccat seemingly in full charge so far.
Yeah, it might only be 1,000 gold now, but remember, Nidalee is on the side of Roccat here. Once you fall behind to a Nidalee, I know she can be weak if you're behind yourself, but once you fall behind to her, it's just the same deal. Push up to your turrets and just land spear after spear after spear. So it could be a big issue for Alliance if Overpower gets up here and really starts landing the spears early on.
Well, that's what we're going to see here possibly now as that minion wave does start to move in. Overpower hanging around over on the side, and that push going to be coming up now on towards the turret. Once these minions are gone, Froggen might need to just back away from things. There was the first spear, just dodged by Froggen. That turret going to be shredded to pieces. Shook is there, but honestly, he can't do anything about that one. That's another turret here for Roccat.
And you know, something we really haven't touched on is the fact that Alliance are pretty much all melee apart from Tabs. Tabs is the only man who can keep that wave at bay. If Froggen wants to try and clear the wave, he's going to jump straight in towards Roccat. Roccat can siege it away, and the fact that they've already got this advantage, they're already making use of that power. You can see they're all rotating now down towards that bottom lane. It's going to be another turret. This will be the 5th of the game for Roccat.
And a bit like the last game where it was the same deal. You had Tabs as the wave clear, and then the rest of the team, they could try and help out, but they can never really fully clear wave as fast as you need to do if multiple members are pushing up towards you. So it means now, them being behind, there's the first spear we talked about, and now Rocket can just stay here, keep trying to land spears.
Yeah, they're going to use the Culling just to clear the wave. It will only be a matter of time though. Celevar wasn't even with the team. He's going to rotate around. The next minion wave is going to conga line its way up there. And I just don't think they can keep Rocket at bay.
They've got two dangers here, not just the spears coming through, but if a hook lands as well onto someone at the backside, Rocket can get in there with Zazas tanking stuff up. In the end, we see Alliance just can't hang on to it. That's another turret going down, and all of a sudden, 16 minutes into this game, Alliance finds 6 towers have gone down. They've only got their base remaining.
And we've seen so much roaming around from Rocket. You normally never see it so early in the game because you want to sit in your lane, you want to get XP, you want to get the gold or get the first few items. Instead, Rocket were like, you know, we're just going to take 4 members, go bot lane, kill Taps. Then we're going to take 4 members, go top lane, and kill Froggen, and extend our lead, get the first few turrets, and now just continue to siege up. Let's see if they want to keep pushing up towards the lane, because remember, they need to go all the way into the base of Alliance now, so there's a big area here where Alliance can chase them if they get a good fight onto them, or they want to try and set up some picks, maybe even set up an early Baron here with the Trundle, with Elise and with Jinx.
In the moment they are doing everything, playing by the numbers. The only 2 towers they lost was that early split push from Alliance, or fast push, or I don't even know what word you want to use for it. Basically they just piled on down that bottom lane with 4 members. I'm sure there is a word out there that everybody likes to use, but at the moment it's just simply taking towers down.
Taking the towers down, the lanes up. And actually, because they recalled up in top here, they got down and only traded 2 turrets for 2 turrets. Yes, there was a few hits from Alliance onto that tower, and Wicked got a lot of farm once he got back up in the lane. But simply then, Rocket said, we don't care about Wicked free farming top or freezing the top lane. We just take objectives, take the dragon. And as you mentioned yourself earlier, once Zazas came up there and took a wave, he was actually ahead in gold.
And I want to talk about this, the fact that Wicked was freezing that lane, because I remember this came up quite a lot during the World Finals. You know, the European teams were doing it. I distinctly remember Gambit doing it. Edward and Genja were freezing the lane. It was Voidal, sorry, and Genja that were freezing that bottom lane. It wasn't Voidal, was it? They changed him just before World.
No, it was Voidal.
It was Voidal.
It was Voidal. I'm trying to cast my mind back.
It was Darker first.
But the difference was, what I wanted to get down to is if this gank goes off, actually. Let's just wait for this gank first. They're going to run towards Zazas. Zazas is tanky, though, and you can see Shook. He's taking all the damage. Overpower pounces on towards him. Now Froggen's in trouble. He's going to have Plateful Trickster away from this one, but he's going to get chased on him. Pounced on. Overpower Goon. All of the damage trying to chase on towards him. He's going to try and turn it back around, but there's just not enough damage, and that was another double kill picked up. They went for the tankiest member. It was an easy target. So, it's going to be a Baron started off here by Rocket. Back to my point. Why did Wicked not push that lane? Why did he choose to not pressure that top turret? Because he didn't apply pressure. Rocket were allowed to just push all of the other objectives around the map. They just ganged up, they've got the dragon, they got the mid turret, all because he was just sat in that top lane.
So first of all, he didn't bring a teleport, which means as soon as, even if he fast pushes the lane up here, it's actually going very aggressive onto Celevar.
Flashing in there for that one, but he takes a lantern into the Baron pit. They're going to try and steal, but it's Rocket, they get the Baron, and now they turn around on towards Wicked. The box is down. Vanda going to get exhausted, but Wicked with only the Blade of the Rune King can't get away. Overpower will pick off Nif as well, and that's 2 men down for 25 to 30 seconds. They can push here towards the inhibs.
Okay, trying to go again. Back to the point though. No, Evan, skip it for now. Rocket setting up the early Baron after they got 2 kills up in the top lane here. Alliance had to try and stop it. Couldn't do anything. The hook came in.
Oh, there's one of those hooks. Make yourself a highlight reel, because Vanda has been living it the whole spring split season long. 10-2 in kills. First inhibitor going down. We're not even in the 20-minute mark, ladies and gentlemen. Alliance can't even surrender if they wanted to, because those inhibitors are falling, and Rocket are in complete control over Alliance here.
Froggen needs to be careful. He's way behind the enemy lines.
Yeah, he's going to get chased here for quite a while, and dodging the spear is something that he can do pretty well. Just juking off to the side. This is going to be a cat and mouse as he actually throws the ulti down there. Lantern is going to be thrown in as the flay comes down as well. The hook, point blank, he's hit a lot harder ones, that's for sure. The playoffs as Froggen.
Oh, no!
And he fails to jump over the wall. Meanwhile, Shook trying to recall in the enemy jungle. I'm afraid for him that he's not going to be able to get away. Cocoon will land. Xaxus will come around and wait for that pillar to come in. Shook doesn't really care right now. The subjugate actually going down. The pillar comes in the end. Jankos just stopped to have a bit of a chat with his teammates, I think, there along the way. And that fear isn't going to proc off before the kill comes in. However, Overpow is Nidalee. And he walks away, as Nidalee does.
Yep. A lot of chasing around.
Oh, the chat. They were saying, let me escape, please, please. Xaxus is like, nope, you banned my Jax. I'm not letting you escape this one. Straightforward. Roccat playing this one out for the win. Of course, it would take them 2-0 and make them finish third place, which is a fantastic showing for a team that only just got promoted, of course, during the spring promotion tournament.
And a team that through the entire season, I mean, they started out so well. Everyone was talking about, whoa, this new Polish team coming in here, they're so strong. The teamwork, like the new picks they brought also to the table. They were one of the first teams to play Pantheon jungle, for instance. The Mordekaiser mid for Overpower. So from the start, they really showed what a strong team they were. They had some issues during the season where teams started to adapt to the tactics and ban out some key things, but they've really come back strong.
I like that they're not scared of experimenting. I mean, Overpower brought out Akali in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Like, that just shows you that they are not scared to go for something that they think's right and may not quite be the norm at this stage. We see that Wicked, he is pretty far behind at this stage. Blade of the Ruin King went in there first, all well and good, but we saw there at the Baron that he can't survive, and there's a spear onto Taps.
Talking about normal, we have a Wit's End onto Jankos on Elise here, so...
Pretty normal.
Yeah, very normal.
Heavy hit after heavy hit, I think, is the explanation for that one. There's Chum the Waters being used out. Froggen trying to escape, but he's got the damage. Jankos manages to finish him off with the last little tick of poison.
All due to the Wit's End, of course.
Could possibly be. They're going to go for another Inim turret here. They're actually trying to fight off the super minions, our alliance here, that are pushing up inside of their base. They're going to lose this Inim turret, though. That Baron buff is still on. And look at Xaxus. He's chomping down on the top side of the map as well. This could very well be 3 inhibitors going down. Roccat so far ahead at this stage in the game.
23 minutes gone in this game, and it looks to be all over for Alliance. It's been a fantastic season for them. They were a new team at the start of the season, of course, having exchanged from the Evil Geniuses into the Alliance, and of course changing 3 members on the way. They have tried to perform as best of their ability. They're trying to defend out this turret, but it's going to be all too easy. Selavar gets excited and starts running around, zapping everyone in his wake. That speed boost it gives you. It's the game for Roccat, ladies and gentlemen. They will take 3rd place in the spring split.
Very, very well played by Roccat in both games, actually. In the end, you know, they really just dominated Alliance.
Not even close, I think we can say. Game 2, 17-2, it finished in kills. There was a 16,000 gold lead, 11-2 in turrets. Let's put that into perspective here. That's 2 turrets that Alliance got within the first few minutes after they went for those 4-man pushes down the bottom, and Roccat pushing in the top side.
Yeah, and as soon as they swapped around with Wicked, going up to the top lane, going back to your point here. First of all, when you don't bring the teleport onto the Renekton, and he goes up to top lane, it's obviously a very free dragon for Roccat. And nothing Alliance could do to stop it with 5 members from Roccat. At the same time, as you just pointed out yourself, if he had fast pushed the lane, he would have denied a lot of CS from Xaxus, at least forced Xaxus to think, should I stay and do this dragon, or do I have to go up to top lane instantly now? I'm going to lose all this CS here. He could have tried to deny him some of this CS, forced him away from the team, so Alliance with the 4 members could have gone in, possibly even trying to stop the dragon. Because he didn't, because he was so slow, froze it all the way. Yes, he got a big CS lead, he got some experience lead, but not enough. And then with all the objective gold and with Xaxus coming up there, once the wave actually hit the turret, he didn't even fall behind towards Wicked.
And it's something that I bring up because it's every time we hear these teams that play the Korean teams, KTB, of course, back at Inside Extreme Masters, and then heading back to the World Championships. Everyone that scrimmed them, everyone that played them says, they create so much pressure on the map.
Never freeze the lane.
Because they don't freeze the lane.
Never freeze a lane. It's a very good rule saying you shouldn't freeze your lane, at least not all the way down at your own base, like we saw here with Wicked, because it's so easy for the other team to make plays around the map here. And it's something, especially also, Korean teams, Chinese teams are so good at they punish you. If you set 1 member there, because they know he's going to stay there for the next possibly like 5 minutes just to try and freeze his lane. So they make plays everywhere else. And it just puts you in a disadvantage. unless you bring a teleport.
Yeah.
And then you can actually join in.
That was exactly my point there. You can do that. You can get away with that if you've got the teleport to actually join your team when the objective's in the mid lane, in the dragon, when your team's losing kills at that dragon. You can't be sat on the steps of your own base freezing a lane.
And I want to talk about Alliance as well, because obviously this is a team that Froggen has created to win. And let's face it, they finished in the exact same position that Evil Genius did in the spring and the summer, 4th place.
Yeah.
That's what, actually they got 3rd place in the spring last year, and they finished 4th place last year. They didn't quite make it to Worlds. So what has changed and what needs to change in this Alliance team to take them that step further to get in towards Worlds in the summer split?
So I feel key members, especially when you look at Sugar and Wicked, need bigger champion pools. They need some more, like you saw Shuk here, for instance. Kha'Zix and everything banned away. His Lee Sin performance outshined by Jankos on Elise. His Nocturne performance, we don't really need to talk too much about it. Like, it didn't work for him. Whenever he tried to do something, again, turned around by Jankos or turned around by Yokat. That's a mix of Jankos and Rocket, by the way. Anyhow, turned around by them. He didn't really have any answer as soon as the 2 junglers were banned away from him. Wicked at the same time, with the Jax, with the Ryze, and everything being banned away. He would jump onto this with Nocturne, and he wouldn't bring a teleport, and he would focus on trying to win his lane by himself. But you don't create anything for the team, especially now when we have all this roaming around the map and with teleports around the map.
So in the same vein, what have Roccat got to do to go that step further, to reach the finals? They've got themselves 3rd place this year, a very good start for their first spring LCS. What do they do to move that step further? Because they had a very good showing against SK.
So I actually think that the overall level in the LCS has gone up.
Yes.
This time around.
Absolutely.
I mean,
It should.
You look at the Copenhagen Wolves, who themselves, if you look at their mid-season record, they were absolutely amazing. I mean, they came into these playoffs, and it's not, you can't say that they played terribly or anything like that. You've got Roccat, who come into this brand new to the LCS, end up finishing in 3rd place. I think that whilst Alliance is a team built to win, I think you don't build that kind of chemistry overnight. Look at the teams that have gone that far now. They're teams like SK who have also had a bit of help with the whole sports psychologists and living together hardcore and making sure that they get this synergy up there. They'll say themselves, we're not a team of superstars. We were built on synergy here, not on our individual skills. So I think there's still a lot to come from a lot of these teams that time will be the provider of.
And also, as you just mentioned, help outside the game. I mean, have someone to help you mentally, have an analyst, have a coach, you know. Make sure you always study all the other regions about everything they do. Find out these tactics. For instance, notice the tactic of if you freeze a lane, what's going to happen elsewhere. That's something you can learn, again, by watching other regions, by having this analyst to help you out. And the more you work with coaches, with analysts, the stronger a team you'll, of course, be. And that's one thing SK Gaming is doing really well. They have both a coach, the sports psychologist, everything. That's a hard word, by the way, when you're Danish.
Yeah, we'll see how that works out for SK Fnatic, of course, because they're going to be playing next. For now, though, we want to hear what Roccat has to say.
Yeah, Roccat. It's the new thing, man.
Rockat's the name. It is Jankos with Roccat, so let's hear from Roccat, who's standing by with Shox and Vander.
Thanks very much, Demon. And to be honest, Roccat, it works because Jankos, the influence you bring with Elise to the team is just incredible. Are you not surprised that it doesn't get banned out, actually?
I don't know. We thought that they're going to pick it or ban it in the second game, but they didn't. So it's actually like 100% win rate in the playoffs in our team, the allies pick. So I'm pretty happy that they didn't do it.
You're absolutely lethal, Honor. The junglers that you faced with Elise, is there one that you thought this was actually a little bit harder than all of the others to play against with Elise, or does she just always do better for you personally?
I wouldn't say so. Usually when we pick Elise, we just won the game pretty easy. So no, there was no like harder matchup for me.
What about you in these two matchups, Vander? Because your Thresh banned out as it was yesterday. You kind of have to reconvene and think, ooh, what can we play? You went for the Leona. How did that game go for you?
Yeah, so I played Leona once before in the LCS. I trained this champion a lot. I think I can still learn to play a bit better with this champion, but I did pretty fine, I think. So yeah, like yesterday, there were many support bans in the match against SK, so it was a bit harder for me to pick like my most comfortable champ, but yeah, today it was fine, I think.
Well, do you take it as a compliment as it when they ban out this many supports that you like to play?
Yeah, it's like we pick Leona, we won, they ban it, so it's, yeah.
And then you get Thresh, of course, in your last game of the split. Tell us about that last game, the pick and ban strategy. The same top lane matchup, which I feel like went very much in favor of you guys again.
Yes, like I said, we thought that they are going to pick like Trundle and allies in their first rotations and trade it for Thresh. But they didn't, and they picked Renekton again and Lucian. So we just went for Trundle and allies because those are our comfortable picks. And we thought that those picks are better than the other ones.
So all in all, 3rd place here in the Spring Splits, and actually your very first season in the LCS. That is a great performance. Jankos, can you maybe guide me through the season a little bit from your perspective? Because we all know you started out so good and then had a little slump, but it must feel good to do very good here at the last weekend.
Yes. Firstly, we started very well this season. We were winning most games. We were first for like 3 weeks maybe. And then we had IEM Katowice, and we didn't play that much. Because of that, we were weaker. We started to lose more games, and now after we came back from the IEM, we started to practice as usual, exactly as at the start of the season, and we did it. We are third.
What about your season, Vander? Because, you know, it must feel really good to come onto the scene here first, split in the LCS and making quite an impression, even getting MVP 1 week.
Yeah, our goal was to stay for the next season, to be top 5, and we are even higher, top 3. We beat 2 really strong teams, Gambit and Alliance, both 2-0, so yeah, I'm really happy.
So what are the goals for next season for you guys? I mean, going by the last matches you played, higher than top 3?
I don't know yet. We will try to go towards, so top 3 at least. And what do you think, Vander?
What do you think, Vander? Good job.
Yeah, I agree.
You agree, all right. Guys, one final thing out of you guys. The predictions for our next game, the best of 5 between SK and Fnatic. Who do you think has the edge, Vander?
Well, so before the game, I would say Fnatic, but they won only 2-1 against Alliance, who didn't play that well today. So I think it will be 3-2 for either team.
Okay, Jankos?
I think it's going to be 3-2 for Fnatic.
All right. Going the full length, 5 games, that's what we want, of course. Congratulations once again on locking in that 3rd place, and we'll be seeing you guys in the summer split. We're going to take a very short break, but stay close because we're just moments away from the championship series between SK Gaming and Fnatic. With a trip to Paris and all of the bragging rights on the line, you won't want to miss it.
Oh, and actually going very aggressive on Celebar.
Flashing in there for that one, but he takes a lantern into the Baron pit. Nip going to try and steal, but it's Rocco that get the Baron, and now they turn around on towards Wicked. The box is down. Vander going to get exhausted, but Wicked with only the Blade of the Rune King can't get away. Overpower will pick off Nip as well.
Oh, there's one of those hooks. Make yourself a highlight reel, because Vander has been living it the whole Spring Split season long.
First place to me would mean a lot.
It would feel really good to be first in the spring split. It's my first split.
Being number 1 in the regular season is already securing us a spot in LCS for the next one, but for now it seems to be playoffs are going to determine whether you're remembered as number 1 of a split or not.
Winning the split would be really huge for us because that means we get to represent the EU in the All-Stars, and also if we win the split it's the 3rd time we have won it, and that would make us like the best EU team for the last like 1.5 years, and it's really big deal for us to get to represent the EU as the best.
Going to All-Stars is a big step up for everyone in the team to show their skill in an international level, and it feels like we're so close to doing it, so I don't see a reason why we should stop here.
If and when we do win, we are gonna go party hard, go crazy, and after that we are gonna practice hard for All-Stars.
I would probably text my family. It always is heartwarming to talk to the family because I don't meet them that much and I'm still only 17. So being away from the family is kind of tough at the same time.
Well, if we're gonna win, I think we all deserve a well-needed vacation. Not together, but everyone for himself. Get a little rest.
So yeah, I'm just gonna have a break and be ready for All-Stars, obviously.
I really love winning for our fans because they have stuck with us through the rough period, like when we were 0-8. Nobody was gonna think that we are gonna win the split, but if we do it now, we have shown everyone wrong.
It feels really good when you are reading all those comments, Fnatic sucks or stuff like this, or this team is not the best, and then you win it again. That's the best feeling, no? Because all that people don't say anything anymore.
At the start we were kind of one of the lower bracket teams, and now we've raised and become a stronger team in the end, so I feel like doing that might establish us more as a bigger name in Europe.
I think this season overall has made us a stronger team. We had a good period, and then a bad period, and then once again a good period. We have been in this losing time and we have learned how to get out of it pretty much, and it has strengthened us as a team.
Going to the match being first or second means we will be trying to establish ourselves as the first one in this season and give us the title that we deserve.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The entire spring split comes down to this series between SK Gaming and Fnatic. Whoever takes the best of 5 will be crowned the champion and will go on to represent Europe at the All-Stars Invitational in Paris, which will be kicking off on May 8th.
This is probably the most important El Clasico match that we've ever seen, as Fnatic, who won both Spring and Summer Split last year, tried to take yet another first-place finish. However, their season so far against SK has resulted in a 3-1 head-to-head record in SK's favor. And actually, they've not beaten SK since week 1 of the split during that 8-game winning streak.
And SK Gaming have managed to control Fnatic and their rotations in the past games. As we talked about yesterday, SK Gaming is the team in Europe with the best movements around the map and quick decisions, which they've been using against Fnatic to shut down Source in all the past matches. Source, he's the only player who didn't get a single kill versus SK Gaming all season long. And Fnatic, however, they actually look very sharp in their rotations and the team fights with their new picks. And also, of course, the new picks were hard to deal with for Alliance. So SK Gaming could have the same issues as Alliance unless they make sure to ban their correct champions, for instance, Soraka.
Yeah.
Or have a direct counter ready for it.
Let's get a little bit more in depth, though, into this, because yesterday Fnatic picked up a 2-1 victory against Alliance to secure the spot in today's final.
Yeah, game 1, Fnatic ran the shield and heal comp with Kayle, Soraka, and Jenna. Combine that with Kha'Zix and his 50% damage reduction. It meant you had an unkillable Kha'Zix jumping into the enemy, and then you had Reckless on Lucian dealing damage from the back. Every single team fight was about poking Alliance and then backing so Fnatic could heal up and out-sustain them. Game 3 was a more classic poke comp with Nidalee and Lulu top to just siege the turrets and kite. They picked Nocturne jungle, which was really smart because they could then engage the fights with Nocturne's ultimate and therefore remove the option of Wicked teleporting in to join the fight. And the comp worked out perfectly for Fnatic. Once they started to siege, Alliance didn't have a single respond.
And we have to talk, I think, about Fnatic's bottom lane. They were constantly winning the lane, and honestly, Reckless showed some absolutely amazing solo plays.
Yeah, Reckless and Yellowstar really showed up here in the playoffs. The laning phase has been strong, and the game 3 performance by Yellowstar and Morgana was perfect. Landing bindings in the lane and setting up kills for Reckless meant Fnatic got a great start to the game. Reckless himself, he just keeps playing consistently well in every single game. with a KD of 11.5 against the Lions and only dying twice in 3 games, he really has become the superstar of Fnatic and an AD carry you can always count on to perform.
And as he mentioned himself, he's only 17.
Yep.
Yeah. There is more to come from this guy. So let's talk about their opponents here, because SK Gaming, they ended up first in the spring split, and despite being destroyed in Game 1 against Rocket, who we've just seen annihilate an Alliance yesterday, they also showed some great character to come back and win those next 2 games.
The SK Gaming, they adapted after Game 1, and they found the key to beating Rocket, or at least we thought the key to beat Rocket, by banning out Jax and Thresh, which, you know, it made Rocket look kind of weird because they didn't know what to do after Game 1. The strong lane swaps and teamfight combo as well from SK Gaming meant Rocket never had an answer once they actually fell behind.
And once again, SK looked great in the rotations and map control in the 2 games that they picked up for that victory.
Yeah, so after a shaky period in the mid-game of Game 2, SK Gaming took control of the map and then just showed great rotations to finish the match out. And they went into the 3rd game with the same plan, and this time they never gave Rocket a chance to come back after SK took 3 turrets in the lane swap. And we did see big issues for SK Gaming in Game 1, as Svensson, he was shut down from the start by Rocket's late invade on the red buff. Jankos then, he managed to just follow Svensson around all game, and every time SK Gaming tried to do something, then Jankos would punish them. And without Svensson, the entire SK early game fell apart, and shutting him down could be one of the keys to victory for Fnatic here.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be big players, despite the pressure of the #1 and 2 teams in the European LCS facing each other in the championship game. These pros still have a lot of respect for one another. Both will look to come out strong and prove that they are the best team in Europe.
It's basically #1 versus #2 in Europe right now.
I think SK will be really motivated to win, because people are saying like, oh, SK is not even good, they are just good with team play or something.
There is not one superstar of the team, like one guy who's shining over the other ones.
The game against Fnatic is going to be quite tense for me, since they're my old team, so I really want to win it.
I hope it will go 5 games, and then the better team's gonna take it.
Fnatic are like really tough opponents at this point. I feel like they're in shape and they do everything to win this, but we will do our best to give them a hard challenge.
They always go for the right team objective and they make very little mistakes, but I think by just solidly outperforming them, you can beat them.
I think it's going to be a really good series. I'm actually really excited for it.
Basically, we're just 1 game away from showing that SK is the real deal and the top team in Europe.
Big words from Unrated, and he has got a lot to prove, because this is his former team he's up against, and he, if anyone, is going to want a big victory here.
Well, we've heard it from him in the last couple of videos that he's mentioned this "I used to play with them" kind of thing, and that puts a lot of pressure on him, I think, as a person as well. Of course, you want to beat the team that removed you from their roster. There's no doubt about that one. And he's also growing a little playoff goatee beard, which is so far doing well for him.
And not quite as good as yours, though, Joe. Let's face it. So let's check out those starting lineups. Over on the blue side, it is SK Gaming. That means Freddy's in the top lane, Svenskeren in the jungle, Jez is in the mid lane, Candy Panda as AD carry, and N-rated on support.
And on the red side, it's Fnatic with Soaz in the top lane, Cyanide in the jungle, Peke in the mid lane, Reckless the AD carry, and Yellow Star the support.
And the battle in the bottom lane, here is our featured matchup of the day. Candy Panda versus Reckless. Candy Panda had another strong showing with N-rated, but can they match up to Reckless and Yellow Star?
Well, both players have been among the best AD carries in Europe this season, and they deserve all the praise they're getting. We have Reckless with a KD of 11.5 against the Lions, and with an average CS of 81, that would have been pretty bad, 81 at 10 minutes. Candy Panda's numbers, they aren't as impressive, which is due to a poor Game 1 by SK Gaming, and then, of course, lane swaps in both Game 2 and Game 3.
Well, both AD carries have shown that they can hard carry games, and we see their teams cater their tactics to play around these 2 AD carries.
Yeah, Fnatic often leaves Reckless to just solo farm a lane, while Yellow Star starts roaming around. Svenskeren as well, he puts a lot of focus on ganking the dual lane early to help Candy Panda get a good start. And it's a very strong tactic, as Candy Panda, he likes to play Twitch, he likes to play Vayne, and where he can then split push if he gets ahead, because he'll become so strong. And coming into this game, I want to see both teams put a lot of focus on trying to shut down the other AD carry, simply to get the advantage.
Well, we are about to get the first game underway. Picks and bans. what do we expect from these two teams? Because they've had some pretty wild tactics. Both actually can adapt and overcome quite easily. They're both proven it, because obviously Fnatic, they went 1-1, managed to come out. They did always have the lead in that game, though. SK Gaming, they had to adapt hard against Roccat.
So the only ban I feel like is 100% should be Evelyn ban. Possibly from Fnatic. Svenskan loves to play it, and they've actually banned out quite a lot also against Alliance here, so I would expect an Evelyn ban. Maybe Nidalee is going to be a ban too for one of the teams.
Well, we see that the ban's already coming out from this one. Lulu, Leona, the first two bans here for SK Gaming. On the other side, Evelyn banned away. Don't want that invisible Eve running around and causing all kinds of problems for Fnatic. What are they going to go for next? If I look at Fnatic's last bans against SK, Nidalee, Lulu and Kha'Zix were the bans there. So already changing things up ever so slightly this time around. Ziggs, in fact, will be their second ban.
So actually hitting also towards Jesus in the mid lane here. Nidalee, of course, is the main pick for him. They could bait him into first pick it, like we saw Roccat do yesterday, and then get two very strong picks for Fnatic and have some counter ready for the Nidalee here in the mid lane. Another thing actually to notice is Svenskan on Kha'Zix been very, let's say, not too good earlier in the season. So I'm not sure if SK Gaming will actually first pick it if Fnatic leaves it open.
It has been left open. Lucian and Nidalee were the final two bans, so SK Gaming with the first pick. Let's see which they will go. See Freddy on your screen. Discussions from him. It will seemingly be Candy Panda's having a big discussion on this one. So I wonder if they're going to go for that AD carry to start. Or, well, like you said, whether they're going to first pick that Kha'Zix. It was such a big target for every team yesterday.
Every single team except for SK Gaming.
Yeah.
They played it 2 times, I believe, during the season, and they lost both games. It didn't work for them. They said themselves, we need to fall back on our old picks, the things that work for us.
Oh, wow.
It seems, actually, they're not even going to first pick it, so Fnatic can then pick it up for Sanad, and they're going to be very happy about this.
That's an interesting choice here. Orianna as the first pick for SK Gaming. Now, we did, of course, see, or we have seen Orianna played quite a few times this season by Jesus. Also a very neutral pick, I'm going to say, for a first mid lane pick.
Yeah, you don't show too much, and he's very strong in the laning phase, so should be able to deal with no matter what champion Xpeke will pick for the mid lane over here for Fnatic. And it's also showing maybe I wouldn't say lack of champions from Jesus here, but the fact that 2 champions are banned away towards him and they actually first pick his mid laner. Normally you always see teams waiting with the likes of Orianna till late to see what else there's on the map.
I'm wondering whether that was a simple case of SK panicking and just like, guys, I'm pretty limited here. Let's get my champion locked in. Cyanide is going to get his champion locked in. And let's talk about it, because this comp that they ran yesterday is available. Soraka is not banned out. We have got, of course, Nidalee taken away, but that's going to be Karma locked in. This could be the start of a shield comp.
And Karma has actually been one of the most popular picks here, especially for support, because again, very strong early game, and also because of the fact AD carries very rarely now run with lifesteal runes, so the early poke is a lot stronger than it used to be, where Karma of course really shines. And then the utility, the mobility she brings to the team is so strong, and you combine that again. Combine shields with damage reduction, like 50% damage reduction. If you get a shield on top of that, it's going to be even harder to break through. You're going to need even more damage. That's where Kha'Zix becomes so annoying to deal with as well.
And big play feature today as well with that Kha'Zix that jumped into 5 men.
Yeah.
And it took them absolutely forever to do anything against him. Let's see what SK go for here. Jinx, obviously with the Lucian banned away here, Jinx is actually the 3rd most played AD carry between Reckless and Candy Panda, and it looks like Candy Panda is going to take the Jinx, and they're going to have Sona coming in as well. Now, let's not forget that SK did run Sona in 2 games against Roccat.
And it's a very smart pick against Karma, because you can actually poke back against her. The only risk is the fact that Karma, it's very easy for her to get a snare onto Sona and start a gank, but at the same time, level 6 from Sona, she can do the same. If you move too close, here's my ultimate in your face, you're dead now. So Sona will be able to out-sustain the Karma, which is where it's very strong. And I like this Jinx here. It's becoming very popular again here in 4.5, because the junglers, it's no longer the Vi or the Pantheon who's going to jump in your face. And if you have no mobility, you can't do anything. It's more the likes of Kha'Zix. Yes, he can do a lot of damage, but he needs to still come in here in your face, and you can actually spot him coming around. You know when he's going to jump you, and he won't lock you up. He won't CC you instantly, so the rest of the team can pile onto you. Meaning, you can actually kite back, get help from your own team.
Explosive power being locked in from Fnatic. Sivir was chosen for Reckless. And LeBlanc being picked up by FLICKR. Still, you know what? I'm still yet to be massively impressed by a LeBlanc player in Europe so far.
And it's actually normally you see Orianna being picked against LeBlanc because of the shield in the early game in the laning phase. So you shield yourself, start auto-attacking her, get a few hits onto her, and you can farm really well. FLICKR clearly feeling confident here that he can actually do this matchup with no issues. Unless, of course, it's going to be Source in the top lane. We've seen it before. We can never count Source out when it comes to these kind of weird picks in the top lane. However, though, with Sivir as well, Sivir Karma, mobility for everyone.
And interestingly enough, the second time they met this season was LeBlanc versus Orianna in the mid lane. That was, of course, an SK Gaming victory. We see that SK have rounded off their lineup here. Trundle in the top lane for Freddy. And the final pick that did come in there, of course, was the Xin Zhao as well in the jungle. Becoming more popular with that Feral Flare.
I believe that the quote is from Freddy, if Trundle's available, I will always play it. So, I mean, the moment it wasn't banned, I guess, didn't matter what Fnatic picked, it was going to be a Trundle top.
Yeah, every single ban here, none of the bans are against the top laner, so he had every option to pick. Went for the Trundle. He really loves this pick here, really feels he can always do an impact, have an impact early game, and also split push later on, and you become this very tanky beast in team fights. And then, of course, with Svenskeren jumping into the face of Fnatic with him, they have very, very strong front line. Combine that with the shield, with the Zone ultimate.
This could be a top lane Lee Sin, of course. So as has been playing this massively. Anyone, check out his solo queue history. He has non-stop played Lee Sin in that top lane. So we'll see how that works out against the Trundle. It's actually a pretty good pick against him.
It's a very good pick early on. You can do a lot of harass onto him, a lot of damage. And remember again, with the changes to Lee Sin, the fact that when you actually shield yourself, the cooldown is reduced, like it's cut in half. So you can actually do it more often. So it's harder to trade 1v1 against the top lane Lee Sin now, which makes it a very strong pick. Issue though is late game, you become more or less just a tank, and then someone who can kick a person back into your team, because Trundle will be outscaling him and will be able to kill him or duel him 1v1.
Both of these teams are very, very fast. There's a lot of speed buffs from both of these teams. This is going to be a pretty chaotic 5v5 fights.
A lot of moving around at least here, and Fnatic really with this pick comp with both Kha'Zix and Lee Sin for the single target damage, combine that with, of course, LeBlanc jumping in, and then you have all the mobility from Karma, from Sivir. So if someone from SK is out of position, and Fnatic with the great ward control they normally have, spot them out, pop the ultimate, instantly go towards them.
Interested to see how Svenskeren does in this one as well, because obviously he has been banned out of this one again. His performance is a little bit ropey earlier on, but we'll have to see.
We will have to see. With this best of 5 championship series ready to go, let's see who you picked to take the crown. According to the votes on LOLesports.com, you've chosen Fnatic by 81%.
Wow.
The Fnatic vote is always very strong.
Yeah.
It's always in Fnatic's favor.
Hey, let's not discount. Fnatic were the spring and summer champions in 2013. They finished 3rd at the World Championships. They finished runners-up at Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. They are by far the most experienced team right now in Europe.
Yeah. And they always seem to perform when it matters too. So of course the voting makes sense.
So here we go then, game number 1 of the finals here. El Clasico one more time as SK Gaming take on Fnatic. Really interested to see how this one goes down. And we heard from the players themselves, Candy Planner saying, I'm really excited to get this series off. They've played 4 times over the year. They've got 5 games possibly to come up here. And, well, who's going to come out on top? We'll be finding out. And are we going to see any level 1 action? That grouping from SK makes it seem so.
Yeah, remember yesterday, SK versus Rockout got caught out a few times by Rockout in that jungle and came off much worse. I wonder, of course, Fnatic would have watched those games, no doubt about that one, and they're wondering, are they going to do the same? You can see the positions of Fnatic. They are very much covering off every single position, every known position that SK will take.
And also really looking to go towards the blue buff of SK Gaming. The late invade, of course, around the 150 mark. They can move in, teleport on source. He can always just teleport down to the bottom lane. He won't miss any XP or gold.
So Freddy, the one sat patrolling there through the river, going top to bottom. Doesn't want to be going too far there because Lee Sin and Siv are waiting in the brush. Karma actually is at the back of the Baron pit here. So Fnatic set up for a defense. They'll get an early warning if SK move either from this ramp that we're seeing now or from the Tribush side at the top of the map, and they can try and close in. SK grouping, it looks like they're going to move it.
Fnatic actually backing away as well. They want to go in here, join in with Yellowstar. This could actually be a face check. Let's see if Fnatic can pick up an early kill onto SK Gaming.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see who blinks
first.
Here we go, Svenskeren is going to be the first one going in there. It's going straight in towards it. All the damage front-loaded onto Svenskeren. Flashes out of there. Soaz goes a little too deep on this one. Svenskeren quickly gets shielded up. Quick skill being picked up there. That may be a problem for Jesus taking that defensive ball, but there's no first blood for either team.
Few summoners used though. Soaz had to flash away. Svenskeren, of course, had to flash away. The heal was actually used from Candy Panda here. And we're going to get 2v2 up in top.
This is really bad for Enrated. The Q has landed and they're going to follow it through as well. Candy Panda down to half HP. Enrated sticking around. There's a lot of damage being exchanged here. Not messing around. SK might not be too bothered about that when it comes to this lane phase with his heals coming in. But there's the stun. The Q's landed. First blood for Soaz on Lee Sin. Will they get any more? Candy Panda is low. Wait for the Q. No, he flashes under the tower.
And Soaz, he decided to stay around because the flash was used here from Enrated. Silent now in the mid lane.
They're piling in. Jez is in trouble. He's gone out. The tower hit on Cyanide. The second one comes through. But Pancake can finish it off. He gets himself a first kill as well. And now with a LeBlanc starting to get kills, that's a problem.
So Cyanide, after the whole level 1 trade here, he wasn't even in the fight. He was actually he had moved all the way down to the red buff of SK Gaming. They had no idea. There was no vision to actually spot him out. Tell a lie, there was actually a ward, so they knew he was there to take the red buff, and then still he actually managed to sneak up behind Jesus and get a kill.
Absolutely amazing start to this one. It's 1,000 gold that Fnatic have as their lead here, just 3 minutes and 20 seconds into the game. We're going to see Reckless and Yellowstar just backing off from this one. Both of them got an assist apiece, and well, that's given a second Doran's Blade here so very early on in the game. That's dangerous for SK.
And also an Amp Tome as well for Peke, so he's getting that ability bonus. He's got himself a pink and a green ward. Single sight ward is of course being picked up by Cyanide. Already got that Spirit Stone at the very start of this game. Everything massive for Fnatic in these opening few minutes.
Yeah, and we saw in the last series how important it is to get an early lead in the bottom lane. We saw there with, of course, Caitlyn or Taps being caught out. This time around, it was the bottom lane from SK, so they fell behind in XP early. Of course, they're now trying to farm back. Whenever Reckless and Yellowstar join in though, they can do a lot of damage onto them, especially with this extra Doran's Blade so early.
Cyanide getting his second red buff of the game after that steal earlier on. And he'll be happy to take that away and stay in front of Svenskeren at this point of things. And he's already got that Spirit Stone in. Reckless and Yellowstar are now back into this lane on the top side. The sustain out of SK Gaming will negate that second early Doran's Blade somewhat though.
Yeah, so again, Zone against Karma is a very, very strong pick because you got the heal. You can sustain both yourself and your AD carry. It's a very, very strong pickup, but also very risky. We saw it here. The low mobility, your flash is gone. Soaz just stayed around. They got the kill onto him. Sana can now come up for a gank. There's still no flash on Enrated.
No flash on Jez either, and Cyanide is coming close. He's going to get spotted out by that ward though in the bush, so if he does try and make another move to come around the back of Jez's, this time around he is very much aware of it. Of course, has that defensive ball ready to pull in that shield. Top lane is what we were touching on. You talked about the double Doran's Blade that now, of course, Reckless has. We also should mention that health gem that was picked up by Yellowstar, so that's going to keep him really, he's going to be the one in the face of SK. He's going to be the one that's going to be walking forward.
And also you can get an early side stone, and then of course you can switch his trinkets around so he gets the sweeping lanes, get some more vision control. And Yellowstar, of course, is the support in the European LCS who actually killed the most wards.
We'll be doing that a lot more here today, you have to feel. Again, if you look at the CS, bang even at this point between Candy Panda and Enrated, despite the fact of all that action here at level 1. SK, now that they've got into a bit of a farm groove, have pulled that 1,000 gold lead a little bit further back towards their favor. Peke doing a good job. We've already seen him getting the proc on the chains off onto Jesus underneath the tower, keeping him under control for now.
Look here, early pickaxe for Soaz. So he's going to build it towards the Tiamat and then focus on a lot of damage and of course a lot of wave clear. But Cyanide now up in the top lane. Flash is almost ready on Enrated, but not yet.
Sneaking in, jumping onto Enrated. The chopper's gone down, but Enrated's caught out. And Cyanide sinks at Taste of Fear in and gets himself a kill.
That's the thing with Sona. Your mobility is non-existent. You can speed up yourself very, very little in the early game because you obviously don't max your E. So it means when you have no flash, you're an easy target to just gank over and over, and Fnatic doing a great job with it.
As Jesus once again being pushed onto by PekkE. Some good damage back though onto LeBlanc, so that will stop them being so aggressive. So, Freddy has actually hit level 6 here, slightly before Soaz. This turret is going to be going down. Funnily enough, that's not going to be replied to because of that 1v1 in the bottom and getting that kill onto N-Rated on the top side.
They're trying to delay as long as possible. They want those minions to go down, and then Reckless times it so the last tower hit comes out. There's no minions left to be picked up. Svenskeren coming in towards PekkE in the mid lane, but he's going to be very tricky to pin down with that distance.
And not only is there no minions, at the same time, the wave is going to just be stuck in the middle here because both the waves are the same thing. There's no pushing towards SK or pushing towards Fnatic. It means Soaz can now recall and go up in this top lane without a chance of SK to have pushed the wave all the way down to the turret. So he won't miss any CS or XP.
So some more items coming out. Cutlass as Freddy comes back into his lane. In the mid lane, we also saw the back off, and both coming in with identical items there as well. Got a water piece and the workings of that Athene's unholy grail. AD carries also getting themselves vamp scepters and boots of speed, and there is the switch around as we'd expect from Fnatic. They've taken the top turret, they're going to go down bottom. SK might have to move a little bit quicker on this one to not lose too much damage, not lose too much health, sorry, on that bottom outer turret.
Yeah, that speed boost from Yellowstar being used just to make sure Reckless gets into that wave just in time to catch those 2 CS that would have been lost otherwise. Svenskeren caught out red buff actually, being forced away. Does not have smite on this one, and Yellowstar surely would have realized that. He's going to try and steal it away. Now he's going to go aggressive on Svenskeren. Does have to burn the flash. He got the red buff though.
And a very aggressive invade because of the dual lane from SK being up in the top lane, so they knew there was no chance they could be here yet. Yellowstar just walked straight into the jungle, found Svenskeren, and tried to set something up. Forced away the flash because PekkE was moving from the mid lane.
Expertly done there by Yellowstar, and as you said, scary stuff there for Svenskeren. I think he expected that someone else would be following up there, that it wouldn't just be Karma to harass him at the red buff. Funnily enough, turns out it just was that Karma. However, Candy Panda and N-Rated are now down in the bottom lane. Candy Panda's lost out on a lot of farm because of this death of N-Rated, then going back, then coming back in, then realizing he has to go down to that bottom lane. And we see that Yellowstar and Reckless just going to harass them as much as possible underneath this tower. It's Sona after all though, so a lot of it will be regen quickly.
Speaking of harassment, look at this blue buff. Soaz sticking around here. Of course, he hasn't got smite. Goes aggressive straight onto Jesus though. We'll put some damage towards him. He's going to rotate back towards PekkE in that, and they're actually going to go for Dragon.
Simply because they're forcing multiple members from SK over to the blue buff, so they know they have to move all the way around down to this Dragon. Already started, Fnatic should pick it up for free.
Started and surely going to be finished here. If you look at the minimap, Jesus in the mid lane, not moving down towards it. You've got Lee Sin, who's on the bottom side of the SK jungle there, just to run interference if anyone does come over. And you can expect that there. That red camp was left because Svenskeren had to flash. He knows that Svenskeren will come around to it at some point to clear that one up. He might even get Jesus ball. He might get sandwiched.
Here comes PekkE, he's going to come around, they're going to try and explode. Jesus gets punted straight towards him. The damage comes through. Shockwave whiffs. Jesus gets taken down, and now Svenskeren's in trouble. He's on Soaz, who's a strong top laner. He's doing a lot of damage. Svenskeren simply gets kited around, and it's a double kill for PekkE.
Oh, the rocket missed too. Such a smart play by Soaz here. PekkE was moving to him from the second they noticed Jesus was moving around the edge here. Came in and just kicked him back in the face of PekkE. And then, of course, the ultimate completely missed here for Jesus.
And that leaves a bit of a terrible sign for SK, you have to feel. 5-0 in kills. There's a 4,000 gold lead. And you've got a 3-0-0 LeBlanc. Soaz actually taking a lot of damage from Freddy here. There is the pillar coming down. Soaz, can he escape this one? In the end, Freddy decides not to chase again. No vision of anyone on that bottom side. Actually, they've got vision of everyone here because Fnatic have pushed that middle turret out with 2 men, and they'll take that middle turret as well. A simple rotation to bottom will surely give them a 3rd tower as well.
Especially with LeBlanc here, 3 early kills. When he goes back to shop with a lot of gold, he can join whatever lane he wants to and just pick up a kill. Going towards Jesus.
Okay, once again, using that distortion, pouncing on, keeping Jesus guessing every single time. Cyanide taking the blue buff away in his own jungle. We'll see PekkE not wanting that one, it seems. And, well, I wonder whether they're going to rotate down towards this bottom lane. That's where I'm looking towards. That's what the next focus surely will be from Fnatic.
There is one thing, though. Up in the top lane, we just saw the duel between Soaz and Freddy going heavily in favor of Freddy. So he should be able to just stay and split push throughout the entire game and always force 1 or 2 members of Fnatic to go up there and try and stop him. And that's the thing for SK Gaming. As long as Freddy does well 1v1, they will have the map pressure. Because then, whenever Fnatic moves up a member, they can go towards the Dragon, they can go towards the mid lane, maybe the bot lane. And when there's only 3 members from Fnatic or even less, then SK Gaming, even though they are behind, can try and set something up.
Tiamat for Soaz. Is he thinking, okay, I need to test Freddy again and see if I can fight him this time? Under the tower last time, that didn't work, and this will certainly help his cause if Cyanide can get in there. And Cyanide has gone through. Not seen by any ward, and there is a stealth bug gonna dive straight on top of Freddy, who tries to turn things around. The pillar does go down, and that's blocked out Cyanide completely, but Soaz here gonna kick him back. Cyanide trying to run away. Freddy's gonna go down. You can't escape that one. One more will do it, and it is Soaz that picks up the 6th kill of the game here for Fnatic.
Yeah, very good reaction from Fnatic, saying we need Soaz to get ahead in this 1v1. So Cyanide moves up there, and you also see him just backing away from the kill, making sure Soaz would get it so he becomes stronger.
Well, while that's happening, it does show themselves that there is no jungler in this bottom lane, and SK Gaming take advantage of that. They push up, they're trying to put pressure on towards that bottom lane. Zap will not land because that dirty minion blocked in front. Fnatic trying to do the same. They're pushing heavily on towards this top lane combo. They're going to get this turret down. I'm not sure SK are going to do the same.
SK can't push out on turret because of the wave clear from both Sivir and Karma. You already see Svenska going towards the mid lane just to push it into the turret, trying to deny some CS from FLICKR.
Everybody else is rotating around as well. SK Gaming, 4 members in towards this mid lane, but look at
scary.
Fnatic. 4 members, they're collapsing from every single angle. Svenska has got an ultimate. Here comes Peke, distortion on towards him. Tries to get the lockdown onto Jez's. Soaz coming around the side. They're keeping them guessing. Teleport, Freddy's going to join the fray as well. He's coming across from that top lane. Peke off on his own at the moment. He needs the rest of his team to come in. Remember, there is no tower for them to fall back to, so they are just going to back away with the minions.
And Soaz a little bit unfortunate, the minions followed him out of the lane into the jungle. So he's like, well, they can see everything that I'm doing here. That's not ideal. No kill picked up there, but for Fnatic, I think more of a tower defense scenario, stopping SK taking that one down as a super mega death rocket. Just, I'm not sure what that was.
On who? It was like full HP.
Yeah.
Not sure.
Misclick. Let's put it down to that for now. So.
Notice Pegado here in the jungle of SK. He's going to spot out someone up here.
Oh, they're on the ward.
Oh,
Distortion could catch them both out. Enraged taken so low. One more hit. But there's the crescendo. Turns it back around on his head. Gandhi Panda in there. Jesus comes in to get himself the easy kill.
Completely backfired here for Pega. He thought he had more damage, so the shielding coming in from Jesus, saving in red, turning it around, and at this point for SK Gaming, every single kill matters.
So close to getting the kill. So close, but yet so far by the end as Jesus does get slowed down there by Yellow Star. We've got less than a minute here until the second dragon of the game comes up. Fnatic don't need to be too worried about that. They've got full vision control of it. A pink ward sat just around the lip of that pit as well. We see blue buff will go over to Jesus. He's going to recall, which will leave him about 30 seconds to get back there with the rest of the team if SK feels strong enough to go for it.
But there's a very, very big wave down here in the bottom lane. Sana already joining in with the team. They want this last auto turret going. You already see the deep wards from Yellow Star, so they got full vision of SK Gaming if they want to move and try and defend.
They're going to push on through. This tower will go down. Remember, no crescendo available for Enraged, but if they face check into towards this one, Yellow Star is ready and waiting. He wants to steal away some of the CS here. Will get it as well, both of the columns. And that's a 70 gold along with 100. Happy times for Yellow Star.
Very happy times, and now Soaz actually doing a very good job against Freddy.
Yeah, interesting fight, this one. Blade of the Ruin King is done for Freddy, and Soaz says, okay, I've had enough of that fight. Kicks the troll back, and, well, just in perfect timing here for the Dragon. Tower taken by Fnatic. Got some deeper wards down in there as well. SK once again are going to be nowhere near this Dragon to have a go at it. Super Mega Death Rocket this time thrown out there and does a bit of damage, of course, but no one even remotely low enough for that to have an impact. Second Dragon of the game goes to Fnatic.
And now expect to see Fnatic go into the jungle of SK and try and do what Pekka was doing before. Wait around. Wait for SK to push up the lanes and then try and collapse on them from behind, from the side. Find this pick here, because pushing straight down onto SK Gaming with, of course, Orianna to try and wave clear, it can be a little bit hard, it can be a little bit risky. They're not tanky enough to just dive onto SK yet, so they might want to find this pick first in the jungle, or if some of them SK overextends the lane, for instance Freddy.
Well, we'll see how it works out. SK Gaming have good vision control, as they always have done, honestly, in the games they've played, and Fnatic will be looking to try and do the same. Yellowstar himself has, I think, bought the most wards in the entire European
Killed the
LCS.
most, bought the most.
He is the king of vision. You could say he's a visionary.
Oh.
Woo!
That was pretty impressively bad. Yellowstar here is going to be clearing it out. Just as you talk about him, clearing out the wall.
Yellowstar, one more.
Gets a pink ward there that was just put down in the Baron pit. Svenskeren, I have to say, been fairly quiet so far this game. That might change now, though, because he's coming in. Soaz already at half HP. Freddy, where is the pillar going to come down? He's got Subjugate running. Soaz flashes, but the pillar does finally come in. Svenskeren gets it, and that will be the second kill of the game coming in for SK.
And it can actually end up being a very big issue for Fnatic. The fact that Soaz, he can't do anything to Freddy here. We saw the last fight they had where Soaz looked good in the start, but then he just had to kick Freddy away because of the sustain from the ultimate. Of course, there's no ignite on Soaz here, only a teleport, so he won't be able to stop some of the healing coming in from Freddy. That's why he can't duel him 1v1, and it means SK should be able to just push away with this troll throughout the entire game and get him very, very tanky.
So Fnatic are starting to let their gigantic advantage slide a bit. Let's not discount the fact they have a 5,000 gold advantage. They have that 4-2 turret advantage, and we are only 18 minutes into this game. Peke is now split pushing away from this one. Candy Panda is somewhat confident, considering he's got really no escape other than that flash here. He's quite happy to land that zap onto Peke.
You need to remember, Peke decided to go for the Fiends and not the DFG here early on, so his instant burst is not as high, and that's why also he couldn't kill raided before, actually, when he tried to get him here in the bush. So he's more focused on more damage in the team, but to just straight up instant burst to a target.
This could be dangerous. SK gonna walk over that ward. That's a nice ward in position by Peke. We'll spot them early enough, and Fnatic using that opportunity to sneak another 3 men around here into that red buff brush. As it happens, no one actually moving out there, but they've scanned as well, so they know that they're not spotted at this point, and they're going to try and come in around the side.
And rated in all sorts of trouble. Oh, the inner flame does not land, but Peke still goes in. Crescendo comes out. That stops him in the tracks. Freddy teleporting in from the top lane. That means Fnatic are going to evacuate, but that leaves actually Soaz open in the top wave to push that inhibitor turret.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Freddy didn't cancel his teleport here, because Fnatic had already disengaged away from SK. It means a lot of hits from Source onto the turret here, and Fnatic can just try and keep multiple members from SK at this turret. We did see, however, Fnatic moving into the jungle, waiting for SK to just move away from the turrets, and then they collapsed in from the side here. But due to the flashes being up for both Candy Panda and Enrated, they got into the turret.
Decent little chunk of damage done by Soaz in that top lane. The 4-man defense here of SK seems to have held Fnatic off right now, and Cyanide will be the one to go back to mid, push that lane further out. Of course, inner turret is still standing in that area of the map, and Svenskeren actually backing away. Peke really wants to keep that pressure going. They're going to try and clear out the vision as well that they saw SK put down just moments ago, and maybe even keep this up for another 2 minutes until that dragon comes in.
Pressure is exactly what they are applying. Just look across the map. Oh, hello. No, they're not going to catch out. Soaz is, though, trying to protect off that blue buff. They're going to try and steal that one away. Cyanide is just over the hedge as well. He can jump straight in there. Has got those wings evolved now at level 11. May try and come in for the steal. There's the ward coverage. Do they fancy this one? No, I think they're going to let it go.
Close.
Sonic Wave nearly caught it out, but then while that was all happening, while SK invested so many resources into just getting the blue buff, they almost lost that middle turret.
And it's been the story of the game, to be honest. Every single time SK wants to get a blue buff or something, they need to invest multiple members to try and get it, so Fnatic can just push elsewhere on the map or try and set a gang up somewhere else.
SK actually was waiting to the side. He was spotted. SK had already pinged him, but again, he returns to that bottom lane to keep that pressure going. And considering what we said in the pre-game here, SK in their games, and quite frankly, the second half of the season, maybe even a little bit earlier than that, they've been probably the best team at holding onto map control and rotating around. Fnatic playing them to their own game at this stage.
And one thing also to remember is SK in the start of the season always had very long games because they were so good at just defending, farming up. Even though they were 10, 15k behind, they could defend. And it's the same thing they want to try and do here, just farm up, extend the game by 10, 15, 20 minutes so they get 3 or 4 items on the key members, especially Jess is on Orianna here. He needs to get his death cap. He needs to get the Void Staff before he can really start becoming a threat in the team fights.
Yeah, it's a stark contrast. Like Alex said, it's all about farming in that mid lane. Well, neither of these mid laners had chance to do that. They're having to rotate around the map and look for the farm. The rest of Fnatic are pushing on through. That dragon will be spawning in 7 seconds, which is why you see Reckless and Yellowstar heading straight down with the support of Cyanide.
I'm not sure if SK are going to be in a position to do anything about this one either. Freddy doesn't have his teleport available. Looking like we will see the 3rd dragon of the game going Fnatic's way once again. Yeah, SK nowhere near that one. That's the dragon going to be going down then. And another chunk of gold to Fnatic. He's actually approaching 7,000 gold, the lead here. We've only just gone past that 20-minute mark as well.
And we already saw the plan for Fnatic. Go in the jungle, wait for someone to overextend, and go in there. And in case, oh, Cyanide been caught out.
Caught out with the crescendo and exploded where he stands. Svenskeren will be picking that kill up. And so far, so good. And SK Gaming, despite all this early pressure Fnatic had, have not really been pressured probably for the last 5-10 minutes.
No, I think we can at least say 100% sure that SK know exactly what the plan for Fnatic was. That's why they've been doing a good job of not overextending, and this time around they were just waiting for someone to go in and ward. And now they also take the mid turret because nobody's there to defend. Well, except for Yellowstar.
Yeah. Also credit to SK there, I think. I mean, even despite this pressure from Fnatic, they've kept wards on their bottom side of the jungle. The top side of the jungle is not quite as much vision, but the bottom side certainly is, and now they're going to try and lock up Freddy here. There is a Subjugate going to be used against Soaz, and also that Blade of the Ruin King to give him the movement speed, but will they finish him off? Reckless is doing a lot of damage. Soaz going decently low from this one, but it is going to be a kill. It will go to Reckless.
So Freddy pushing all the way up here. It was just a matter of time before we get punished for it. Yes, they got a kill onto Cyanide, but still the rest of Fnatic were in a good position at least to go up there and kill him. And SK Gaming, they took the mid turret, but they couldn't do anything else. They had to back off from there. So Freddy giving up a kill here and also using his flash, which can be very important for the next few minutes.
Yeah, well, I think Freddy's proven that they have to 2v1 in there.
Oh yeah,
Game
sure.
was very close to taking down someone in a 2v1. He's only going to get stronger as well, which is a bit of a scary thing for Fnatic.
Exactly, that's the thing. He's been able to dual source for the entire game. So once SK gets some more farm, if they can get more farm, and the rest of the members can become stronger so they can actually fight against 2 or 3 or maybe even 4 members of Fnatic, then SK Gaming can take advantage of the fact that Freddy is so strong. Before that though, we're just going to see him push up to the wave, and if he goes too far, he's going to die again.
Let's have a look at some of these items coming out here. Some Firecake was done, in fact, for Freddy the last time he went home after dying. Also seeing Randuin's Omen coming out for Svenska, and the Mikael's Crucible as well is in there for N-rated. So few bigger items coming into play here that are certainly going to be helping SK Gaming out. We can see that Soaz has picked up his Sunfire's Cape now as well, which is a real big bonus considering how much he was being battered by Freddy before.
Still won't actually be able to duel him. We saw the fight before, even when Reckless was there, Freddy almost turned it around onto Soaz here, but still managed to pick up the kill. And also why you see Soaz moving away from the lane where Freddy was, because I don't want to duel you, I'm just going to go to a different lane, push it up. If you guys send multiple members down bot lane, we just start the Baron then.
Well, at the moment it is Soaz going to try and split, but looking to, they may land on towards actually N-rated, who did come very close to face checking on towards Cyanide. Instead, the zap lands, and look how much damage that single zap did from Candy Panda there. With that last Whisper and Bloodthirster stacked in with the Zeal, he started to do some serious damage, and when you don't buy any armor as Cyanide has done, then it's going to hit you hard.
Really, really hurt onto him, but Pagan now needs to get away from this.
Yeah, Freddy is a scary, scary beast. A single chomp on Peke, shredded down a third of his health, but Fnatic are chasing.
And Freddy's right in the middle of this one. I don't think he's tanky enough to survive. It's Reckless against that. There is Soaz off the side on towards Svenskeren. They use a Randuin, but is it enough to get him away? No, it's not. I thought the shockwave would have come there from Jesus. It didn't in the end. They give up 2 kills. They give up a blue buff. Fnatic are turning. They're going Baron.
First mistake made by SK Gaming on the map here. They get caught out. Fnatic pops the ultimate from Reckless and just piles onto them so fast, so much mobility. No turrets around to help them. And that's 2 kills. And now the Baron. Just what Fnatic needed.
And that's such a tragedy because SK Gaming had hung on so well here. They had great vision in that bottom half of the jungle. They were starting to regain it back in that top, but they felt they caught Peke out. And Freddy just put his team in a perilous situation. SK Gaming are going to have to defend very hard against this Baroned up Fnatic.
And it is so hard to play against a pick comp like the one from Fnatic here, because one mistake and they will get onto you. How are you ever going to escape from Karma, Sivir, and then you got the LeBlanc jumping in, you got of course Lee Sin, so mobile, you got Kha'Zix with the jumps, with the speeder from his ultimate. I mean, once you're actually being caught out of position, there's just nowhere to go.
So, you see another item coming in, Last Whisper for Reckless on Sivir. Actually gone Distortion on his boots here as well. Obviously wants that flash to be up a little bit more often. It added safety in there for him.
Also, here in 4.5, it gives, I believe it's like 30% movement speed for 2 seconds. And Svenskar is taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, locked up. Crucible actually used there onto him, which gave him that heal, of course, and removed the chains effect.
Didn't have vision in the bush, which is why they didn't chase on that one. Now FLICKR fancies it. He comes around once again, gets another poke, trying to bait out that crescendo. Was not used this time around. Dragon is up in 30 seconds. FLICKR continuing to try and find his targets, continuing to poke down SK Gaming while the rest of the team take down the inner turret.
And it is, of course, 20% movement speed for 1 second you get by upgrading your boots here from Reckless side when he actually flashes. So just even more mobility for him and the team.
Especially when you got the heal in there as well.
Yeah.
He's gonna, if you have to use both, you're gonna be speeding away from that.
Oh god, you're gonna be so fast.
You're gonna be quick, especially if his ult is running, especially if Karma's there.
Yeah, Karma's there as well.
He's just flashing across the map. We've got 5 seconds here until Dragon comes back up. And well,
that was a lie.
That was a lie. Those 5 seconds passed faster than any 5 seconds of my life so far. Either way, goes down. 4 Dragons, the single Baron, all too Fnatic. Those big money objectives in their favor. 6-3 in turrets, 9-3 in kills. The gold lead is over 10,000 now.
Really been controlling the objectives so well from Fnatic side. Never gave SK a chance to get onto the objective here. Yes, SK tried to ward up their own jungle and avoid being caught up by Fnatic. You gotta give them the credit at least, but Fnatic were doing such a good job just denying everything else and always also fighting for red buffs and blue buffs, putting SK in bad situations.
Well, I mean, it all began obviously from that level 1 fight,
yes.
that level 1 error. SK simply getting caught out, giving up 2 kills. Actually, although to be fair, FLICKR's kill was a well-worked gank from Cyanide and FLICKR, and of course the top lane was down to Soaz sticking around. But Fnatic have never really given up this advantage to gain them.
Never. And again, when you get such a good start, you force summoners in the lane and you get a first blood up there, and at the same time your mid laner gets an early kill. You just need to push the advantage, and that's what they did. They sent Cyanide back up to the top lane to get another kill when there was no flash and raided. And also, Carter's onto Reckless, he's gonna build a player through King and be even faster.
SK are trying to set a trap of their own. We saw Alliance do this yesterday against Fnatic, and
Cyanide jumped in.
We saw how that went, and Cyanide did leap headfirst into it and spring it.
Ooh, Yellow Star is very close going down there. Check it first. Nope.
Nope, not going to check it. There's a crescendo used, but he uses a Mikhails. Is like, no, you're not going to have it from this one. Good shockwave, though. Gets 3 men. Super Mega Death Rocket as well as Candy Panda finishes off Yellow Star. They're having to fight Freddy from the backside. Soa's actually diving real deep in the middle. Now FLICKR comes around to help the team out. They lose 1 man here, not picking up any kills of their own.
Very, very scary combo though from Fnatic, or from SK, sorry, when they use the shockwave and then followed by the rocket from Candy Panda here, picking up a kill for them. Yellow Star probably should have checked the bush before he actually decided to walk down.
Yeah, face checking is the best not done at this level of play, especially 30 minutes into a game. And wise play though from SK. They waited a long time for that one, and they got their reward. They only got a support kill though. And you see Svenskar clearing out that ward, and SK not falling for it the second time, making sure that bush is very much covered off.
And the thing for Fnatic is they don't actually have to do anything for the next few minutes. They can wait for the Baron to respawn, set it up, force SK out of the base, and then try and get an open team fight. Because now SK is just defending at the turrets. And we talked earlier about how it's very hard for Fnatic to dive onto a turret when there is the likes of Orianna, of course, Sona ultimate. If you get locked down under a turret here, at this point of the game, it can be very, very scary. Also due to the fact, well, okay, there's quite a lot of armor now onto Source. He will be able to tank it, but the rest of the members won't.
If only Yellow Star had a scrying orb. check that brush before ending up going down to it. We'll see, though. I think they're not too worried about that single kill. It's not something that you want to make a habit of, though, constantly giving things away. As we get back to that split push, it's 3 men in the top lane, LeBlanc in the mid, and Lee Sin down bottom. We'll see where the pressure finally breaks this one. Still 1 minute and 40 till the Baron actually comes up as Reckless. Going to take a bit of damage there from Freddy, but already fairly far behind that steps line. And Freddy, he's still pretty tech heavy. Obviously, he was singled out last time to go down, but at the end of the day, it takes 3 or 4 people at this point to really focus him to kill him.
I mean, Freddy's been playing so well the entire game, actually. He was always the one where Fnatic had issues dealing with him, had to send multiple members to kill him, while the rest of SK was the targets for Fnatic because they could get around them and get onto them.
SK Gaming, as we mentioned, are very good at delaying games, and they are trying their best against Fnatic here. This is the grand finals, remember, of the championships for the spring split playoffs. This is a best of 5, which is why you see the 0-0 at the top there. We have potentially 4 more games to go after this one. As it stands, Fnatic looking very strong. They have that 13,000 gold lead after a great start. And it's actually a habit that Fnatic have started to get into. They get that very good early game start that they manage to turn into a lead, and it does put pressure on your opposition when you go that 1-0 down.
Okay, actually just stealing away the red buff there. Got a blue already. And Fnatic, I think, buying a bit of time here because the big boys coming up next. Baron in just 20 seconds time. They have full vision control.
Yeah. SK is not going to contest.
SK's not been near that for quite a while. Not that far out of their base.
They don't have to. They're so far behind in gold. They just need to wait in their base. Whenever minions come down, farm them, work towards your items. Look at Jessis, for instance. He actually got Death Cap and Void Staff now. So he's becoming very scary. His Shockwave is going to start hurting a lot, making it even harder for Fnatic to try and close out the game. Unless, of course, they can do the same thing as they did earlier, where they catch SK out of a position.
Yeah, the rocket came out there from Candy Panda. They know that Fnatic picked up that Baron. They're going to have full vision of them heading towards that top wave. As Candy Panda actually goes down the bottom, he's going to have to recall pretty quickly because that top inhibitor turret has already taken a touch of damage, and Fnatic are moving in full force.
Not messing around from this one. SK actually having to rotate over for that one. Candy Panda nowhere near, though. So Fnatic are fast enough. They could have a bit of a 4v5 here. In the end, though, no. Orianna clears out pretty much the entire first wave of minions. Next one is going to be made short work of, and some good damage there onto Cyanide as well. And this could be the problem for Fnatic if SK sit in this exact position just on the steps. How do you get through it?
Well, that's the thing. You need to catch someone out of position from SK, or you just need to say, we're going to dive 5 members straight onto you. And like Soas goes in first, kicks back Candy Panda into your team, and you just blow him up. There's no flash onto him, so they could have done it here. But SK, again, just staying around to defend. And we have to remember, damage-wise, Jinx versus Sivir, late game, Jinx wins out. Trundle versus Trundle versus Lee Sin. Trundle wins out as well. And then, of course, the shockwave from Jessis here can be so important. Orianna is such a late game beast too.
Well, we see Peke getting a tiny couple of shots on towards that mid turret. Keeps being an annoyance every time he comes in, distorts his wound. Soaz has now cleared out that bottom lane that Candy Panda had pushed in to try and delay this Baron as long as possible, which is obviously Freddy now going down there. The rest of SK, though, are doing a grand job. They've got good wave clear to keep all of these minions at bay. It's going to be a matter of time, though. Fnatic slowly but surely chipping down the turrets.
Yeah, that bottom lane, not quite the easiest one. I think possibly the hardest one to go into. They're going to go for Jesus. Soaz goes in there, but the minions blocking him from getting the Q off and traveling that far out. But Peke did get some good damage in there. Can they now open things up for that turret push? The problem is that those minions go down so very quickly. There they go, diving towards Freddy once again. Jane's gonna leash him up, half of his health, and actually ultimate used there by Peke.
Oh, Freddy was taken very low as well. He's had to step back to the fountain. Jesus didn't even get a chance to completely top off his health, so he's had to completely cover himself off. Candy Panda doing what he can, firing over that wall, but they're still holding off against this Baron. There's around about minute 20 seconds left remaining on it, and as of yet, Fnatic have yet to really make an impression on the SK's base.
Well, a positive thing for Fnatic at least is the fact that their home guard boots, here in 4.5 has been changed a little bit. You don't get instant health anymore. It's actually going to take some time before you get it back. So it means SK can just buy 5 home guard boots and then run back to the base, heal up every single time they get poked down. They won't be able to do it. They need a bit more time for the fountain to heal them. So it means Fnatic, whenever they actually get some good damage onto Jessis or Freddy, can go in and get a few hits onto the turret.
Need to get someone down low enough so that they have to go recall, and then they can have a 5v4 while staying healthy enough themselves. So we see there Freddy absolutely battering away on SOAS.
And you actually see FLICKR before. He just jumps in and then one hit onto the turret, jumps out. He doesn't even go for a champion. He just want to get a few hits, because once they get the first turret down, they can force a team fight at the inhibitor or just take it for free and then put focus in the other lanes afterwards.
And that turret's been taken down to half hit points already. So it seems to be working for FLICKR. Every time that wave comes in, Jez is clearing the wave, comes in, gets a little shot, basic attack on towards it, pokes it down again. Freddy, SOAS, been punting him away from this one, buying time for Reckless to get on towards the turret. Reckless, though, going to get focused on. They can't quite catch him down, and that bought time for FLICKR to get more poke on that mid turret.
Just doing everything they can to get a few hits every single time. Again, he jumps in, one auto attack, jumps out again here. So Fnatic, clearly, they know they can't just dive onto SK. They need to get a few hits every single time.
Literally the most annoying combo you can play against at this stage of things as well. Again, SOAS going to come in. That's a Banshee's Veil on Candy Panda though, so even if you connect, it's not really going to do all that much to you. Fnatic must be sat on quite a lot of gold here. Yeah, everyone is pretty much over 2,000 gold, so a lot to spend as finally they do some damage back here onto FLICKR and Reckless. That Baron buff, of course, has now ran off Fnatic. That may be a signal to start to back away and spend some of that gold.
It means, at least for Fnatic's side, it's going to be harder for them to do what they're doing now because they don't have the Baron buff to heal them back up. FLICKR, he's going to stay around his HP for a while now, so if you want to jump in again, take a few hits in the face, then afterwards he actually needs to go back to the base. So it's been working at least to get a few hits on the turret, but it's not been enough for Fnatic.
Well, Fnatic have that gigantic gold lead. You can see it's what, 18,000 gold, but when 10,000 of that gold is sat in your bag, it's not being made use of. They're all sitting on around about 2k, so Fnatic really need to, I think, step away from this siege for now. Let SK get a little reprieve, go spend all of that gigantic gold sums they have and make use of it. They're going to take the dragon away, that's going to increase that lead yet more. But SK still are holding on. That middle turret, though, is only going to take a concerted effort from Fnatic, I feel, to take it down now.
It just requires 1 or 2 seconds where SK is out of position and then Reckless or FLICKR can go in or together, get the last few hits onto this turret, kill it, and then go in towards the inhibitor. And SK Gaming, I don't think they've stepped out of the base for the last possibly like 15 minutes.
No, and I don't think they're going to for the next 15 either. I mean, there's literally nothing outside of the base for them to really go for right now. Did see that dragon finally go down. Took a little while for Cyanide to finish off, but they have finally started spending all that gold there from before. So let me run you through those items. Banshee's Veil for Lee Sin, along with a Ruby Sightstone that he picked up there. DFG now for FLICKR. We've also got the Guardian Angel on Cyanide. Double Randuins in the team. Like, if they're ever going to dive, this is probably the point.
This is the time at least, and Jessis really needs to get his Banshees, otherwise if he's standing there defending against FLICKR, he can get blown up instantly. Like, there's no Zhonya's, he needs to get the Banshees completed. Should have it soon though. I think he's been farming for quite a while here, and once he actually picks it up, he can avoid being just one-shotted by FLICKR.
Well, surprise, surprise, Baron spawning in 20 seconds. Fnatic are ready and waiting to capitalize on that third Baron of the game. And SK, as you rightly pointed out, do not plan on leaving this base anytime soon. They're happy to hold on, happy to stretch this game out, happy to try and get their champions fed as possible. But you can see they're behind in levels, every single member behind in levels. They're literally not moving.
Nope, dancing around as well from Svenskern. Looks very nice. And meanwhile, a Baron being taken.
Baron being taken. Had a peek at the player cameras behind you. SK just chatting away, not really got hands on keyboards right now. They know exactly what Fnatic are doing, of course. Baron going down, the third Baron of the game. Fnatic have had all 5 dragons as well. Oh, Candy Panda. Stepping out of the comfort zone there, went a little bit down that bottom lane, but he's going to be swiftly moving back into position. But will Fnatic try and capitalize on that. Well, it looked like they had moved forward to have a go at something, but in the end, well, they don't find that opening. And they're stood on wards right now, so SK, I have to give them credit. They're getting a couple of wards outside the base so they could see the exact rotations that Fnatic were going to do between the top and the middle lanes. Soa's getting a little bit deep, but he'll just safeguard straight out.
Big wave in the top.
This is it, surely.
FLICKR gonna get some attack onto this one. It's leaving that mid lane exposed. Jesus gets a big burst of damage down on him. Ignite was used this time around. That tower going very, very low. Soa's continuing to keep the damage down. There's the 3-time strike. Freddy's gonna get dropped. You can see Cyanide jumping in. One more cleave. Soaz gets the kill on towards him. Sven's going in trouble. Crescendo comes out, stops Soaz. Cyanide now has to back out. He has got that Guardian Angel, remember, but the second inhibitor turret will fall, and Fnatic now have exposed the SK base like a can opener.
That surely is it here. I thought that as well when they came in. Guardian Angels in there as well. We're going to see the teleport actually coming in from Soaz. He went back to heal himself up and they moved straight in. Shockwave actually at the back, but the Nexus turret's already been focused here. Fnatic, not sure why they're not going for the second one in there at this point. Cyanide pretty low, but still has his Guardian Angel here. That's a dead troll up on the top side as they go in on towards FLICKR. He's going to get his passive pop, but they go back in. Svenskeren goes down. Soaz gets that one. There's another one for Soaz. Double kill on that front, and now they can finally turn. They've broken the defense from SK Gaming, and it's Fnatic that take game number 1 here in the championship match.
It took them 42 minutes to finally take them down. It's the advantage they had from the very start of this game where they got those 2 early kills in the top and middle lane, and they held on to that advantage the whole way through. Credit to SK Gaming, they held on very well. They've proven that throughout the entire season, but it is Fnatic with game 1.
Very safe play by Fnatic. Didn't want to just try and dive onto SK Gaming, even though they were so far ahead. Actually just stayed around, got a few hits, kept doing it. I believe they got like 3 Barons before they actually broke through the defense, got in, got the turrets down, and then could take.
And you can understand it from SK's side. Realistically, outside of those turrets, they were never going to be able to win a fight. So they sit back and they hope to God that Fnatic make a wrong decision, that they get caught out, that they can snipe someone low HP off and then maybe push back a little bit. But I think the game at that point was too far gone anyway.
I mean, what they needed that perfect combo. They almost got it when they were sitting in the bush. They needed the crescendo, the shockwave, and then you could see the Mega Death Rocket coming across. And they have to get a kill on Candy Baron so he can get excited, so he can start running around and mowing people down. That's all they were really holding for. They waited in the bush. They could do it once. They only got 1 kill out of it, and that wasn't really enough to capitalize.
And that was also the reason Fnatic didn't just screw up 5 members and say, we're just going
we're
to
not
straight
falling for
on
that
you.
again.
Nope, we're just going to split up in all the lanes and just poke away a little bit. One of you guys will make a mistake at some point. We saw Justice going up there, no Banshees yet. FLICKR jumped onto him, forced him back. Freddy came up there and tried to defend, stayed for too long. He died, and from there on and out, it was just turret and turret, and they could just finish the game.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you lose Freddy, then you know that you're not going to be able to defend that one. He was by far and away the tankiest of them all. Just want to look down some of the scores here. 5-1-4 for Soaz, padding his stats a little bit there at the end with that double kill. Had a lot of trouble, though, in his lane matchup.
Yeah, so first of all, obviously Soaz invested a lot of time, level 1, by staying up top lane here, going for the first blood, which meant Freddy was just getting level 2, or maybe even level 3 actually, down in the bottom lane before Soaz decided to join in. Picked up some minions, so he fell a little bit behind early on. He picked up the first blood, yes, but he got behind in XP, and it meant Freddy could stay in the lane, could get strong, and then when it came to split pushing, we just saw Soaz use a lot more time with the team, where Freddy was just staying in the lane all the time farming.
So, looking towards the next game, it is a best of 5, remember, so still a bunch of games to go, minimal of 2 games to go for these teams. If Fnatic were to go 3-0, what do these teams have to do? What do Fnatic have to look towards in this game? Because it wasn't a perfect game from them. They had control throughout it, but there could have been things that were done better. And what do SK do to stop themselves getting in this situation in the first place?
Well, first of all, Fnatic, pick-wise, don't have to change anything. It's a very strong comp they were playing here. So much mobility, moving around. Every single time we saw them, whenever SK was out of position, pop the ultimates, catch on to them, get the kills. So, very, very strong comp by Fnatic. Didn't even use the Soraka, which we saw yesterday. Can, of course, be a pick they can pull out here. SK, well, first of all, they need to make sure the level 1s are actually working properly for them. Because it was an issue. It was the whole thing that started, like, it just went wrong from level 1 from them. And then with Soaz, Soaz staying in the top lane, getting the kill onto Unrated. if the level 1 was different, if it's just been a standard level 1, nothing happened there, it could be a completely different game because the Sona and their Jinx lane was actually very strong against Karma and against the, I believe it was Sivir. So they could have, if there's standard lanes, you know, no summoners being blown in level 1, it could have been a completely different game.
Well, we'll see if it works out, whether they do pick in towards that. For now, though, we are going to check over to Shox and Youngbuck, who have joined us, been joined by Alliance's Froggen.
Thank you very much, D-Man. Indeed, Froggen has joined us here as well to analyze the games that are coming up here still today. The very first game, Fnatic coming out very strong versus SK Gaming. Taking it back to the beginning, if we analyze the comps and maybe the pick strategy they went for, a first lock-in Orianna for SK Gaming. What did you make of that?
I did not expect Orianna first pick, but they wanted to have a farm-heavy champion that does good in almost every situation, and they had a solid plan with picking Jinx and then going for the 2 versus 1. And Fnatic's comps is a bit out of meta. I don't think it's actually the way you're supposed to play in this meta because they had a pick composition. And I think SK, they could basically just push down the turrets and then they could group mid and siege against Fnatic's pick comp, and I think they would have done really well, but that didn't happen.
Indeed, that didn't happen because level 1, a lot of skirmishes there. Soa's got a kill and Xpeke got a kill. Tell me, you're a Trundle versus a Lee Sin, and then the Lee Sin eventually comes up in your lane and he already has a kill, but as a Trundle, you could push a little, so how does that match up then?
I think the most important thing about that level 1 was that SK wanted to have a 2 versus 2 lane with the Sona against Karma. And SK read Fnatic that they wanted to lane swap, especially when Soas hovered over Vladimir to play into the Trundle, but eventually went for Lee Sin. Lee Sin isn't that great against Trundle, but he's very good in lane swap. So SK read Fnatic like an open book. But then the reaction of Fnatic, and especially Soas, it just shows so much confidence and so much teamwork that he stayed into the top lane to get those kills. Most top laners would have just teleported to the bot lane. And after those kills, I also have to give huge props to Cyanide, because not only did he get a great kill in the mid lane, but he also used the fact that N-Rated didn't have flash anymore to just seal the deal for Reckless and Yellowstar to dominate that lane.
So all those lanes were going well. And then in the mid lane, you said first, well, if they go into lane now, the Orianna versus LeBlanc, Xpeke leveled up his E, I believe, so he wouldn't have had a good time, but then he got a kill. So how did that lane match up after that?
Yeah, I don't think Jess controlled his way very well at level 1, and that resulted in Cyanide level 2 ganking because Xpeke just leveled up after skilling E without getting punished at all when Jesse started with his shield, and I think he could have punished Pekka way harder, and he should never die to the level 2 gank.
So a very explosive start. We were in for a great game, and then everything kind of slowed down. What was the reason? Did Fnatic not push through when they could, or was it just impossible for them?
It was mainly because of Fnatic's composition. Like, they had pretty much no poke. They have a comp where they need to get picks, and then they need to transfer that into objectives, which they did very well. But then you saw them being like 15 and 18k ahead. SK is basically going AFK in their base. If Fnatic gets a free Baron, it doesn't matter. They get like 1k damage onto the mid turret, and that's the only thing they ever make of that Baron. And they climb another 5k gold ahead before the other Baron happens. And SK is still AFK in their base. They just went AFK for 10-15 minutes because they have a comp that can just clean. And if Fnatic ever tries to dive them 5 versus 5 with a pick composition, they're not going to do that well. So Fnatic didn't want to risk that, and that resulted in a very slow game.
A slow mid-game indeed. And Youngbuck, if you were playing that Trundle, we did see that when he went head-to-head with Lee Sin, it did work out fine. And even if you had teleport, there was just nothing you're able to do if you're caught inside your own base. Is there anything you can do?
Well, Trundle is pretty good against Lee Sin, so I actually hope that Fnatic either bans the Trundle, because I think that it's a very comfort pick for Freddy, or they leave it open and pick a heavy counter into it like Vladimir.
Okay. When we're going to the next game, then you said that Fnatic's comp, it worked in this case because they got pretty far ahead in the early game, but it won't necessarily work next. What do you feel that SK can pick or can ban that they can't do this again?
I'm not sure. It depends on the Fnatic players. Like, they all have very high versatility in the champion pools. Like, they can pretty much play every champion in their role, so it depends on what kind of composition they want to go for.
Yeah, because yesterday we saw versus Roccat that SK made adjustments immediately. They banned out 2 champions that Roccat was very good at. Do you think you can do the same versus Fnatic? You can just target 3 bans now on this game, or is Fnatic a team that you can't just do that against?
Fnatic has too big of champion pools on all their lanes, and SK is now thinking, what are we going to give them and what are we getting in return? They do have the last pen, so they can pretty much predict what Fnatic is going to first pick and what they want to get in return. So maybe the champion select for SK might be stronger. They might have a stronger level 1 as well.
Fragan, who do you call it for game 2?
I would say Fnatic.
Fnatic, Youngbuck.
Fnatic.
All right. Thank you very much, guys. We're going to go over to you guys at home because today, of course, we asked you on Twitter to tweet @LolEsports which European LCS player had the biggest influence on your own playstyle this split and why. And here's what you had to say. The first one is from @SugarD's. Biggest influence on me has to be amazing. To this day, I still can't get that insect fake to kick in high priority targets. You play with amazing. You know how good he is.
Yeah, having his Lee Sin on the team is just so great. You feel so free in your lanes. He push pressure everywhere, and he makes plays when it matters.
Absolutely does. Second one is from @AdamP1998. Reckless, he taught me how playing safe and farming it up can let you carry games as much as kills can. And well, we actually didn't see that big of an influence here now because they didn't need to, but we know how good of a player Reckless is.
Yeah, Reckless is extremely good. He can play pretty much all the champions, and he knows how to play the different champions. And his mechanics in teamfights are pretty much spot on. There's not a lot you can criticize about him, so I think he's like probably the most solid AD carry right now.
The last one is from @OwenNinja. Probably Vander, the closest thing to Mad Life you'll see outside of Korea, influence my Thresh play. That are hard words. Do you think he's the same level as Mad Life as we have here in Europe?
So I've played with Mad Life multiple times. Both with and against them, and he kind of plays the same style because he's Morgana binding and his fresh hooks. He is really good at knowing when he needs to throw them, and usually if he misses a fresh hook or Morgana binding, it's because it's more like a zoning tool then that forces them into the direction Vander walks them to walk into his team. And that's like either you get hit or you're getting zoned into his own team, so you pretty much have to flash it no matter what. And Mad Life is doing the exact same thing, so it's a bit like Mad Life's style, but probably not as good as him.
Probably not as good, but still getting compared to him, not bad. Thank you guys for those, and remember, you can keep the conversation live on Twitter throughout this championship series by using that hashtag LCS. Now we'll take a brief break from the action, but stay close because we'll be right back with the second game between Fnatic and SK Gaming where anything can still happen. And remember, the LCS playoff action continues Friday in North America, and here's a closer look at what to expect from the teams on the other side of the pond.
Playoffs is everything.
Here comes the ulti. Can he find anything? With a Flayland, will he find Double? There he goes. Has GA though. Not great for Double. In comes Balls. What's he gonna find? Double over the wall.
If we win playoffs, we win the season.
Cop very low on mana, but has that red buff. They could get double lift on this. Tries to turn the fight around. Gets the hook from Afromu, but it's not enough. And they bring in the quadra kill for Cop.
Anything can happen at playoffs. Playoffs are ultimately going to be the games that everybody remembers.
Dude, he's got the trifecta of items, and now he's dead!
That's all it takes.
God.
Shifter finds the kill over the wall.
We're just like really close. We're just not quite there yet.
Special flash is over. Dyrus makes it in with Dragon's Descent. He's able to get one, but they turn it down. Great triple kill from Wild Turtle.
We're really hoping that we win this.
He looks for Cop. Tibbers is there. Golden Glue, QW, Quadra. Only Bunny Fufu alive.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back and ready to head into the second game between Fnatic and SK Gaming. Fnatic have a slight advantage at this point, but since this is a best-of-5 series, there is still a long way to go until we have a champion. So let's talk about that game. Fnatic started off incredibly well. They got themselves 3 very early kills.
And that was the big thing in this game, to be honest. The fact they could early on, due to a very good level 1, spotting out SK and then taking the kill in top lane, of course, got the kill in mid lane with Cyanide sneaking in behind Jesus. And from there on, they just never gave SK Gaming a chance to do anything on the map. I mean, the objective control, 5 dragons, 3 barons, everything for Fnatic. As soon as they got the lead at level 1, never gave SK Gaming a chance to actually get anything on the map.
So as well as just completely destroyed his horrible record against SK so far this season. Had 0 kills in the 4 regular games of the season. He just got 5 there in that game as Lee Sin. That double at the end kind of helped things out. Didn't have the perfect game though. If you look at Soaz there, as you said, came late to the lane. Had some troubles with Freddy. Good for them though, Fnatic by the end, that Peke had that much damage that he just blew him to pieces in one go.
And it was actually very nice to see how Soaz handled the situation, saying, I'm just going to push up my lane, fight you a little bit, then just back away. Never really in a risk of dying to Freddy. And then whenever Freddy was doing something, like whenever Freddy was just staying to push, Soaz would go elsewhere on the map and try and make plays.
So here we go, picks and bans getting underway. Let's see if Jesus is going to be the target once again, because he certainly was in game 1. As it is so far, Evelyn being taken away there for Svenskeren, and well, there is the Lee Sin ban. Not having any of that for Soaz this time around.
So a little bit surprised they actually ban away the Lee Sin, as yes, okay, early game it was annoying for them, but it wasn't actually that big of an issue dealing with this Lee Sin from Fnatic's side here. So still, they feel like they don't know enough about the champion, or maybe Freddy doesn't feel like the matchup is in his favor, so he decides to ban away. And of course they know about the champion, but in top lane.
Also taking away Trundle here are Fnatic, and no real surprise because Freddy goes for Trundle if Trundle is available. Final ban was LeBlanc, and it seemed like an easy choice for Peke at the end there. Nidalee locked straight in.
Was banned away the last game. This time they banned the Ziggs, left it open because they got first pick and just instantly lock it in, take it away from Jesus.
Lulu left open. Soaz has played that twice against Alliance, could do it again, especially if SK don't choose to go towards it here for maybe Jez in that mid lane. Looks like they're going to favor Lucian, of course, taking that away from Reckless, keeping it for Candy Panda. And they're going to go, I was going to say, are they going to go for a Vel'Koz support? That would be a ballsy play. Yeah. N-Rated, of course, has played it before. As it is, though, it looks like it is going to be the Elise for Svenskeren.
And really the jungler where a lot of players before this patch was saying, yeah, you know what, we like more different junglers now than Elise. But still, in this playoff, she's been the big jungler, to be honest. Whenever Kha'Zix is banned away, she's the go-to jungler now. And him picking it up here, very strong pick. And with Lucian, of course, we know how good Lucian is throughout the entire game.
Are we going to be seeing a shield-heal combo once again from Fnatic? Lulu and Nocturne both locked in now for Fnatic. I wonder who they'll be complementing. I mean, if you had Sivir in there as well, you've got spell shields, you've got normal shields everywhere, you've got big heals coming out as well. This could be very, very interesting. But what do we make to that?
Well,
of that, sorry.
So this is one of the most annoying things you can actually play against, because if Fnatic decide to just group up and say, we don't care about Freddy pushing the top lane, we're just going to start sieging in here. If they land a spear, pop the ultimate from Cyanide and just dive into SK Gaming, start the whole fight, and Freddy can't join in because there's no vision, he can't teleport in, which means Fnatic can just clean up before he can even do anything. And it's so annoying to deal with. And also the disengage just by having Nidalee and Lulu. I mean, if you ever want to get onto them, you need to hard CC them. Hence the Leona pick right here from N-Rated. He loves to play it, and he's so strong on it. He's been from years a very strong Leona player. So I really like this pick up here because they need hard CC to lock down a Nidalee and a Lulu.
He could, of course, get followed up by that Elise with the Ahri in there, so the charm. So there's a good crowd control from SK Gaming here. Fnatic looking to change things up again. They could be going towards a bit of hard CC themselves with that Morgana, and of course Caitlyn to poke from the range.
Well, and they can go for counter hard CC. So if you need CC to kill people, you obviously take the thing that removes it. Black Shield, put it onto whoever N-Rated goes for as the target, and yeah, that's it. There's no stun, and it means Fnatic can stay around, feel a bit more safe, poking away, because this is such a heavy poke comp from Fnatic. Fall behind to this, so you're too weak to actually team fight. and you're just going to stand there and you're going to take a spear, you're going to take everything right in your face, and in the end you're just going to lose your turret.
I was going to say, Sivir, you'd imagine would fit into this combo a little bit better, and did switch over to Sivir for a second time in a game, got the mobility out of there, which fits into this team comp, got the spell shield in there, which fits into the team comp. Scary, scary stuff. Final pick for SK was, in fact, Shyvana, and that's kind of what Freddy does. Trundle, Shyvana, a bit of Renekton.
So again, the deal for Freddy, split push, split push, and then split push a bit more, and then when the team fight actually starts, teleport down, join in with the team, be very, very tanky, because you've gotten solo farm for the entire game, and you are this very big tank in the front. Meanwhile though, the rest of SK needs to make sure here they do not fall behind in the early game, like they did in the game before, because their comp relies so much on being able to engage. And if you're too weak to fight, you can't engage. You're just gonna sit there and do nothing, like in the last game. They need to win this early game.
Well, they've both got teleports to the top laners, so that's a difference we've seen from many of these split pushes. So as though on this Lulu, it worked out very well for him against Alliance.
Yeah.
It could do the same again.
And he's going to be there to clear the wave whenever Freddy pushes in, make sure he can't get to the turrets, and then he can just teleport in with his team when the ultimate is being popped by Cyanide here, blocking the vision from Freddy. He joins in 5 versus 4, and that's the whole idea behind the comp here from Fnatic. So let's see how it actually goes. The wave clear is very strong as well for them, so even if they should fall behind, they can defend.
And they actually have some good poke this time around to break
they got very good poke.
Which is what they were lacking a little bit in that last game. Once they were like, okay, SK are down to their base. Not sure how we're going to get in there. Distortion and 1 auto attack about 400 times as that turret goes slowly lower and lower. But this time, definitely got the can opener to get into the base.
That's what you needed, and they've got it with the Nidalee Spears. You can open many things with that. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2 of the championship finals here for the Spring Split. Fnatic up against SK Gaming. Fnatic, of course, 1-0 up and starting out as the blue team. Meanwhile, they are up against SK Gaming, who will be starting off against the red side. As the red side, they're not going against it. Everybody on blue side, everybody part of it.
We're one-sided game at least.
That's true. You're not wrong with that one. Are we going to see, though, because let's not forget, Game 1 was absolutely crazy at level 1. Are we going to see that here again? We see already a few people...
A lot of CC from SK here in level 1. I mean, Charm from GS's, the Cocoon from Invaded would of course not be ideal for him to... Invaded, I mean, Svenchen wouldn't be ideal, but still, if he really wants to land his first blood, I don't expect it, however. He obviously needs some damage early on in level 1 to do his wave clear here, but Invaded could start his own Q, his stun, then combine it with the Charm. You have a lot of CC coming down to Fnatic if they find someone.
Well, Cyanide got himself in towards that bottom bush, so they know that SK Gaming are not rotating around towards that lower tri-bush. Fnatic seemingly pinging heavily on that tri-bush in the top. That's where they believe SK to be right now, of course, until SK show themselves. It does look like we are going to have some late invade, so from both of these teams, it looks like Fnatic want to head towards the top red buff, and SK Gaming trying to do the same towards Fnatic's red buff.
Peke needs to be a little bit careful here, because he's going to obviously be the one to spot them. They're actually going in... No, they're moving down here, so Sana will spot them, will of course back away from this one. But they know now, at least, that SK want to invade in towards the red buff. And they can just do the same up in top lane and trade buff for buff. So both of them feeling fairly safe, even though they're late invading.
Well, that's going to mean that Cyanide is nowhere near said buff.
Very true.
Or is he? Because he's got a smite here. So if he can get that ward down, and we'll see if he can actually play around with this one. He's going to step forward. There's the ward in there. So he could smite this one away. Svenskeren is around, and that red buff already been done here by Fnatic up on the top side. Red buff did go down, and
Svenskeren got it.
Sveren, yeah.
So Fnatic is actually taking the red buff here with Soas, or Yellowstar actually picked up the red buff, so he can bully a little bit more in the lane. It means, however, for Cyanide, he's actually only going to get 1 buff.
Was that a mistake, or did he mean...
No, he was definitely just waiting for him to give it. He also threw the binding towards it. So the whole plan was to give the red buff to Yellowstar.
So we'll see whether he does bully out the lane with that one. So it's going to take him very low. Yellowstar having to tank this one through. So as we'll take up those Golem Golds, though, and we'll see if he sticks around here. Freddy is coming up towards his top lane. May find a very low hit point Soaz in a moment. Yeah, Soaz realizing this is probably a little too risky. We saw it happen for Wicked, of course, yesterday up against Soaz, got caught out while he was trying to back off and got quickly wimsed for the problem of that one. So Peke in the mid lane up against Jesus. We can see whether he keeps the farm going.
That mid lane, not a problem so far for either of them. Interesting to see how Yellowstar can bully this lane. Actually,
and there's nobody.
I was going to say, Freddy doing the wise thing in this scenario and just staying away from it completely. He's just trying to take whatever he can from his own jungle. Has it level 2 already. Funnily enough, does have more CS from that Wraith camp as well than what Soaz is holding on to. This could be interesting. Svenskeren waiting.
Only level 2 though.
Around the guns, only level 2. And now that Cyanide's there, that's going to stop the threat that Svenskeren maybe would have had with the pressure onto his bottom lane.
So Fnatic actually decided to send Cyanide down here to try and defend. Normally, you see people just go to the opposite lane and just push it down. And Reddit, there's a stun. And he's dead.
Well, I mean, yeah, he's dead. Cyanide's in trouble as well. He's going to try and get away from this one. Who will take the kill? That's the question. And Rated got to be careful, taking very well away from this one. Candy Banner will take it, and that is easy stuff. Ready?
Oh my
God.
The red buff! No!
The red buff not
it
enough
didn't even
to
work.
take down Freddy.
The whole plan is gone.
The whole plan backfires, and well, Fnatic had a 3-0 lead in last game. Now SK gaming with a gigantic lead and a push on this bot lane.
Right. So first of all, they sent 2 members down to try and defend down this bottom lane. Normally, again, you see people just going top, counter the split push by split pushing or lane swapping yourself. And instead, they tried to defend it. Level 1 Soaz at the time. He got level 2 just as the dive began from SK here. It was too easy for them to just walk in and kill them. And that was it. So very weird level 1 here from Fnatic.
Showing number 1 SK how you do a 3 versus 2 dive in the bottom lane, and Fnatic showing how you don't do a 2 versus 1.
But he had red buff.
And well, if Soaz, if Reckless had had the red buff, let's say, that could have been a little bit different. But that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. And SK now in a commanding position very early on. Zenblade not quite got the range, and maybe they'll try and turn this one around. Yellowstar waiting to the side. There is the cocoon. Will SK be ballsy enough to dive again?
It's actually very lucky for Reddit he didn't connect here, because Yellowstar was just around the corner, would have landed binding onto him under the turret. So Reddit stays alive here. Let's see what they decide to do. Obviously, there's actually a ward, so they know Yellowstar is waiting around.
Yes, Svenskeren is going to come straight around, catches a dart, binding the rest of Fnatic, turn back on towards him, has to flash away. Svenskeren, sloppy play there as he walks face check straight into Yellowstar.
I don't know if he did see him.
Well, there was a ward before at least, so I'm not sure which way he actually took down there. Anyhow, I'm still feeling a little bit weird about the whole red buff thing. Why they didn't give it to Soaz, who would then try and fight and defend himself in the bottom lane.
Don't get too emotional about it, though.
No, I'm just saying, I just didn't get the idea. There's probably 100% sure there's a plan, because Yellowstar, he used his binding to get it, and Soaz was just waiting around. So there was the plan, obviously. Not sure why.
Not sure why. Either way, it's going to be a dragon here for SK Gaming. After taking that initial tower, Jesus going in onto Peke. Not quite got the damage, and that's the exhaust at work right there.
And this is actually one of the reasons we see less assassins now, because of exhaust, because it's so strong at shutting down your burst. We saw it here. Jesse's onto Peke, exhaust him in the face, and he actually doesn't have enough damage to kill Peke.
Wait, he actually did. He had the Foxfire. If it wasn't for the flash from Peke to get away from it, the Foxfire ended up going off to the minions, which he just stepped back towards him. Had the Foxfire on him, that would have hit on towards him. Not too sure. Could have done a lot of damage. Was taken very low. The Ignite was ticking, remember.
We will never know.
We will never know. We will never know. In fact, you would if you spoke to the players.
True.
If you spoke to Peke and Jesus directly. I distinctly remember a very young Bjergsen coming out after losing a duel to Peke. They went on and won the game, you guys did.
Of course.
But all he cared about came straight around and basically talked to us about it, because he heard what we'd said about it. He's like, no, I could have won that duel if I'd have done this. It's like, these guys take it seriously. Calm down, Bjergsen, you won the game anyway.
It's all about maximizing your performance. Everything. One little misstep and you're going to be like, damn, I did this wrong. I could have gotten a kill, or I couldn't have been the MVP of the game if I just stepped to the left instead of to the right.
Well, I think the official is more likely to ask Yellowstar why he got the red buff.
True.
At the start of the game.
I just want to hear the tactic, that's all. Maybe I can use it in solo queue.
Then that one. Let's have a look down the CS here as things start to settle a bit more. This mid lane is where the big difference is. 57 to 47 CS there between Ahri and Nidalee. Of course, in favor right now of Jesus on Ahri. But this top lane, this could be a turret going down. This could be the first one of the game for Fnatic. I was going to say no one from SK is there, but Freddy, of course, does have his teleport back, and he's going to go up there and using his ultimate here onto Reckless as well. Binding is actually going to land. There's a lot of damage coming in, and they were out of turret range as well, crucially this time.
And he's already level 6 because he picked up a kill, because he's gotten this farm and XP over here. So he's actually feeling very nice about this. And SK, they just continue to push down here because 2 members from Fnatic in the top lane.
Roles reversed in this game. SK Gaming continuing to push that dominance. So 2-0 turrets continuing on towards this inhibitor turret. I don't think they're going to be able to get on it. We do see Peke actually respond. No hit, tell a lie. He's taking the raids away. Top turret goes down. First one for Fnatic of the game. And this inhibitor turret is taking some serious damage already from SK.
I'm going to say they might want to think about recalling from that top side of the map here. Cyanide did come back down, and apparently that's enough here to force SK away. This mid turret will surely become the next target. That's already down at half HP. The charm actually did land there onto Peke, but he'd already halfway through the jump, so not too bad for him. Freddy again forced off. Fnatic trying to do some pressure onto the inner turret in that top lane.
And we're gonna see a DFG very early here for Jess. He's already got the large rod, so once he completes it, we can see him start roaming around the map, trying to find picks. And yeah, if you find someone like Reckless, make sure the spell she doesn't block the charm. He can do a lot of damage onto him.
So we'll see how this game develops. At the moment, Fnatic have not backed away from the top, which means SK are not backing away from the bottom either. They're going to keep the pressure on. Soaz is actually trying to come a little bit further out of lane. He's going to get caught out by Candy Panda. A lot of damage coming out. The Culling doing all of the damage. Soaz has to use the Wild Growth. Can Candy Panda dash on towards it? Does flashes for it. Too many tower hits. Going to go on towards him. And Candy Panda so close to taking Soaz down. That was a straight up 1v1. If it rated him in there, he had Flash Ignite.
He would have actually killed him then. Remember though, Soaz is so close to his own base, he can just go back, heal up, and get into the lane to defend. Yellow Star recalled, Reckless also recalled, so they're gonna be defending this bot lane now, and SK will have to move away and focus elsewhere.
So this is the standard lane switch tower push strategy, but just a lot more awkward, I feel. Like, the same thing has really happened during this game, but slower. And with those deaths that really shouldn't have happened. This middle turret is going to go down here. Jesus getting the better of that one. Black Shield will stop a bit on towards Peke. Svenskeren is coming around here, though. There's no fight to be had.
And Jess has really been taking full advantage of the fact they killed Sanat first in the lane swap, and then later on he was there trying to defend, so they knew where he was at all times, so there was no junglers, and he just kept pushing down the lane against this Nidalee, who's weak in the early game, and punished him, and now the mid turret is almost gone. A few hits more, and it will be gone. And saying, yeah, with their lane swaps we've been seeing here, the only difference, or the weird difference, was the fact that Fnatic went down and tried to defend the turret actually with only 2 members, and of course ended up dying for it.
So where does this put Fnatic in the grand scheme of things? We're only 10 minutes into the game, well, just coming up to the 11th minute mark, but they are already 2,000 gold. That's going to become 3,000 as soon as that tower goes down, which is going to happen soon. Dragon up in just, what, a minute's time. So SK, there you go, 3rd turret of the game for them. That gives them that 3,000 gold advantage. Peke's on a Nidalee. Jesus is starting to become strong. This is becoming a serious problem for Fnatic already.
Yep, indeed. Especially because SK, with the Leona here, with of course Ari jumping in, they can start the fight. So if Fnatic want to try and fight for something, it can be very scary for them, especially if SK are fully aware of where they are, can start it. Let's say the Dragon here in 35 seconds. If Fnatic wants to try and fight, that's where SK can just collapse onto them, get all the kills they need, because they are stronger at the moment.
Freddy actually going to go aggressive. He's popped his ghost from this one. There is the ultimate coming in. Wild Growth will knock him up though. Freddy quite happy to just force Soaz away from this one. Probably get some turret damage in there as well. He does have teleport. Soaz has no teleport. He uses it to get into the lane. That could be crucial for this Dragon.
And this is the issue with Lulu top lane. If you get lane swapped on, you won't be the lane bully that you normally are. So you won't get this advantage early on. It means once you actually swap back, you're not going to be much stronger than the guy you're going against, especially a bruiser like Freddy now, just going very aggressive towards him. And look here, Candy Panda closing in. They're going!
Solar Flare goes down. Peke quickly. The Black Shield doing enough. The Culling coming out from Candy Panda, taking Peke very low from that one. I was kind of surprised SK actually went for that one, because you just saw before that fight, Jesus took a hell of a beating as that spear landed from Peke.
And also here, Black Shield, of course, stop the hard engage. Still though, Dragon for SK Gaming. Fnatic is close, but they can't really go in. Peke is just healing up here in the base. There's no way for Fnatic to actually fight for this Dragon.
This one is going over to SK Gaming, the second one of the game. holding a 3-kill lead, 3-1 up in towers, and 3,500 gold lead as well. Still rubbish at maths on that front. But Jesus here, as you said, he did take a big blast, dark binding into a max range spear. That was almost an invitation for him to go home though and pick up that Deathfire Grasp.
Yep, so if he can actually catch out a target now, his burst is insane. And the whole idea behind this SK thing, with of course the single target damage from Elise as well. Catch up someone with a stun, with a charm, with a cocoon, and then just pile on them and destroy them. So Yellowstar, he really needs to be on point with his Black Shield.
Yeah, and those hard engaged solar flares are on a fairly quick cooldown, honestly. Jesus is going to be looking to power in there. There's the spear coming in, so it's going to be the blue buff secured for Peke. That's vital for him. There's the spear, not going to land this time on Jesus, and you can see SK already taking full advantage of the power they gained in this bottom lane early on, taking away everything from the Fnatic jungle.
Just getting full vision in here so they can actually spot Fnatic moving between the lanes. And just like in the last game, where Fnatic had the pick comp and they were waiting for SK to move out of the lane so they could find the right targets, SK are looking to do the exact same thing in this game. So we need to see how Fnatic handles this. I mean, are they just going to push out the waves and just say, oh, if you come here, we're dead? Or will they actually play a bit like SK and just stay far back, try and farm? It seems not. They're actually pushing towards this mid-turret without any minions.
Yeah, a couple of turret hits tanked up there, and Jesus did come back quick enough to really stop any major problems or major damage going on to that one. Fnatic, of course, still only got one turret to their name after taking down that upper top lane, or outer top lane turret, also upper, I suppose, if you look at the minimap. And on the CS, they've fallen behind on every front except the jungle, actually, where we've seen Cyanide just farm, trying to get that Feral Flare finished off as quick as possible.
Well, at the moment, the top lane has been a problem for SOAS. Let's just go back and pick up the idol, the new item available in 4.5. Going to keep that one going. Freddy, of course, has been bullying him out every time he's gone in towards that top lane. We'll see how that fight continues, but SK really are starting to try and take advantage of this map dominance they've gained. We saw how Fnatic used it in the previous matchup. SK can try and do the same, and look at this. Everybody heading up towards the top. Soa's already aware of it, and also so is Reckless. Look at Reckless. He's hard pushing that bot lane.
Yeah, Fnatic actually spam pinged on the turret down here, so Reckless is just going to push it all the way up. They're going to trade turrets for turrets here because they had full vision of SK moving with so many members to the top lane. They knew there was nothing they could do to defend.
So turret goes down, is the middle one, that's the question. Freddy and uses that teleport to get down there. Jez is defending out this one, goes aggressive, tries to pop in, catches out Peke with the charm, tries to put the damage back down there with the DFG as well. Yellowstar instead uses his ultimate to help the disengage. And Fnatic, well, they're forced away from the tower.
And that was one member forcing Fnatic away. Jez went all in, all his damage, popped the DFG and everything. Peke though, with exhaust as well, used by Yellowstar. Never really got too low, but still he forced him away from the turret. It was all he wanted to do.
Also, that turret on the bottom side of the map didn't go down. Reckless was obviously pushing that one. Freddy TP'd from the top lane to make sure that that one stayed alive that little bit longer. So it actually leaves SK in an even better position at 4-1. Got themselves those 3 kills in there as well. Roughly 4,000 gold that separates these two teams at this stage of the map. A very different game. I say a very different game to game one. Almost a similar game to game one, but for the opposite team.
Yeah, and we need to see with Cyanide, once he actually recalls and buys the Wriggles, how many stacks he's been farming up, because of course it already builds up. You just don't see the stacks before you buy the Wriggles, and he needs the 25 for the Feral Flare, the new jungle item, which is very, very strong on Nocturne. Attack speed, attack damage, everything Nocturne wants, so he can just go in the face of you and destroy you.
Well, we see SK Gaming, they are stacking 4 members up the mid lane, just off of the side. Svenskeren did just steal away that red buff area, taking away what he can. Candy Panda going aggressive as Yellowstar comes around. He's got to be careful he doesn't get caught a little too deep there by one of those dark bindings.
Soaz actually nearly died in the top lane as well. Freddy went all in onto him, got him very, very low. Soaz actually flashed away from him to stay alive there, but SK, they want this turret. They're going to siege up on this one. Next wave of minions is now coming down. How are they going to hold on to this one? The spears from Peke going to be a big force in it. Wave cleared out quickly. We've got 1 minute until the dragon comes up. Will Fnatic come out of their base? It looks like SK are trying to set up a trap for them.
This is what they need to do, because pushing onto the turret is very hard with the wave clear, with the risk of getting a spear or binding in your face. It's going to be very hard for SK to just go down and push when Fnatic is defending. So they need them to get out of the base, just like Fnatic needed SK to do in the last game here. That's why you see them backing off, moving around the corner with a very smart ward in the middle of the lane, so they can see Fnatic moving up here, try and start something. Dragon in 30 seconds. I'm sure SK would love if Fnatic were like to come and fight for it.
Yeah, but I don't think they will. They are in position to, let's put it that way. Remember, there's no teleport available for Freddy just yet. Used it earlier on to defend that bottom turret, which actually is having a big clearance right now. Candy Panda shoving that wave back in towards Reckless, who has to react in kind. And both these AD carries keeping their CS very much even. The mid laners as well doing the same thing at the moment. Dragon is spawning any second now. And Fnatic go in.
Yeah, actually, Wriggle's Lantern was finished off there by Cyanide. When he bought it, he had 22 stacks already, so that pretty much already moving up to that Feral Flare for him. Dragon does go down, though. Another one here for SK, third of the game. It's now 5,000 gold.
And again, complete mirror from the last game. I mean, all the objectives now for SK Gaming. Let's see if they, in a few minutes or later on in the game, can start setting up the Baron, like Fnatic did, take it away simply by saying, we have full vision control here. If you face take us, we're just going to engage on you and destroy you. So you need to give us this Baron and just wait in your own base to defend. It could be the same thing turned around here. And then Fnatic, I mean, they just need to rely on landing the poke. If they manage to land a few hits, they can actually engage with Cyanide. So they do have options at least to make a comeback.
Well, SK have grouped 4 members in that mid lane again. Freddy, though, is all on his own in this top. He's going to get caught out. Dragon Descent being used. Ghost is not available in this time. He's still putting a hell of a lot of damage down on towards Soaz, who's already used that Wild Growth. Freddy trying to get the speed up. Paranoia had to be used by Cyanide to close that gap. Rest of SK, they're chasing. There is a ward to spot them out there. Soaz teleporting. He's getting the hell out of dodge. He's going to escape. Nocturne is safe, and he teleports safely down to the bottom. This has left this mid lane turret exposed, and Fnatic take advantage with a kill and a tower.
Very, very smart play by Cyanide. First of all, waiting up there. Freddy didn't expect it at all. He just walked straight in the bush there. Ended up actually dying for it. And then Fnatic take full advantage of the fact that SK tried to move there and help out Freddy. It was too late. He was already dead. And it meant the mid tower was open. And now down to the bottom lane. Teleport is ready for Freddy. He can go down here to try and defend. He's going to do it. And at least keep this outer turret alive.
A bit of gold back thanks to that. And once this last outer turret goes down, then they'll be... I mean, they're still within grasping reach here.
Of course.
A couple more catches like that is what they are going to need to come into. It's still, of course, no Dragon attempt even by Fnatic. They've not been near it. I'm not sure that they actually have a clue on the timer.
It's the thing we talked about in Champ Select, how their team fight from SK is going to be very, very strong, especially if they get ahead, because then they can always engage onto Fnatic. And when you play these siege comps, if you fall behind, you need to be so careful, because if you get in a fight, it's not going to be in your advantage. That's why they simply said, we're just going to farm the lanes and try and get a turret here and there if you do a mistake on the map, and just let you have the dragons. We're not going to try and fight for them.
Candy Panda comes in towards that top lane, so as not wanting any of that. Steps well away from this one. Enrated and Svenskeren were waiting. They're hoping that somebody will step around. They're thinking Cyanide may try and go for a gank. They're trying to use Candy Panda as the bait to dangle forward, but it doesn't seem that Fnatic want to fall for it this time around.
Look here again, early home guards onto FLICKR, so he's definitely expecting to be defending, take a few hits, go back to base, join out again. Remember though, it is changed in 4.5. You need a few seconds for it to heal up, and Fnatic, Yellow Star, ooh, will he face Jake? No, that's actually a ward, so they're just pinging him. Let's see what Fnatic will do on the map. Down the bottom lane, there's a fight between Freddy and FLICKR actually, but nothing else happening so far.
Well, they were trying to set up a trap, and actually Fnatic read it like a book because they had that ward there, and Fnatic were thinking, could we make a play off this one? They didn't really have the right players in the right positions, so it would have been a wrong call to make. Soaz going to try and steal that away from Candy Panda, but he manages to get it with the double shot that Lucian has. So top lane seems to be the objective focus for SK Gaming this time. Freddy had pushed heavily up against Peke, but wasn't really getting anywhere, which is why he's rotated in towards that mid lane.
And SK, they need to do the same as Fnatic last game with XPK on LeBlanc. They need to have Jesses, catch out a target, and just try and blow them up so they get them to go back to base, and then they can actually get onto the turrets.
Okay, actually moving in this time to try and do some defensive work and get those spears out there, which not having the most success rate for him at this point. He does have a needlessly large rod on top of his Fiend's Unholy Grail, so will already do decent damage with them, but only if they land. That's the big problem that he seems to be having right now. Meanwhile, Red Buff going to be assaulted here by SK Gaming, and that is taken away by FLICKR.
Well, this is the exact same problem that we've seen Froggen having, of course, when he had nearly... When the team are behind, it's great to have those spears, but they're simply not sitting still. They're not standing in the position. You can't push them on that turret because you're not sieging it down. They're pushing you down. So they're well aware with the minion line to take those spears for you. So it's very hard for him to land those spears, and really when the rest of the team are having to rotate around, you can see Peke doing everything he can, lands a point-blank spear on Candy Panda. It does keep SK away though, and Fnatic having to do a similar role to what SK did in game one, simply holding out against this siege.
And I really like the fact that Freddy early on actually picked up or upgraded his boots into Distortion, which gives so many things now for him, because he brings Teleport, because he brings the Ghost, and so your Ghost now is gonna be even faster. I believe it's 40% is up to now for a few seconds at least. And then also if you teleport down somewhere, you're gonna get a speed boost as well. So if he teleports somewhere, he can just speed up, get into the face of people very, very fast, and of course also the reduced cooldown.
And he can escape faster.
Also escape faster.
Something that he needed a little bit earlier on. Of course, the single kill that has come in for Fnatic was that cheeky move from earlier on in the top lane. There's another blue buff over for Peke, although not much doing with that at this stage. We do have a dragon coming up in less than 20 seconds time. Freddy's teleport is off cooldown, so as in a similar scenario there. The question is, will Fnatic want to play ball this time around that dragon pit? The way it's been going so far, I don't think they do.
They're chasing on towards Freddy. Everybody from Fnatic diving towards them. Paranoia being used. He's going to have to use that Dragon Descent. He gets out of the Fear Legion. Freddy is free. And this is bought time for SK to take that Dragon with ease. The rest of SK were trying to lay a trap because they were expecting Fnatic to come towards that Dragon. But of course, as you mentioned earlier on, Fnatic have no clue on the timers on this Dragon.
And they don't even want to fight for it anyway, because Freddy could teleport down. They seem to be going for him once more. Peg actually coming over here. There's no tower to help him.
Well, the spear does not land. Freddy with the burnout going to come back up in just a moment. Glitterlance does not land either. And he just walks away. And this has bought a lot of time for SK, all pushing down. Remember this bottom turret? They had a little go at it earlier on at the very start with that initial fast push. Now they're going to keep on towards this turret, keep that pressure down on towards it with 3 members here. Finally, Fnatic react in time. Reckless was in the right place at the right time. Ooh, spear not landing.
Spear hell on there.
That was exciting.
Well, some spears are going to be, they're going to be exciting for sure, I'll promise you that, because he's going to have himself a Rabadon's Death Cap at some point soon. Got 1,800 gold or so to spend from that one, but either way, they force SK back away from this one. And actually, I'm going to see some Dark Bindings coming on. SK all grouping up here in that mid lane, but again, there's some good wave clear and good poke back here from Fnatic. That's something that SK are going to struggle with.
But think, we've seen this before from SK. They try to push up and just instantly Fnatic punish them. Source now going on to Freddy here. Sanad very close as well. No ultimate though.
Forces the Dragon Descent away from Freddy though. And ultimate down for a very short period of time. Fnatic are actually doing a good job at keeping SK at bay here. A much better job than we had before, and that advantage is still not that big. It's a 4,000 gold advantage that SK built up from the very beginning, but 4,000 gold as we start stretching it to the 30, the 40 minute mark is starting to get a shrinking big advantage when you're talking the gold's going to be up to the 50, the 60,000 mark.
And the thing for SK is every time they try to move down towards Fnatic, they get a spear in the face, they get a binding or something, so they get poked down and then they have to back off a little bit. I mean, we should have seen them just walk down the jungle here, clear all the pink wards away from Fnatic, get full vision control, and just sit there and wait for Fnatic to do something. And whenever, if they find someone out of position, Jesse will blow them up like Death Cap, DFG, he's so much damage. But because they move around again as a unit, it's also too easy for Fnatic to just land the spear, land the binding, and then SK is like, okay, we're just gonna back off for now.
got an interesting fact for you here. We were talking about Freddy and his movement speed bonuses earlier on. When he uses his Ghost, he's got about 520 movement speed.
Pretty fast.
You can't really catch him, I think is the point.
Then Burnout, Blizzard King.
Yeah. That's only going to be getting faster. So, yeah, can't catch Freddy. Peke going to get caught out a little bit here. The charm, though, doesn't land onto him. That charm would have surely been the death of him.
Would have been the death and would have been the pick. SK Gaming needed to actually do something on the map. Instead, though, Candy Panda took some damage. Now N-rated, clearing out the ward here, getting some vision control, and moving towards this top lane with Source.
Yeah, 5 members. They've got the minion wave, and Fnatic are a little sluggish on this one. They are slowly rotating towards it. They may get here just in time, but you can see SK, they're going to get a lot of shots on towards his inner turret. I mean, well, look at the map. You can see Cyanide not with the team right now, but they've got good wave clear. They proved it there, and they've kept SK at bay.
Yeah, Cyanide's got his ultimate here as well, so he can move in. They've got it on towards Yellowstar. There's a Wild Growth coming in early. Freddy's right in the middle. No one going down just yet. Yellowstar actually gonna get his ulti off. No, not quite. Jesus has gone down. Candy Panda's really low at the back. Cyanide has to flash out of things as Reckless takes down Enrated. They're gonna keep chasing. One more hit. Double kill. There's triple kill in just a second as he comes down on top of him. And now Peke is chasing on towards Freddy. And just like that, the gold is clawed back and the kill lead goes to Fnatic.
So SK Gaming invested so much onto Yellowstar here in the start of the fight, but the Wild Growth and everything that Michaelis onto himself kept him alive, and it meant that Fnatic would just turn the fight around, get onto SK Gaming, get the first kill, and then chase. Pop the ultimate from Reckless, and you won't escape. Get a few more kills, and now the Baron. This game, man, it just completely turned around.
Turn that game on its head. Take a look at this one. SK thought they caught them out.
First of all, Jessis, no ultimate onto him, so he's actually going to be very, very weak in this fight. And you see Sana going onto him, just killing him. Meanwhile, the rest of SK trying to kill Yellowstar. He's not going to go down. I mean, so many abilities to just keep him alive. And from here on, because Jessis had no ultimate, because he died so fast to Sana, very good job by him. And then with the Civi ultimate, just chasing on after the rest of SK.
5-3 up in kills. A Baron for Fnatic. And look at the gold. They are in the lead now, and that just shows you what patience is going to do. And
they're even.
They're even now. Yeah. Okay. They're actually a slight tick behind, but they're closer than they've been since the very, 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 very beginning of this game. That is my point. We've got Dragon coming up in a minute as well, and maybe, just maybe, Fnatic will actually be feeling confident enough to have a bit of a challenge at that one. They see that they're there. Spear just hit Jesus, by the way, which pretty much destroyed his chances of sticking around for this next fight. We've got 40 seconds for Dragon. SK are in position. Fnatic are going to get more wards down there, though, surely.
And the big difference here with Fnatic, they have the siege comp. They have the ability to push you onto the towers. They're not going to sit around. Now they have that advantage. N-rated getting caught out. Zenith Blades in there, flashes away.
Good
and
play.
does manage to get out of it. Good play from N-rated using the Zenith Blade to actually help and alleviate his escape there. Look at Soaz though. He's got so much damage built up on towards him at the moment. He's going to go across. He's going to deal with Freddy.
And look at the response from SK actually. Moving Freddy here, so he forces someone to go there, trying to prevent Fnatic from just sieging up 5 members. So as though Teleport is actually down, so he won't be able to join in for this fight here. Justice, however, won't actually be able to join in either.
Oh! He wouldn't be able to join in if that landed, that's for sure. And Fnatic, well, they are going to stack up. As you mentioned, Dragon is up, but I don't think that's what they're interested in. They're going to come around. Another spear comes through. This time it takes on towards N-rated. Takes a chunk of health off him. Fnatic will get themselves their first Dragon of the game. That's going to keep their gold advantage. And with this Baron buff, they are starting to take advantage. His bottom tower is going to be the next focus for Fnatic.
Yeah, and once they actually really start grouping up towards the turret and force SK to stand there, we're really going to see the power of the siege come from Fnatic. If SK engages onto them and Fnatic dislike the fight, they will try and disengage with the Civi ult, or if they feel like they're in the advantage, they're just going to stay there, and Sana just going to pop his ultimate, jump into the face of SK Gaming and just try and destroy them instantly.
Fnatic, all that time that they were spent on the back foot, you know, they lost 1 inner tower. They were farming constantly this whole time. 32 minutes in, And look at Reckless CS, 328, pretty much bang on the level where you want to be. They're going to get themselves now a second turret in a row. Going to be so hard to stop them.
And the whole reason they stayed in this game was because every single time SK tried to do something, a spear, a binding in their face, and wow, look at the damage onto Jesse. He's so squishy. But it meant SK could never get anywhere. And
that's a horrible combo. That's for sure.
This is so annoying to look at. I mean, binding, then you get the boomerang, then you get the spear, and you are back in the base.
I don't know, I kind of like looking at this compared to the last 20 minutes, I'm not going to lie. That's the turret going down there. Cyanide will get the last blow onto that one. And Fnatic, quite frankly, can just move up, clear that top wave out, steal the whole jungle away, and then siege themselves up on that last inner turret. And SK must be ruining the time that they had in the lead in this one and weren't able to capitalize.
Luckily enough for SK, they still got a good comp when it goes to just start a fight. If they manage to land the CC on a target, Yellow Star, a bit slow with the Black Shield for instance, they get to this target, they instantly blow him up, they can still win the fights. Yellow Star though has been pretty much on point with the Black Shield so far, so it's gonna make it harder for SK to start, but still, they have so much damage on this team, they have so much CC, they can still win team fights if they just get the right engage.
Not there, Jez has already been stolen away, just like everything else in the SK's jungle. So, SK, as you mentioned, they must be really wondering why did we not capitalize on this advantage we had early on. 4,000 gold advantage for Fnatic. They've spun this lead very much in their favor from the attack. Candy Panda, though, going aggressive and actually taking a fair bit of damage himself. He tries to put the culling down, gets a good massage of damage onto Peke, but look at that, just turns around, heals himself up. Wild Growth was always available from Soaz as well, so never really in big danger. Spear lands on Svenska and half his health gone in an instant.
Not that sneaky. Svenska thought he got away. There's a dart binding onto him. Svenska going to go low. He's going to repel, but he'll be stunned when he comes down. Cyanide down to the back. Svenska, is he going to fall? He's very, very low at the back. He finally does go down. There's another spear from Peke. Candy Panda trying to keep him away, but the rest of the team coming in. Reckless now on a rampage. Jesus is low. He goes down to Reckless as well. Freddy caught in the middle, feared up for days, and he will fall down as well.
They can finish the game.
Going to be the ace for Fnatic.
Such a good team fight, landing the poke and then Yellow Star flashing in with the binding, starting everything. And because Fnatic, they were so helpful from the start, and because Cyanide jumping into the face of Candy Panda, he won't be able to do anything with this Nocturne in your face. And then they just continue, chase on, get the kills.
11-second respawn, that's only on Svenska, and Peke's happy to deal with this one. They've got shields, they've got heals, they've got everything they need to take down the Nexus turrets, and Fnatic will take game 2. After being down so far, they turn this game on its head and just capitalize on a single mistake that SK made. It was a great performance by Fnatic.
Such a good defense. Every single time SK tried to do something, binding, spear, poke onto you, good wave clear, they could never do anything, and then this one team fight in the top lane, around the turret of Fnatic, Jesus without his ultimate ready, they couldn't fight.
They could not fight.
And you see Fnatic's amusement there. I don't think they were expecting to win that game, you know, sitting back for so long.
Yeah.
Not much action going in, losing dragon after dragon after dragon after dragon. And they get that one fight that really turned things around. Okay, 2 fights to win the game, but it was 1 fight to turn it, get the Baron, and that second fight become a whole lot easier. All of a sudden, Peke was hitting every single spear there as well.
It's amazing how getting the Baron buff and getting the lead, and all of a sudden everything just works for you. And
suddenly the confidence switch is flicked and you just manage to drive on through. And that last team fight they just had was fantastic.
The very last one, landing first the poke, of course, onto Svenska, and then Yellow Star is like, I'm going to go for this one. Flashes in, binds, like he's right in front of him, just lands the binding, pops his ultimate. Svenska has to like repel up in the air, and he's already so low. As soon as he comes down, easy target for Fnatic to kill. And then they just chased on everything with the Sivir ultimate. It's such a smart change, actually, because they went from Caitlyn first in Champ Select, and then just in the last few seconds, they swapped it over to Sivir here. Made it so they could actually chase on in team fights as well.
And speaking of the Sivir ultimate, let's talk about the big turning point that happened in that game. We've got a replay for you guys of this one. It was when SK actually went aggressive at the start.
But this is the whole team fight that decides the game in favor of Fnatic. Look at the goal difference here already from the start. About 4,000 gold in favor of SK. Few things to notice. First of all, ultimate from Jesus is on cooldown. Everything is ready over here from Fnatic's side. Second, Candy Pen is actually already down to 50% because he's taking some poke. And if you just roll the clip here, we see Cyanide coming in from the bottom here, or coming in at least from the mid lane towards his soul. He's not with the team yet. Yellowstar then, he's the bait, perfect bait, gets the charm in his face, and now SK is like, we need to go for this one. There we go. Wild Grove, so much healing. The mid kills from Yellowstar as well. He's going to stay alive. Meanwhile, in the top of your screen, you can see Cyanide jumping onto Jesus without the ultimate. He's already dead. And Candy Panda getting a second spear in his face. From here on, he's so low that Fnatic can just chase on. And as soon as they get up to Candy Panda here with Reckless, it's just an easy kill for him. And they can just finish it, get the Baron buff, and from there on, with the Siege comp, as soon as you get ahead, I mean, it's just brutal.
And the flash on the Cocoon as well from Reckless is at the end there just to make sure he gets those extra kills, gets himself up to the triple kill. Fantastic turnaround and almost pulling back to what we saw against Alliance. They've got the big shields, they've got their heals. Yes, again, they had the dark shield as well, the black shield on them. The Mikhails, they had full control of that fight.
As soon as, I mean, it's just the fact that SK decides to fight without the ultimate from Jesus. Like, that's one of the reasons some mid laners are not 100% sold on Ahri, because you need this ultimate. Like, without the ultimate, your team fight presence, it's like, it's very weak. So you need it here. And yes, he landed the charm, and they're like, we can instant kill Yellowstar. But then because of all the protection, the Wild Growth, Mikhails, all the heals coming, Nidalee heal as well coming in, they just didn't have the damage to instantly take him down. And from there on, it was just a lost cause.
And I think if there's one scenario where you need a sports psychologist to call on, it's being 2-0 down now after losing that game where they were so far ahead, where they were looking so strong. It's going to be very hard to shake that off, I feel. Now, for any team, that would be hard to shake off.
Remember, though, relegation for SK Gaming.
Yeah, true.
2-0 down against Super Hot Crew, actually. And then they managed to turn it around. Of course, that was with Nif and not in Rated, but that's definitely not a difference here. And Rated has been playing so well. So they've turned it around before.
They have.
They can do it again.
But I want to put context on that. It was against the Super Hot Crew and not Fnatic, the defending
I agree.
European champions.
Defending two-time European champions.
There's a little bit of a difference, but
it's a big ask, and SK Gaming, they're going to have to deliver. For now, though, we are going to check in with the real experts, which is Shox, Youngbuck, and Froggen.
Thank you very much, Demon. A little bit of a difference between the Super Hot Crew and Fnatic, Dixit, the Fisho. We will remember that. Guys, what do we make of this? We talked before about what should SK do going into the next game. Can they just ban out the champions that they hit trouble with? That is exactly what they did, banning out Lee Sin, Kha'Zix, and LeBlanc. What did you make of their game plan then after that of SK?
Well, SK had a very standard game plan, and Fnatic actually made a huge mistake by trying to defend the tower in bot lane with Nocturne. You play against an Elise who is the best diver in the game, so even in a 3-versus-2 situation, they couldn't hold the tower and both died. They had a dream scenario, but SK, for some reason, couldn't close out the game with a huge lead. So this is probably going to be a big mental blow to their game.
Talk me a little bit through that. You say you should never defend that. Do you feel the same way?
Yeah, I don't think in this match it's beneficial to defend at all, because usually people will just group 4 people on one lane and try to push as fast as possible. And if you're then defending 4 against 2, especially when you're against an Elise, then you're going to lose 2 people for none instead of just pushing the top lane turrets. And then we also see Yellowstar and Reckless actually die to the Shyvana that's defending the turret alone, and she can soak up all the experience. So I don't think the decision making there was the right thing.
That was also very important for the Shyvana, because you mentioned before, Lulu will just beat absolutely everybody, so they absolutely needed that, and then the Shyvana could get ahead. Talk me through that matchup, because you were quite adamant about the fact that you can just not win versus the Lulu.
Lulu is just great for kiting, and a champion like Shyvana needs to be able to run up at their opponent, and Lulu has everything in her kit to make sure that that isn't possible.
Mm-hmm. So a great advantage for SK this game, as we saw a great advantage for Fnatic the last game, and you said, it slowed down in the mid game. There was nothing else they could do. So what happened then here? Why couldn't SK push through?
So I don't think SK got far enough ahead, despite getting the 2 kills bottom and getting the kill top lane at the early game. And they kind of have a pick composition with the Ahri and Leona, where they want to kill somebody and then maybe they can team fight after that. For straight up team fighting, they are hard countered by the Lulu ultimate, by the Black Shield coming out of Morgana, the Nidalee heals. They even have 2 exhaust on top of that, and it reduces to 50% of all the damage coming in this patch. And you can't really have a pick composition when you can't pick somebody off, because they're just too strong at defending themselves in teamfights. And on top of that, they have a lot of wave clear, and they beat them in split pushing in 1-3-1. So it's just really bad pick and ban phase coming out of SK.
Shields, heals, and damage reduction. That reminds me of a certain game yesterday. No nightmares coming back for that one. Sorry, Frog. And it is, of course, very annoying to play against. Do you feel like if SK caught them out and played a team fight perfectly, they would have easily won the game, Youngbuck?
If they could have bursted someone. But as Frogan said, the Lulu, the Morgana, the Sivir also has movement speed. They just couldn't catch up to them and stick on their targets.
So we set out after game one, what can SK do? Can they ban out a couple of champions? That is exactly what they did, but that plan didn't work. Do they have a plan C going into game 3? What could be an option?
So if they are going to play this meta game, they should probably go for something like an AoE heavy champion in mid, because Fnatic likes the double AP where they're squishy. So if you get a champion in mid, they can actually poke them down. And we know Jessis, he likes to play Nidalee, Orianna 6 and stuff that actually likes to poke people down first. So I don't understand why he doesn't go with something like Orianna that he played in the last game as well, and probably feels comfortable on because he just played it. And going for Ahri instead, which doesn't have that huge of an impact against all the exhausters.
What do you think should be the priority for top lane? If Trundle's open, it's going to be picked by Freddy anyway.
Trundle won't be open. I think that SK has to ban out the Lulu again. It just brings too much trouble and works very well in the team comps that Fnatic has been playing today. So Lulu will probably be out. Trundle will be out. We'll probably see a Shyvana against something. I'm not sure what Soaz is going to play because his champion pool is just too big to predict anything from him.
Yeah, maybe we'll see a Soraka again. Who knows? Thank you very much, guys. We're going to step off the rifts for just a moment, and while we're gone, you can make sure you put together the best build for this third game between SK Gaming and Fnatic. See you again in 3.5.
As well, so we can move in. They've got it on towards Yellowstar. There's a wild growth coming in early. Freddy's right in the middle. No one going down just yet. Yellowstar actually gonna get his ulti off. No, not quite. Jesus has gone down. Candy Panda's really low at the back. Cyanide has to flash out. I think as Reckless takes down Enrated. They're gonna keep chasing. One more hit. Double kill. There's triple kill in just a second as he comes down on top of him. best play for me of the spring split was the super mega death rocket from Gambit, from Genja against Fnatic. Xpeke thought he'd got away with his life. The super mega death rocket came across the map.
Well done by Peke though.
Oh, the rocket! Super mega death rocket going through! Oh! Wow! Across the map from Genja! Brilliant! It was an absolutely amazing kill.
Some great moments throughout the season, ladies and gentlemen. We are back in the finals. We are set to join SK Gaming and Fnatic on the Rift once again in this third game of the series. And with back-to-back wins already, Fnatic holds a huge edge. We could see them in the championship here in this game. Win the championship, more importantly. If they do, this is a big historic thing because it means they will have won every single split since the creation of the LCS here in Europe. And it will send them to the All-Stars for a reunion of world champions. Fnatic, they won Season 1. Taipei Assassins won Season 2. And SK Telecom won Season 3. All of them could be attending the All-Star Invitational. It could be epic. However, SK's been in this position before in the Spring Promotion Tournament, and we saw them turn it around and win 3 games in a row and put themselves in the LCS. So, anything could happen. Let's take a look at the last game, though, Deficio. Take us through what exactly turned that game around.
Well, again, we had it as a replay, the team fight. We talked about it after the game as well, how no ultimate on Jesus, on the wrong side of the wall as well. Cannon Pan already down to 50% before the fight actually starts, and then they invest all the damage onto this Morgana. The support can't even kill her, and in the end they just get overrun, fall behind, and when you fall behind again to a Siege comp, especially when they get Barons, they can just stay there forever. It's so brutal. I mean, we saw them, Fnatic grouped up and they started landing spears, as you said yourself. Suddenly every single spear was just landing, and there was nothing SK could do at that point.
Well, we are going to be moving into Champion Select here for game number 3. Let's see if there's any changes this time around. For now, there aren't. Last game, we did see Lee Sin banned away by SK Gaming after Soaz's performance in game 1. I'm just going to speed through these because they're coming in quickly. Sivir, 2 games in a row for Reckless, banned now. LeBlanc, as was in game number 1, or was played in game number 1 by Pecky, taken away as well. On the other side, it's Evelyn, Ziggs, and nearly removed by Fnatic.
So, mixing up the bans a little bit here. Severe ban from SK, 2 games from Reckless, been performing really well on it. The entire team benefits from the mobility, and it means Kha'Zix is left open, and yet again, they actually don't even want it. So we get 2 of the best picks for Fnatic, Kha'Zix and Lucian, and then you get a first pick Orianna.
Identical first picks from game 1 here. Orianna locked in for Jezzas, and immediately Lucian and Kha'Zix being picked up by Fnatic.
So yeah, the Kha'Zix again, just like in game 1, such a strong jungler, and Svenskeren, he doesn't play it. So he gives it over here for Fnatic, pretty much for free actually. The Orianna pick, it didn't really have too much impact in the first game because SK fell so far behind. At the end of the game though, I mean, Jesse's got a lot of farm, but then he's never got a team fight where he could actually use it.
So, what is he going to go for this Saran Sinchao? Already seen him in Svenskeren's hands earlier on. Will he lock that one in here? Again, that Orianna first pick to be complemented by the rest of the team. Showing that Jesus really wanted to get his hands on that one. Actually, will be Karma here locked in for and rated in support.
So SK is now taking more of their mobility on their side. You have, of course, their speed up from Orianna and now the speed up from Karma, so you can move around the map very fast, rotate between the lanes, and also you can do this thing where you put the ball from Orianna onto Xing Zhao. He jumps into the face of the enemy team and boom, shockwave, and you just pull in multiple members. A lot of burst you can do from this, and it's very easy for Jesus then to land his shockwave.
And a big part of these lane swapping fast pushes that we've seen from the first 2 games has basically removed Svenskeren from the game. He has had no impact so far, and he has been the key player for SK Gaming so far. He's back on Xin Zhao. It worked for him against Rockout. We'll see if it can work for him against Fnatic this time around. He played it in game 1 as well, remember. But look at this. Karthus, a potential for Peke this time around.
One of the very strong picks in case it was logged in against the likes of Xing Zhao here, because he jumps into your face. Yes, he can actually shoot you a little bit away here, but not too far. It wasn't matter too much unless it's just when you're about to die and you spawn in a bad place. However, they swap away from it here. One thing we need to remember is Xing Zhao in a lane swap is very strong at pushing the turrets early on. He does a lot of damage and he pushes very fast. So it means for SK, if they do get the lane swap here, they should be able to be faster than Fnatic.
As is Janna. That shield will give you attack bonus damage to your AD
Very
carry.
true.
Shields in there, heals in there, good control as well, the intervention. See how that all works out for them. What are SK going to finish off with here? Looking for the top lane and the AD carry. Trundle would be my guess because it's open and Freddy plays a lot of Trundle.
They need to remember there's a very high chance it's going to be a Lulu or Soraka being logged in for Fnatic over here. Keep in mind we got Kayle, we got Janna, so with the Soraka we actually see the exact same comp they used against the Lions here. A lot of shields, a lot of heals, and of course Kha'Zix with 50% damage reduction. Do decide not to go with the Soraka, but actually just log in the Lulu here for Soaz. So the same matchup up in top lane here. We saw actually Freddy going very aggressive onto Soaz in the game. Didn't actually manage to kill him, he always just escaped, but still, Freddy had the pressure in the lane. Soaz didn't even care because once it comes to team fights, he brings so much utility to the team here. So we actually see close to the same comp they used against the Lions with Kite, shields, heal everywhere.
Well, I believe they would have gone with Lulu probably in that comp. I think Lulu was banned away in that game if memory serves correct, which is why they probably switched across to that Soraka, running a similar style. Hasn't of course got the big heal, the wish, the ultimate heal, but shields, buffs, everything that comes out of Lulu. We've just seen it. We've seen Soaz playing it. He has played fantastic on it the last 3 games.
Yeah, and that's well, what we also saw is lane swaps don't really favor the Lulu because she doesn't get to be the lane bully here. So for SK's side, they want to get this lane swap going actually. They want to get Xingzao up there with Karma, with Twitch, and just start pushing down, get a few turrets, and of course trade them, or most likely trade them with Fnatic. I don't expect to see Fnatic trying to defend the lane swap like they did in the last game.
It was all, last game was all a little bit straight, wasn't it? I mean, we saw Fnatic send 2 guys down bottom, leave
Level
2
1
up top, end up losing your 2 guys down bottom. 2 quite granted for SK Gaming, a very well executed 3-on-2 dive on that tower. Then they tried it in the top lane on Freddy and they just did it all wrong and Reckless ended up dying there. So definitely a lot to improve on that front from Fnatic. I think there was a lack of a clear call there. That's what it seemed. It was very half-hearted. They're at 2-0 right now. They can afford some mistakes, but you don't want to let SK Gaming kind of get back on that horse and have the confidence coming back into these rest of these games.
Well, they had confidence in that game. They had 4,000 gold lead and they let it wash away in that one single team fight that turned it around and gave Fnatic such huge objective control, taking the Baron, taking the towers, and eventually, of course, winning out the game. It was a fantastic turnaround for Fnatic, and that's going to knock the confidence of SK as a team.
And looking now here at these comps, we got actually one thing on SK side which can end up being very, very annoying for them actually about their own comp is the fact that Orianna, Twitch, and Shyvana, they all rely so much on their ultimates. So if they use them in the start of a fight, and then Janna with the Kayle, of course, with Lulu, if they reset the fight, these ultimates are gone. That's where Fnatic can just continue fighting over and over and over. They're looking for these very long team fights. So once all the ultimates are gone from SK, if the disengage is there from Fnatic, they can turn it around and win. However, though, if SK actually manage to really nail all these ultimates, they can also blow someone up.
SK have been spotted actually moving through there. It was Cyanide in the brush that saw that happening already. We see that Soaz and Reckless have moved into a forward position, actually an interesting position as well, taking the tri-bush option for now. We're wondering if they're going to sit around here and hope for a kill. They're obviously going to want to have that blue buff back on their side just to reset any possible exchange that would have happened. They, of course, don't know that SK have backed away.
Yeah, and this is the difference. We did see the ward pickup, of course, by Yellow Star. Haven't seen where he's used it. It's down the bottom there, I can see it. Yeah, there it is on the bottom of the map. So he's made sure that they don't pass through that bottom half of the river. So it seems that Fnatic are going to go for invade, and SK are actually really going to go for a very delayed, which is looking like they're going to hold back. Yeah, they're going to go in. They realize they were spotted out. They're going to go for the delayed invade. It's going to be a blue buff exchange.
So both teams, again, late invading, getting the buffs from each other, and also the lane swap here. So let's see how Fnatic or SK will do this. Will they send Freddy with Svenskeren down the bottom lane, have this 4-man push and just rush the first 2 turrets down? Because again, the bot lane is going to take more damage than the top lane, so they should be faster. And Svenskeren is actually, once he takes the blue and goes to the red, he's already down around this bottom lane area, so he can quickly join in with his team, who's building up the big wave, and then start pushing down.
Very, very interesting start. Once again, actually, Soaz is sticking around that top side of the map then, so Let's see how that one all goes. Candy Panda and N-Rated already started off the farming down on the bottom side. We can see there that Zinchao and Shyvana actually waited inside of the tri-bush area, took away that white as well. No real action offered up to them, and in fact Cyanide is pretty much mirroring that on the other side of the map.
Well, Svenskern's gone back to get the red buff, but Freddy has backed away, so he's not sticking around with that bottom yet. We're not going to get the 4-man push just yet. Of course, we are still only at the 3-minute mark, so there's plenty of time for that. We'll see where Freddy heads off to. Cyanide's doing the exact same thing as Svenskern, both getting that red buff secured. And we also saw Soaz has backed off to base as well. So both of them picking up items. It is actually the Fairy Charm being picked up by Soaz, so getting that mana regen on there, whereas Freddy didn't actually pick up an item.
Soaz is going to go for the Murillo Normicon as his first item once again. And it's a very good starting item because it gives him 75 AP and actually doesn't cost too much either. It's cheaper than the Affine's, gives more AP. It's a very strong starting item. And obviously the healing reduction whenever someone is under 40% always helps. However though, Svenskern decided to come down to this bottom lane, pushing in with the rest of SK's dual lane. And meanwhile up in the top, Fnatic doing the same thing.
Yeah, that's going to be a faster turret. First turret of the game going over to SK Gaming here in the bottom. Fnatic themselves already got that 3-man push in the top side of the map now. You see that the two top laners just behind the mid lane as they're almost mirroring each other in their movements across the map right now. And Fnatic are going to finish off this tower and keep
They're
going,
far behind.
I assume.
They're very, very far behind in this. SK is already at the second turret, and this one hasn't gone down yet before now. So Fnatic very far behind it. Pekka taking a lot of damage.
Pekka taking a hell of a lot of damage. So is Jesus, though. There's a minion wave hitting him as well. So Jesus have to back away from this one. As you were talking about, Soaz actually took a hell of a beating as well. The Wolves nearly took him down. SK have taken down the inner turret, and Fnatic have only just reached SK's own inner turret in that top lane. They're going to keep on pushing in towards this inhibitor turret. And again, Fnatic having to react to this one. SK winning out in the rotations early game.
Definitely winning out here. Both N-Rated and Cyanide. No, sorry, Svenskern now. What am I talking about? Yellow Star and Cyanide recalled. N-Rated, of course, not on Fnatic anymore. Recalled, coming back here to defend this one. So SK needs to back away. And they do often this thing where they actually leave Reckless to just solo farm, and the rest decides to do something else on the map. He is defending this turret. SK won't be able to actually get into it. So still trading 2 turrets for 1. Definitely in favor of SK Gaming.
Very nicely done there. And as you said, Reckless is just going to be left here in this top lane as Pekka actually going low again in the middle. Jesus low, so they're really fighting to their outer limits at this stage of things. Still a flash available for both. There is the knock-up actually coming all towards N-Rated. Slow will land as well. Don't know if Cyanide's got enough damage. Actually, that is a hell of a lot of damage. And here comes Yellow Star from the side. Exhaust goes down. N-Rated is surely going to fall. Speeds himself up with the shield on. Gets the slow, but the flashing from Cyanide give first blood to Fnatic.
Sloppy play by SK Gaming. Recalling out in the open, even though they knew there were people at recall. But down the bottom lane, Candy Panda stealthing in.
Trying to catch on towards him. Freddy will come in with Candy Panda. They have the speed boost. Reckless does have his flash available if he wants to try and get out of this one. And it seems that he will without any problem whatsoever. Jesus now maybe the next focus here, but you got to give credit to Yellow Star. He started that all off against his ex-support.
Yeah, he was just waiting around and saw N-Rated in the middle, like just standing out in the open, not even hiding away, just recalling, and he just interrupted him. And they could chase on here, of course, red buff and also the slows coming in from Cyanide to get the kill.
Yeah, they definitely weren't expecting Fnatic to push them back as hard as they did there and now find them out there in the jungle. This mid lane been interesting up until now. Whilst we've not seen a kill, both players have gone very, very low multiple times. Jesus did bring that heal compared to the exhaust that Peke has in there. Peke is currently storming himself, farming himself up a bit of a lead. 48 to 45, still a very slim lead, of course. Now Candy Panda and N-Rated, of course, switch lanes because they took down not just the outer, but the inner turret as well on this bottom side of the map. And now Reckless is going to be pushing through once again. And again, it's Freddy that's going to meet him head on down there.
Yeah, he's going to try and take some of that damage mitigation. Look at this top lane, though. Cyanide in the bush right now with Soaz there. And he's like, no, don't want this, don't want... Nobody, though, from SK is checking that bush, and he will back away from this one. Soaz is already stepping away. Cyanide lives to breathe another day. SK, though, they're going to take this top turret.
Yeah, SK just rotating around the map with these 3 people. Svenskern once again with the team here, fast pushing down the turrets. Sana was very lucky he didn't get caught out there.
Bottom turret is also going down. Fnatic, it's only Reckless and Yellowstar that are down there though, but that shield actually being used on Yellowstar so he can tank out the minions. That's going to be another turret exchange. It's still an advantage though for SK, 3-2.
3-2. That one will eventually go down. One thing that's interesting though now is this top lane and whether they can stop this push going on, whether Fnatic are going to keep going on that bottom side of the map, exactly what the plan is. It looks like actually SK are going to stick here and try and take down that top lane. They're 3-2, the bottom lane is 2 versus 1, and they are going to actually dive in here on towards Soaz. He's level 5, so doesn't have that wild growth just yet, and in the end, he has to use the flash to get away.
And Fnatic is simply giving up these turrets here. It's so easy for SK to just rotate around. And the response from Fnatic, well, they keep 2 members in the bot lane to push here. They need to get this second turret as well.
They're going to try keep on pushing for it. They are kind of taking it down to half hit points, and Freddy really helpless in keeping this one away. Reckless does take a little bit of damage on towards Freddy, but that is the top inner turret. So now 4 turrets, all top and bottom down for SK Gaming, putting a great pressure on towards Fnatic once again in the early game.
And Freddy now, he can actually clear the next wave with his ultimate to defend this turret, and SK can rotate down and help him out.
And speaking of that rotation, we see that Jesus is moving down there, and Fnatic actually are going to recall away from this one after being so close to taking out that turret. N-Rated and the rest of SK Gaming have done so much damage up on that top side. And actually Twitch still there up against Lulu, but look at this. They're going to face check into this one. There's the knockup. Who's the focus going to be? Svenskron will ulti there and dives towards Cyanide. Shockwave jumps away from. Now it's N-Rated that's focused. He's going to die. It's a 1-for-0. SK backing away. They might lose a tower as well.
Fnatic should be able to get a lot of damage at least. The minion wave is not there. Next one is coming in here. FLICKR going on the turret actually to get some damage on Jesus here. But Fnatic moving up from the bottom lane. Yellowstar with the Hurricane, knocking up 2 members, starting the whole thing, and then the Shockwave actually. Sana, he jumped out of it just when he activated it from Jesus' side.
And Candy Panda has been keeping Soaz busy in his top lane. And that's a danger, because if he goes back, if he goes for that Blade of the Rune King start on the Twitch, he would almost certainly be looking to try and create a play and kill Soaz out. Cyanide, he's going to get spotted by that ward. He's not going to be able to sneak up on Candy Panda like he wishes he could. And he will step away from this one. So, let's take a recap on what has happened. SK, great start, push the bottom, got through the inhibitor turret, rotate back around, and push the top down. Fnatic have been a little slow to react to every time they've done this.
Very slow, actually. I mean, both times they end up trading 2 turrets for only 1 because they keep both Yellowstar and Reckless down the bottom to get this turret down. Yellowstar didn't decide to recall. He went for the next one with Reckless, so in the top lane, SK could just take another one. And credit to SK Gaming, really been working these fast pushing very well, but Fnatic should have reacted a lot better. Should have sent Yellowstar up there to defend with the team.
To be fair though, both turrets are decently low here, so at some point Fnatic can push through and have them. That's a lot of damage there onto FLICKR. Jesus actually pretty much full mana from this one, so he can continue to try and zone them away from a defensive position. Seems like it's worked at least for this wave, but that's a 4-man stack. Fnatic need to do something about this.
Well, the main wave clear is actually in the bottom lane for Reckless, so he's not there to help them out, meaning SK can get a lot of damage onto this turret.
FLICKR with no mana, he's desperately trying to keep them away, but this middle turret will go down. SK continue their dominance in turret control. Diving in there, Svenskron just drops FLICKR where he stands. FLICKR had his intervention, just didn't use it in time.
So much burst damage coming in from Svenskron here. Just straight onto him, instant dead. No, flash was ready, intervention was ready, didn't use any of it.
And now that effect is going to cost them a little bit more than just that single kill. They're going to lose their blue buff. Looks like they will be losing a dragon as well as SK back away onto that one. And that's going to give them a comfortable little lead here, just 12 or so minutes into this game.
We need to see whether SK, with this domination, with this control, with this objective punishment they're putting on towards Fnatic, whether they can actually make use of it this time around. They had a bigger advantage in the second game, which Fnatic managed to turn around. And with that Kayle, if he manages to get farm going, if Soaz manages to get going on it, it could start to be a problem. And of course, we all know how good a Janna's Monsoon is at keeping people away from towers.
Yeah.
Don't forget there's the Culling in there. FLICKR will have great wave clear. Really, they don't have great tower pressure once they get onto the tower, SK.
And it's a very good point as well, because when you use Twitch, it's actually very hard for him to get up and hit the turrets if Fnatic is there to defend, because again, you have no jumps. So if they engage onto you when you're standing there hitting the turret, you're just going to stay there and you're going to be the target. They can pile onto you and just kill you. So it's going to be hard for SK to actually go straight up and push the turrets. Still though, if they can manage to do this, swap around the lanes very fast like they've been doing so far, get the dragons, they can extend the lead, and then this time around they can actually dive. It's going to be hard of course, but when you have these two tanks involving Zhao and gone very aggressive onto red here from FLICKR.
This could be bad news. We are going to see the ball thrown out towards Soaz. There's some decent damage, but not enough to actually finish things off. That's a 3 versus 2 in this mid lane though. Have they got enough for the tower? Make it 4 now. In fact, Cyanide is going to be in there as they slow down Jesus. This could be bad news for Jesus. Can they finish him off? FLICKR going to get locked up here. It all of a sudden turns around, and now it's Fnatic on the back foot running away.
Quick reactions from SK. Candypanda wasn't even there. If he had been, I think that shockwave would have been pulled and Candypanda would have had that spray and pray, and Fnatic would have been all sorts of trouble. And you know, I was talking about how they can't really siege down, but if Fnatic keep making these mistakes, they won't need to, because they'll just wipe out Fnatic and take those turrets for free. They've been out-rotating him so far, and which is why they've taken those turrets down. Fnatic have to be there to defend the turrets in the first place.
And a lot of farm for Candypanda down this lane here. He's really, with the gold from the turrets, with the gold from Dragon, and now with all this farm. Early Bloodthirster decided not to go for Blade of the Ruined Kings, so he doesn't seem like he wants to go for at least the one-on-one fights, but he's going to be more for team fights, stronger.
I think that was a bait from Yellow Star. Even though he wanted to come home, I think he knew that that ward was there, and he had Cyanide actually waiting just behind him on that wall. They've also seen Svenskr now coming up towards this red buff. Ward's already been put in position. Cyanide, though, a little bit too scared. I think this is going to be a red buff steal. Or maybe not.
But with that Feral Flare building as well on Svenskr, he can't afford to let this one go.
He got it.
Does manage to get it away there with the smite used for Cyanide. No surprises. He is the king of smite steals in Europe, and he's keeping that crown very much placed on his head right now. In terms of farm across all the champions, it's generally quite close. You can see it's what, a 9-10 CS difference. That can easily change between waves on the AD carries. Ooh, Cyanide's got to back away from this one. Candypanda catching on towards his spray and pray being used on Yellow Star. FLICKR is there if he wants to try and turn his fight around, but Candypanda gets the kill. FLICKR, for some reason, chose not to use his intervention on his support, uses it on himself, and now it's going to be SK. They're taken low. Svenskr trying to back away from this one. Reckless comes in, he gets himself one. Cyanide goes deep on towards it. Candypanda tries to stealth himself up, but it's going to be a second for Reckless. Cyanide is going to go down to the poison dot. Candypanda gets himself another. Now Enrated's in trouble. Reckless trying to speed up. One more shot should be enough, but he's got no vision. He does put the ward down again, doesn't have the vision. Now he will turn it around. Reckless, one more shot. The shield comes out from Enrated, and he gets away.
So much healing from Enrated as well, staying alive here. Meanwhile, top lane, Soaz had to run away from Freddy, actually going down towards this mid lane. Had to use the ultimate as well just to get away, but now clearing out here. Teamfight wise though, Fnatic surviving the upfront burst from SK, and then they just chase on and try and pick up the kills.
Is that just a matter of time here though? Will that get to a point where SK like, okay, we can burn through everything that they've got right now? We see a few more items coming out there, for example, Morella Nomicon, Nash's Tooth in there for XPK as well. Does it get to a point where the shield and the heals aren't going to be enough?
Yeah, so the thing is, the issue for Fnatic with the intervention is it's only on one target. You got AoE on Twitch with his spray and pray, of course. You got AoE from Jesus with his shockwave, so there's so many people who should be taking damage from Fnatic that it's going to be hard to actually pick the target for both Source and XPK here. So it's going to be a lot about Yellow Star trying to reset the fights after the big ultimates has been used by SK.
Well, Soaz has got himself some free farm in that top lane. Freddy will be heading on up there on Shyvana and keeping themselves entertained for a while. We saw this in game 2, of course, a very similar situation, identical situation almost. But blue buff may well get stolen away. SK have just thrown a ward down on it. Svenskr coming around. He's going to be fancy stacking out that Wriggles. Monsoon used by Yellow Star to keep them at bay. Teleport coming in, Soaz wants it.
This could be very dangerous when Svenskr and actually is up front right now. Both Cyanide and FLICKR escaping off the one side. That slow will stop them chasing in, but we will see the blue stolen away. Goes on to Svenskr. FLICKR going to actually chase him down here. There's a slow from Cyanide. All to use from Svenskr. One more swipe will do it. It's FLICKR that gets the kill in the end, and now Fnatic may look to chase this one. Soaz has speeded in from the side, but I don't think they're quite quick enough to get in there.
So Svenskeren decided to dash over the wall into the blue buff while the rest of his team was on the other side, and they were actually moving away from the blue buff. So FLICKR simply just walked in there, and Svenskeren was all alone, no flash on him, easy pick up here. Blue buff also over to FLICKR.
Yeah, double buff actually went across to FLICKR. That's the worst thing from that one, and he was quite happy to, let's say, Svenskeren, you want to smite that away? I'm going to kill you for it anyway, so I'll just take it back what is rightfully mine. That actually gives a kill, an important kill across the FLICKR on KO, because if KO can get going, but Candy Panda fancies this one, pops that spray and play onto Reckless. Actually didn't use spray and play, just used the ambush actually, the coming out of stealth, the attack speed ability on there. Cyanide tries to start up the Dragon, but SK Gaming rotating around and actually bullying Fnatic away from this one, who are regrouping to maybe go back in for an attack.
No ultimate yet onto Svenskeren. He needs a bit of time before it's ready. Everything is ready on the side here, except for actually the Monsoon on Yellow Star. It could be very important in this fight. Let's see how Fnatic will handle all the damage come out of SK. Look here, Candy Panda going towards Soaz.
Soaz going to get chased down. Can he get away? The slow does land, but he's already shielded up all of that damage. Fnatic here do get a double knock-up. Will they follow through on it? No, and now Twitch is going to rejoin the party. Soaz is not actually there with the team. He needs to come into the team and not from that isolated backside position. I think that would be bad news for him if SK just peel off and kill him first. Right now, it's a bit of a standstill here in River as Soaz just testing the waters here as to where he can actually get back in.
It's a very dangerous situation. They can't get caught in the pit, Fnatic, with that Twitch around. That spray and pray, we already saw it in the previous match yesterday, where I think it was Candy Panda again on Twitch, managed to actually wreck through Roccat. And at the moment, SK Gaming just take that Dragon with ease. Oh, Reckless actually caught out here. There's going to be the stealth bomber coming out. There's the spray and pray on towards him. Wild Growth being used. They're going to try and turn this one back around. The culling on towards Candy Panda is enough damage. Meanwhile, out the back though, FLICKR get him to use the intervention on himself. Cyanide trying to catch out. FLICKR goes down. Svenskeren is the one that catches. Enraged's going to get the stun down on towards Cyanide. He comes back in there. Good Howling Gale and Monsoon use from Yellow Star. Forces SK away.
But Fnatic, they completely split up here. Yellow Star was trying to run over to Soaz to help him out. Meanwhile, FLICKR and Soaz from the back line jumping on to SK, and they just turn around and kill FLICKR here. Sanad managed to get out alive, and we see Candy Panda stealthing in towards people all the time. This is where I would actually love to see the Blade of the Ruined King, so it means he can slow down the target as well, get his team to join in, easier for them, and overall it's better when he actually stealths in like this, but very nice setup with the ball. Reckless, as soon as it's there, he dashes away. He gets a lot of health though from this Wild Growth from Lulu.
And the culling as well. Masses of damage there to Candy Panda. This move that you were talking about before, not what you need if you want to win games.
I mean, look at Yellow Star here. He was moving up to the rest of the team because he was like, we are gonna retrieve away from this one. But no, two members actually decided to go in and gave up a free kill.
A little bit of a communication error for Fnatic. It leaves Soaz with a gigantic wave in the top lane. He's going to be happy to take all of that gold away. And SK Gaming are a little bit splintered right now. Freddy's going to try and take away those wraiths. Enraged in there in support, but that's going to get smited away by Cyanide. Still very tight in gold. It's a 3k advantage so far for SK. Reckless trying to lay down some damage and protect that pink ward, but that will be cleared out by SK. FLICKR, he's got himself some free farm, but there is a rat moving towards him who may fancy his chances now that he's got that Phantom Dancer along with the Bloodthirster.
Very, very risky for him to try and 1v1 FLICKR though. Okay, Source is not up yet, but once it's actually up there, you can put it onto him, and then with the intervention, there's a lot of damage FLICKR can avoid from Candy Panda here, and of course, we know how strong KO becomes later on. I mean, the damage you can bring out is not going to be good for Candy Panda.
A bit more tug of war between those lanes as they get pushed further in and out. Fnatic know that only a couple of hits onto this middle turret from FLICKR and Reckless would probably just knock that one straight out of things. In the end, though, they decide, okay, there's two people here. We can't really see the rest of the team. We should probably start backing away. Freddy started to become a little bit unmanageable for Soaz on this top side, although that did happen a fair amount of time ago already. We saw the last time that they had a mini fight in middle that by the time he got down, he'd already used the wild growth because Freddy is strong enough to force that out.
Yeah, so Source won't be able to kill Freddy 1v1. He's just going to be there to wave clear. And Candy Panda going very aggressive part.
Managed to put the spray and pray down. We talked about this fight. This is the intervention being used. Candy Panda flashing away from it. He's got support though. Svenskeren comes in, but there's Cyanide. Leaps on towards Candy Panda. The unseen threat's not going to work out. Oh, Svenskeren a little too late. He's now in a 2v1 situation, but he's on to Cyanide. Cyanide going to go down. Wild growth being used. Freddy joins the fray. He teleports in. Cyanide's being left alone, and it is a 2-for-1 to SK Gaming, and now you can see Jesus and Enrated being kept at bay by the call-in from Reckless.
And we just talked about this 1v1 in the bottom lane. There was no exhaust on Pekka's side. He needs it to 1v1 Candy Panda. Source though, coming in behind Jesus.
Is he going to be able to pick up anything? The slow is going to land there on towards Jesus. Reckless is actually chasing Enrated on the top side, and he's going to get those double auto attacks off the speed boost there from Enrated. Reckless does have vision, but there is a slow, and that'll stop him getting in for the kill. Enrated actually blocked the Cullen there, I think, quite willingly, so that the minions didn't go down and they could keep doing damage to the turret as well.
Very, very smart move. But the whole thing in bottom lane here, Pekka, he cannot make the same mistake. He needs to win out on this split push wall against Candy Panda. Exhaust is ready for next time they fight, so let's see how it goes.
So, tight match so far. Still just 3,000 gold between them, and both these teams showing willingness to fight actually in the open, as opposed to the last few games where it's been a very tucked up affair where everybody just tries to shove onto those towers. Of course, we did see the towers crumbling early on. SK Gaming taking down 5 of Fnatic's to just 2 for Fnatic themselves, and more importantly, Fnatic's entire lane wave is exposed, and it's dangerous times every time Fnatic push down those waves. We just saw it there with Peke. He was a little too far down the wave, and SK Fanced taking a bite out of that one. Freddy doing the same thing. He's shoving up in towards that top lane, and SK are quite happily free farming here.
Just getting all the farm they need. We talk about how strong the combo is.
again.
Candy Panda going in again.
Oh, will he take it this time? There is the turnaround. There is the exhaust. Look at this time, though. Peke is hammering on some Candy Panda. Is it enough damage? Yes, it is. Peke doesn't go below half HP.
Such a difference. They exhaust 50% damage reduction and 30% attack speed taken away from Candy Panda. Such a difference.
It does mean that this middle turret is going to go down, though. SK Gaming stroll on in. The question is, will Fnatic let them walk out? Peke hasn't joined them. Cyanide was looking to go aggressive. Soaz trying to sneak around the side, but that is the 6th turret of the game. That's the 3rd one for Fnatic as Peke does himself some free farming along the bottom. Fnatic are actually pushing up on this one. Soaz has been caught out. Wild growth having to be used out here. It's the top laner and support that catch him out. He's going to drag a descent across on towards him. Soaz taken so low from this one. There he goes. It's Enrated that gets himself the kill.
Very, very nice pick up by SK. We're waiting for Source to move in there to ward and just collapse onto him. And Yellow Star was not in a position to use his ultimate to save him. He couldn't get around there.
Trying to delay a bit of time, I think, as well, so that Peke could keep pushing on that bottom lane. Did get the inner turret, but Candy Panda was able to recall and push that wave all the way back in. It still leaves us, though, at 770 kills. It's still only a 3k gold lead for SK. That will change here, though, with this Dragon, which I don't see Fnatic being able to challenge for.
Peke he decided not to move down there.
Yeah, the Dragon's being taken away by SK Gaming. I want to talk about Twitch right now, because we've seen Candy Panda doing exactly what we see many Twitches doing over in Korea. Korea have managed to really pick up Twitch again sooner, but he hasn't gone with the Blade of the Rune King, which generally is the first item you go with if you want to go for those one-on-ones.
Yeah, it just basically the way he's building it now makes him a bit weaker 1v1. I'm not sure if he's going to build a Blade Rune King later, and actually didn't expect to fight 1v1 here early on in the game. Maybe he was just expecting to farm out the wave, farm out the lanes, and then go back with his team. But he's actually been fancying these fights, and we saw the difference here. When there was an exhaust onto Peke, when he had it ready and put it onto Candy Panda, it was a very one-sided fight in favor of Peke.
Doesn't have that exhaust for quite a while, though, and that was one of the major reasons why you're going to win that fight against him.
He's going again.
Oh, he is going in again, and I don't think Yellow Star's going to quite be able to do that as he throws down the Monsoon. Yeah, spray and pray use. Easy kill there. Easy stuff for Candy Panda. And this now is the turn onto Baron. This is where Cyanide is going to have to be a hero.
Well, Peke is far away. He's moving over here. Baron is going down very, very fast, almost down to 50%. Cyanide put in the ward. It should be cleared up very fast. He needs to just blindly jump in.
No spray and pray, remember. No exhaust either. They can't lock down Candy Panda. He's putting the damage down. There comes the Culling around the side. Cyanide tries to jump in, just gets destroyed though straight away. Peke goes in. Svenskerin's already taken that Baron down. Peke's in all sorts of trouble. His intervention works out. Svenskerin gets himself another. This time it is a champion, and that is a 2 for 0 and the Baron for SK Gaming.
Very, very quick decision making from SK. As soon as they pick up the kill on Yellow Star here, well played by Candy Panda, by the way, stealthing and getting the kill there. Go straight for Baron. Peg actually decided to flash into the pit as well, trying to steal away the Baron. Simply didn't work, gave up 2 kills, and now SK Gaming pushing onto this mid lane.
So this is what I'm interested to see now, after having that lead in the last game. What are SK gonna do with the lead this time? And it's Svenskeren going absolutely crazy in the middle of the base there. Yellow Star going very, very low. Soaz went low as well. That's gonna open up this inhibitor turret and the inhib itself. The question is, will SK stick around? That's been answered. No, they're gonna go bottom here. They've got another wave pushing up behind the one that's there. And go for that turret? No? Okay, gonna spend up.
So just go back, they got a lot of gold now though. Turrets down, Baron gone, of course, some kills onto Candy Panda here. You should be very happy man at the moment, and SK Gaming can now just push up the wave with even 5 members or keeping Fred in the top lane and just force Fnatic into a team fight where of course Twitch and Orianna are just gonna shine.
So SK Gaming this time have opened up the base of Fnatic. It was what they were unable to do in Game 2. They had that big advantage but could not capitalize on it. This time around, Candy Panda, as he did in that series in the promotion when they were down 2-0 against Super Hot Crew, has plonked the team on his back and gone man mode on this Twitch. He's the man that's starting to create all of the opportunities for SK.
And look at this, Void Staff onto Enrated, going full magic penetration, so he's doing a lot of damage in these fights here. Pile on his Q with the shockwave here, with the spray and pray, there's a lot of AoE damage from SK's side.
Probably gonna be finished off before the intervention can... Well, I mean, even if you do get the intervention off, it's only on one person, so...
Exactly.
Not gonna be enough to save the entire team, and SK now are pushing up this bottom lane, as I thought they might have done directly before this one, but obviously wanted to spend up that gold, get themselves the even further advantage of having those stronger items in there with that Baron buff running as well. And here comes a push towards that turret. They can zone them out pretty well just using that Orianna ball here, and that big poke now coming out of Enrated, and there we see the damage. Peke losing just under half of his HP, so as in a similar scenario, and they just keep doing that over and over, and that tower slowly but surely will fall.
Yeah, there's super minions in that mid lane as well. They're going to keep on pushing up there. And SK Gaming are going to keep that pressure down on towards them. The regen from the Baron buff is enough to keep them alive. The Howling Gale is not going to find its target onto that minion wave this time around.
And the second this tower turret falls down, SK can just engage straight onto Fnatic, start the fight, get inhibitor, and maybe try and finish the game, but Fnatic going in!
Oh, Cyanide leaping on towards this one. Intervention was used, but they don't really care about that. They went towards Yellow Star. Jepeke's having to flash away from this one. Another flash comes out from Soaz. Cyanide, the collateral damage on this one, and Super Minions move on in towards this Nexus turret. SK Gaming looking strong in this game around. No messing. They are not giving up their lead this time around. They will take a win, and it will go 2-1 to SK this time around. Fnatic still hold their lead, but SK are not down and out yet.
So second time we see Fnatic playing a more defensive comp, and actually second time where they fall behind in the early mid-game point. Last time around they got a good team fight, turned it around. This game, however, SK Gaming did no mistakes, and it simply meant that with such a strong team fight comp and with all the the defensive parts of the Fnatic comp, they just didn't have enough shields or heals to do anything about all this damage.
And that is the, well, it's kind of obvious to say that is the win that they needed. That is the confidence boost that SK needed coming into this one. A clean victory. I think if that was going to be a messy one, they'd find it a little bit more difficult even next time around to replicate that win. They still need another 2 games in a row against Fnatic to win this best of 5 though. Still a long way to go.
This is the 3rd game in a row SK have outplayed Fnatic at the start in those tower pushes. They seem to know how to do those fast pushes way better than Fnatic. Fnatic again, we were saying it there. I mean, they were slow to respond in game 2. They were even slower in this one. They didn't give up as much of an advantage. They took the towers down, but they didn't get caught out with the kills this time around. But how are they going to counter this? This is a big problem going into game 4 for them.
Well, it's not even so much about counter it. It's more realizing the situation.
Matching it.
Yeah, matching it. Are we as fast as they are at the moment? No. Okay, we need to send one guy back then to defend. I mean, the second time where they traded again 2 turrets to SK and 1 for Fnatic, they kept Yellowstar with Reckless down the bottom lane to just push 2. There was nobody to defend the turret. Take down the first one, move on to the second one here, where Freddy was there to defend, and they stayed, both of them, to try and push down his turret. They should have sent Yellowstar back, or both of them back, because they had time to actually defend the top lane turret. They didn't, and SK just picked it up for free. So it was too easy for SK to get these early turrets down, and then get the map control. They got all the dragons from there on, and as we talked about with this very teamfight-based comp and with Candy Panda roaming around, they just managed to stay ahead.
Explain this to me. With those bottom towers being weaker at the start, why are both teams not going towards them?
Towards the bottom turret?
I mean, obviously they're going to clash, but whoever basically blinks and says, "Oh, we'll take the top," the bottom always wins that race half the time.
Well,
I would say probably 80% of the time that bottom lane, they're already onto the inhib before they're taking the inner.
And that's where you normally see teams then just trading 2 turrets for 2. And as soon as the top lane second one goes down, you just instantly back. Like, that's it. You need to go back there. Of course, you need to make sure the wave is not pushing too heavily in favor of the other team, so they can just, get all this farming. But still, if you make sure, as soon as you get the second turret, that you come down here, you can actually go down and defend in time, as long as you don't have like a really slow pushing combat. The other team has like Jinx and everything, and Janna with her with the shield, and you just destroy the turrets. So just trade 2 for 2. That's it. You don't need to push on further up in the top lane here, and that's the issue a lot of teams have been doing. They've just been doing it and staying. And Fnatic this game, both times they stayed for too long, ended up giving an extra turret.
I think it's the real thing to do is have a good, clear, solid plan and have good calls to say, okay, we're all backing or we're all staying, which is something they didn't do. 2 people left and 2 people stuck around, and they didn't defend it early enough, and it was just a mess.
And also, you need to make sure with the picks you have, can we actually take this race? Yeah, can we push it quick enough? Do we have the right champions, or do they have way better champions than this? Because then there's no way we can do it. Then you need to look for the 2v2. Then you need to go in and get a deep wards and try and predict where they're going with their dual lane. So you send yours there too, and you avoid the lane swap because you know they're going to win it.
Well, as of yet, ladies and gentlemen, we have yet to see a different tactic coming out from either teams, and they seemingly are stuck in this path. We'll see how it works out. For now, though, more about this championship series. We're going to check in once again with Shox, Youngbook, and Froggen.
Thank you very much, D-Man. You guys called it was going to be 5 games, so we're heading in that general direction. We were talking about what should the next game plan be for SK Gaming. It seems like they found it. You said we need Justice to pick that Orianna or another AoE mid-champ. And then what was the things they built around that to make it work this time around?
So this time, SK had a really strong teamfight combo. They had the Twitch on top of the Orianna, and it's a really strong AoE massive teamfight. If Orianna hits a couple of people with the ultimate, Kayle can't ultimate all of them. Janna can't heal everybody up or shield everybody, the same with Lulu. So if they do that with the Twitch Orianna, they basically have a free win in the teamfights, and it worked out really well.
Tell me then about the fast push we saw coming out once again, and kind of speaking about how to react, when you have to go back, when not. Copenhagen Wolves seem to be quite good at it. How come? Is this like a natural instinct for you guys?
It's a lot about communication and just knowing your enemy champions. And I think this game, the Orianna, was so important for the team comp because the Orianna ball just kept the enemies at bay whenever they wanted. So they always got to decide where the enemies were going, and they could always just seal off entrances and just decide where the fight was going to take place.
That was what it brought to the team comp in general. What do you make of the Orianna versus Kayle matchup? Before that, you said Orianna should win out.
Yeah, Orianna wins versus Kayle. 1-on-1 straight up, Orianna outranges and outpokes Kayle. And on top of that, if Orianna even wants to, she can take exhaust, but Jessis went with heal this time, and FLICKR went with exhaust because he knows, okay, Orianna deals a ton of damage, so maybe I can outtrade if I pick exhaust or something like that. But I don't think it's the right pick for FLICKR. He had the last pick, he could see it coming, they have massive team fight, and just being able to only focus one down at a time was not the best decision, I would say. I would say, like, he hovered over Karthus a couple of seconds, and I think if he actually went with that, he can always flash the Orianna ball and just get on top of Twitch, and he can't deal the damage he needs to in a team fight, which would be a solution.
Flash the Orianna ball. We've seen that from you, of course. Nice one there. What do you make of the Berserker's Greaves on Kayle?
I don't think it's beneficial to go Berserker Greaves. I think magic penetration is way better, especially if you do attack marks in the reds, so you get 15%. I think that's way stronger build than Kayle, and you have a lot more damage with the magic penetration boots.
Looking to the top lane, Youngbuck, you said they definitely have to ban out that Lulu. Of course, it wasn't banned out. It was in play. We also thought that Freddy would go for that Trundle. He also didn't. What did you make of the matchup there? Shyvana versus Lulu, and this time, because of what happened in the beginning, of course, Lulu didn't have an impact.
Freddy proved me wrong, and it just shows he's one of the best Shyvanas in Europe, and he was able to deal with the Lulu pretty much throughout the entire game. So big props to him. I still think that the Lulu can be very strong, but this game they really played around the Lulu and just, I don't really know how to put it, but they just played around it so well.
What do you make of this then? We said SK has to look for different plans. It seems if they just do what they have done the entire split, it's come together as a team very well, they could make it. Do you think that if they take the same ingredients, they can take it to game 5? Sorry.
I think pick and ban phase from blues transition from purple side into blue side is way easier because it leaves something like the Nidalee open, which is a highly contested pick in this series so far, and Fnatic will most likely first pick it if possible, which leaves some of the other champions open, and Fnatic can always take the Orianna away from SK, so ban something like Orianna and 6, and I'm not actually sure what SK would do in that case, and I think that's what Fnatic should do.
Youngbuck, you agree that blue side for Fnatic will be the most important thing going into picks and bans that they can first pick?
Yeah, I think they will be able to better pick the mid lane, and we just see that SK has found the answer to the poke comp and the shield comps that they've been showing. So now it's Fnatic's turn to show that they have something else in their arsenal as well.
We will see if that happens, or if we go to a game 5, which is always fun. Now we need to power up on our mana bars, but stick around for game 4 between Fnatic and SK Gaming. Will Fnatic win the championship in the next game? Will SK take it to 5 games? That's all right around the corner, so don't touch that browser.
again, ladies and gentlemen. If you're just joining us, we've already seen some intense action between Fnatic and SK Gaming. Fnatic immediately took the series to 2-0 lead, but SK have fought back and won the last match, and now we are on to Game 4 in this championship series. We've got to talk about how these games have started out, because it's always been about those fast pushes and objective controls for SK and Fnatic.
Yeah, and they've been in favor of SK, especially the last game here. 4 turrets, and Fnatic only took 2 in response, and then they fell behind, and all the dragons, you know, they took control of the map from SK's side, took the dragons, and as we talked about, and has also Froggen and Youngbuck said, like the heavy team fight come from SK Gaming here. As soon as they actually got ahead and just started forcing team fights around here, Fnatic, there was little they could do to actually respond.
Do you think we're going to see any different bans or picks or any really different compositions this time around? I mean, we've only seen things that we've already seen from these two teams.
Yeah, so Orianna ban, just like Froggen said, would definitely be an option. I agree with him then, because Fnatic can then first pick in Italy unless SK bans it away, and then from there on, Jess has been very strong on Orianna. Of course, in Italy is his main champ, and Ziggs has been banned away pretty much all the games by Fnatic, so they can just keep doing it and put him maybe on an Ahri, where he didn't actually do too much.
Well, I mean, obviously with the Ziggs ban, you do at least take away his main champion. For now, though, before we get into the next match, we want to hear from you guys. These teams are about to begin. We want you to head over to Twitter and tell us who you think will win. Can Fnatic win the championships here, or will SK force them to a 5th game? Send your pick to @LOLEsport using the hashtag SKWin or hashtag FNC. Win, which is obviously for Fnatic. We'll check in at the start of the match to see who you choose.
Who are you going for, Deficio? Well, I'm not hashtag Deficio wins again. That was yesterday's news. I mean, it's still hard for me to say, after seeing the first 2 games and how well Fnatic did there, that SK can win 3 games in a row. Just judging off the first 3 games performance. However, they've got some confidence back after that win now.
And we could also say they should have won Game 2.
Yes,
so they should be 2-1 up.
True. I feel like Game 2 was just SK giving the game to Fnatic, actually, because they were ahead. They did so well in the early game, and then they had this one bad team fight, no ultimate on Jets. Everything went wrong. They lost from there on. I don't see them do the same mistake again, so I give it to SK this game.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Picks and bans about to get underway for Game 4 of the championship. And, well, will it be SK or will it be Fnatic? Let's see how the bans go. Evelyn taken away from Svenskeren. There's the Ziggs ban once again on Jesus. And Lee Sin also taken from Soaz.
So, standard bans so far at least. I mean, Evelyn been banned away every single game against Svenskeren here. And whoa, it's actually Twitch ban coming in. So don't want to deal with Candy Panda. Stealthing around like he did here. He was the guy who set up the Baron for SK as well when he called out Yellowstar. Killed him straight for Baron.
Yeah, similar thing to Evelyn, you know, even though you can control it, just if it happens once or twice, like you could take Yellowstar out that entire game. If you only did that one thing against Yellowstar there, then it would have been completely different. So, either way, LeBlanc, Sivir, the last 2 bans for SK Gaming, Fnatic first pick Nidalee.
So, Nidalee here. Last time it was picked by FLICKR, we saw the Ahri being locked in for Jessis to try and counter it, and as we talked about, it didn't actually work out too well. Let's see if he decides to do it again, or if he still want to go back to Orianna, which has been a very strong pick for him.
Lucian being hovered over, going to try and take that one away from Reckless. This time for Candy Panda. And as you just mentioned, Svenskeren on this Kha'Zix. Will he take it away from Cyanide? But we have not been convinced by Kha'Zix from Svenskeren.
I definitely do not feel it's a good idea for him to lock it in. Of course, he can always prove me wrong, but when he's been playing it in the past, not been working out, and also for the team, it's not been working out. They normally want him on this like insanely aggressive early game jungler, where of course Kha'Zix is strong early game, but still his level 6 point is really where the first power spike comes in.
Yeah, played 2 games this season with Kha'Zix, lost them both, and as such switching out to Xin Zhao, a champion which we've already seen from him, of course, in this game already. So that leaves Lucian, Xin Zhao for SK Gaming. Fnatic have Nidalee. Where are they going next?
And let's not forget, Xin Zhao is a champion that works very well with the fast push. It's the big damage dealer early on.
Same thing. Lucian as well, of course, can activate, hit onto the minions that get his passive going, so he gets a few extra hits onto the turret. So strong lane swapping start here from SK Gaming, and that's where Fnatic now needs to think. Do we want to then go for the 2v2 lane? Do we want to try and force the 2v2 lane, or do we want to pick a strong pushing lane ourselves and therefore being able to actually counter this lane swap.
We'll see what they come out with. Fnatic at the moment are sitting, and this is a lot slower process. We've seen some very fast pick and ban phases in this championship series so far, but they have clearly had to deliberate a little bit over their picks for this game. Fnatic a little bit caught off guard by the fact that they were fairly heavily dominated in that last one. Karma and Caitlyn locked in for Fnatic.
And they fall back now to this very heavy siege comp. We saw it in game 2 as well, where of course it was Sivir, which is now banned away, instead of the Caitlyn, but still Caitlyn, a lot of wave clear, good poke, very good, especially late game at hitting the turrets from max range here. So Fnatic heavily on towards the siege comp again.
On the other side, SK Gaming locking in that Ahri. Mentioned it before that the Jez has played the Ahri against Nidalee in game number 2, and also bringing out the Sona for Enrated once again. Seen some good crescendos from him on that Sona earlier.
Yeah, and we now again have this thing for SK where if they are ahead, they can just start team fights. I mean, Zona, flash ultimate in there, followed up by Jezis, followed up by Svensson jumping in with him. A lot of all-in potential from SK's side. And it means for Fnatic again, as we talked about in game 2, they need to make sure they don't fall too far behind, because then we see the same thing where they just try and defend for a long time until they finally get a good team fight and can try and turn it around.
Well, final choices looks like it will be 4 ranged champions for Fnatic to push down those turrets, along with some hard engage this time around with that Leona. If it gets locked in, of course, we'll see which way Yellow Star wants to go with this one. Could switch it out, and it is going to be a Lulu, which means we have some crazy, crazy shields, heals, everything going on for Fnatic once again.
Yeah, and I like the Elise pick here. Gonna help in the lane swap early on with the attack speed she can provide to herself.
5 ranged champions.
In spider form there to actually fast push the turrets a little bit. And as you just pointed out, I mean, if they get ahead of SK here and start sieging down, every single champion can hit the turret, every single champion can poke towards SK Gaming here, so it's going to be very scary, and they're going to be forced to just start the fights instantly, and that's where they really need to either land a charm from Jezis, or they need to flash to be ready, point ready, so he can flash in crescendo and start everything.
All we're going to see once again is Shyvana for Freddy. He's been his typical steady Freddy self, hasn't he, during this game so far. Got himself good in the lane, get himself tanky, and just do the job that he needs to do. Doesn't need to be flashy, just do your job.
And so far, every time there's been the lane swaps, it's gone in favor of Freddy against this Lulu, because early game, Lulu is very, very strong. Shyvana fairly weak, needs some levels. It doesn't matter, because you're lane swapping around here, so Freddy gets the early game going for himself without any pressure from Lulu, and it's been working out for him, and he's been able to actually push up the wave every single time, and Source could never do anything to respond. And that's the whole thing here. If you see the lane swap from SK, they can do the same thing. Very, very strong pushing early game here also, with Sona providing some extra attack damage and ability power for the team here. So SK Gaming, if they get the lane swap, can do the same thing we've been seeing in the last few games. Get ahead early. Of course, Jez is in the mid lane, gonna be able to push down Nidalee very hard early on, especially if both junglers are in the lanes pushing, so there's no jungle pressure. Normally, you rarely actually see the jungler going in towards the mid lane when there's Nidalee, because she doesn't do anything other than just throw a spear.
So, Karma Caitlyn lane, they won that 2v2 here, surely. Considering how weak Fnatic have been at this whole tower pushing game as well.
They don't necessarily win the 2v2 because of the Sona pick now. Sona against Karma works really well, and of course Lucian is a very strong early game AD carry.
Okay, so let me put it a different way then. Go even in lane, roughly?
I would say go even at least the first few levels, but then I would later on give the favor of Sona actually.
Okay then you win that one. You win that argument. What I was going to say, relatively even, or maybe a bit behind in lane, or lose like half your base, like it has been happening.
Which I think is going to happen again.
Well, so Fnatic definitely wants standard lanes here. Also, so Lulu in the top lane can bully out Shyvana early on, and of course, down the bottom lane, they just need, with this Karma, with this Caitlyn, there's still a lot of early game power, so yes, as you just said yourself, they should be able to go even.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 4 getting underway in this championship series. Who will be the winner of the spring split here in Europe? Will it be Fnatic? They're 2-1 up so far. They're starting out as the blue team, but SK Gaming have struck back. They have got themselves a win on the board as the red team. And this time around, we'll see how those level 1 plays work out. We've seen a couple of times where they've clashed early on. Fnatic in game 1 picked themselves up 3 kills. SK struck back in game 2, got themselves a couple of kills on the board as well. But look at this. This is the vote from you guys live right now. 84% of you believe that Fnatic will come out victorious.
That's even more than the pre-game. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It actually is. Even though SK did so well in the last game and also the early game, the mid-game, in Game 2, went in favor of SK Gaming, people still believe actually Fnatic is going to take this one. And for me, the lane swap here, the first few levels are going to decide so much, especially because every single time the lane swap has gone in favor of SK, they pulled ahead early game and also just, okay, lost it in one of them, but still, last game at least, they managed to hold on to it.
Well, SK 4-man stacked in the top. Fnatic 4-man stacked in the bottom, and both Jez's and Peke are having a little party in the mid lane. And this is probably how it's going to be for a while, I think, in this game, while they shove on their turrets.
We are going to get lane swaps. We are 100% going to get lane swaps. So let's see now how fast SK can actually push down the turret. Remember, of course, top lane takes less damage here before the 8-minute mark, so it's going to be a little bit harder for them to push it down. But of course, with the Xing Zhao, very strong early game. So let's see who's actually going to come out ahead of this one.
Button has been pressed, and both teams start there to work their way in on towards those blue buffs. Actually, 4 men from SK go into the blue, 3 men on the other side for Fnatic. Reckless obviously wants to sit himself in the lane here and get that wave pushing already as early as they possibly can.
And let's see here. Source is going to move towards the golem. He did the same last time he played Lulu here, just to get some early gold, early XP. And meanwhile, though, Sanad, he might have to go all the way over to his own red buff before he can actually join down the bottom lane. That's of course why Reckless is just building up a big wave so they can take the turret with the big wave and then move on to the next one.
Yep, Svenskeren is doing the exact same thing. He's off to the red one, which is why they're holding that lane for a brief period of time. There goes Cyanide round to his red buff. And this mid lane, this pairing, we've seen Nidalee up against Ahri before. And actually, Jesus came out very much on top. He bullied out Peke's turret early on.
So farm-wise, they were actually very even, but Jesus got a lot of damage onto the tower and actually managed to take it down by himself as well. And of course, when there's no jungle pressure on you, because you know they're going to be in these lane swaps, or at least you think they're going to be in the lane swaps, Jesus can just push down a wave. But look here. Oh no, never mind. Sana was nearby to mid lane, but decides to go bot to push out the turret.
So, Xin Zhao going to do the same on the top side there. Svenskeren going to join in, and surprise, surprise, we've got 3 men in the top lane, we've got 3 men in the bottom lane.
And
let
2 top laners in the jungle.
Yeah, let the games commence.
Yeah, almost like we've seen it before.
Yeah, a couple of times already. So, SK have a early start, but Fnatic, as they are on the bottom turret, do get that weaker push, and they are doing a lot of damage down on towards it. Both the top laners yet to join this split push. They're not needed. They're keeping that farm going. So has Pin taken pretty low by the Wolves at the moment, actually. Meanwhile, he needs to be a little bit careful. So, top turret goes down, bottom turret goes down. Fnatic and SK get themselves 1 apiece. Fnatic continue that push, and SK doing the exact same thing in the top lane.
So this game, they're actually going to trade tower for tower here. When they actually kill this one, let's see both of them just back away now, because Fnatic can actually do the thing where they go straight for Dragon if someone like Source joins in, but he of course needs this farm here. Once the tower goes down, it seems as though they're very close to each other, just gonna trade, at least for now, tower for tower.
That's how you do it.
Very
That's how it's
beautiful.
supposed to be done. And now we are going to see them both going down here as well. And I like this from Fnatic, leaving that turret up as long as he can, just trying to burn off a bit more farm.
And it's so smart because they want to get the wave to push towards Fnatic here, so Freddy won't be able to just get a lot of farm. And it means also from Lulu, or from Source, standing down here actually, where SK continue to push up, we'll get a bit more XP at least for now than Freddy.
Well, they're going to try to keep on pushing this one. They're not going to get that inhibitor turret down. It is because Fnatic have responded. They're around there in defense, and it only really takes 1 or 2 to keep them at bay. So as will stand his ground on this one. He's up to level 2, but SK are not backing yet.
Now they finally spot out Cyanide and back away. Meanwhile though, Freddy is farming 1v1 against Reckless. Same deal for Fnatic. They always leave him just to get some solo XP, get some farm by himself, where Yellowstar will recall. And look here, the wave is pushing actually very heavily in towards Fnatic here, so it means Reckless can pick up all this farm. It's going to be even harder for Freddy to actually pick up everything. Normally, he could just take the entire wave by himself, all safe. This is actually the thing happening for Source down the bottom lane here. Won't be the same here for Freddy.
Nice little start. So as just, okay, I'm going to wait this one out. Chill time for him. 15 to 13 CS. He is doing well on that front. If you look at the AD carry, slight lead there for Reckless as Freddy recalls, and Candy Panda now is going to join back in. So SK going to push this lane all the way back out on towards Fnatic's turret. The question is, will Fnatic be there to actually defend it and stop that damage? We don't tell you what, they might be there for a little bit more than that.
Let's see, Cyanide, he can land a cocoon and a lot of damage. Oh, dash already used from Candy Panda.
This is bad news for Candy Panda. He flashes away to the back. Karma coming from the side. There's the slow. Can they lock him up though? There is the exhaust being used. Candy Panda is going so very low. Couple more hits will do it. Reckless doesn't finish it off, but Yellow Star does. Here comes FLICKR. Freddy has TP'd in there as well. Cyanide needs to land some crowd control, and he does get the cocoon on Enrated. They put some damage back. In the end, it's a 1-for-0.
So Candy Panda here, he thought it was only Reckless staying in lane, so he dashes instantly towards him, turns around, Karma is there, and then the teleport coming in from Source, that's the difference. Yes, he was first of all freezing the lane now, it's obviously pushing in favor of SK, but still, he was all the way up in his top lane, but he had teleport, so he could join in for the fight.
Spear nearly landing as well. FLICKR beating out Jesus early on in that lane, in the mid lane as well, so a lot of damage on towards him. So Fnatic have good control, but SK are rotating towards the Dragon right now.
And SK actually sent Lucian up to the top lane here, massive wave for him. Freddy, he won't get any of that CS.
No, but the pressure in this middle turret here, SK just completely circumnavigated the Dragon. Look at the damage already here on towards Soaz, and Rated will catch him in as well. Now Freddy comes in from that side. Actually level 4 here only is Freddy. Soaz trying to dodge him, and Svenskern does go low. Soaz actually flashed away as well. Can Peke escape it? He's level 6, he goes into Cougar form, and he is going to leap away.
Simply greedy for SK Gaming. They thought they could get 2 kills, they get away with no kills. Svenskern was on one target, and Freddy split off and went for the other. That was a big mistake by SK.
Very good kiting from Fnatic, however, getting out of the situation. Meanwhile, as we talked about, the dual lane from SK is actually gone top lane. Turret is gone, and wow, that's a lot of damage from Jesus.
Yeah, he's just got himself that needlessly large rod, so those orbs, well, when they do the double pass-through, they're doing that true damage on the way back, and it is hurting right now. You can see, actually, that tower already down to half hit points. This was the difference in the last game as well. The charm lands on towards Yellow Star, and again, you see just how much he's shredding through, taking half the hit points off those champions this early level.
But you also see Freddy, he's forced to do his wolf camp at the moment, because where's he gonna go? Bottom lane is pushed too far up. It's gonna go towards him now, so he can get us some farm at least. But Source pulling ahead in XP already, because SK Gaming sent Lucian up to the top lane and said, we're gonna give you all the farm.
Reckless is actually pushing things back a little further there, as Jesus, Peke, no real surprise, just gonna hang around this mid lane, keep lobbing those spears over and seeing who he can catch with those. There's quite a lot of vision down already, especially on this bottom side of the map there. The Dragon, of course, not being taken down up until now. A pink ward just outside of it, one in the death brush, one in the tri-bush as well. And Fnatic now moving an entire team over to middle, ace in the hole, and the spear not quite enough to get the kill onto Enrated. But now they're going to go for Jesus. The leash is going to land. Svenskern coming in, the spear doesn't hit Enrated, just out of range, but they could push the tower.
Yeah, very early on, Fnatic decides to group up and just try and land the spears, doing a lot of poke damage. 4 members is here. Source is in the top lane, there's no teleport, so he won't be able to join in. Oh, Enrated. We need to back off soon.
They have got so much poke coming into this one. You see Karma, the Piltover Peacemakers, the spears coming out. And I'm not sure if they can really hold on to this tower.
And this is what we talked about in the Champion Select. They've got all their team members. Every single one of them can hit that turret from range. They don't need to get up there. They don't need to be in its face. Soaz is getting some free time in that top lane, as is Freddy in the bottom. But more importantly, there's a top tower that's being pushed by a minion wave, and that's being lost, which is why you see Candy Panda rushing straight up towards that top.
Simply just want to get a lot more farm now, and Fnatic actually decides to back away here. Once Lucian moved away, they could have stayed around this mid lane and pushed towards the turret once Lucian was gone, because then it would only be Jessis and Svenskern left to defend.
As we see, that top tower didn't take too much damage there from the minions, so I just wanted to push up as much as he possibly can to remove that from possible SK hands. Dragon is surely going to be the...
Fnatic can just start this Dragon here. Sorry to interrupt you, because Lucian is in the top lane by himself. He needs to run all the way down, unless it's 5 members from Fnatic to start up this Dragon. Elise is very good at it. She can tank it without any issues. Let's see what they decide to do. Just clearing out wards for now.
Well, they finally pinged on it, so it does seem that Fnatic are going to head towards it. Candy Panda's still sticking in that top lane, and as it stands, that bottom lane's been frozen by Reckless, so he's not in any way to try to push that one back onto Freddy. Candy Panda kind of doing the same thing as well. He's making sure he just does the last hits. Fnatic are moving in towards that dragon.
And there's no level 6 onto Enrated yet, so he won't be able to provide his ultimate. Another call for Fnatic where they actually could have gone for Dragon. Don't feel confident enough yet. Don't actually want a straight up team fight, because again, with Nidalee, you want to land some poke first before you actually go in for the fights here, so didn't feel like starting it. And Candy Panda could then push out the entire wave and now gone back to base.
So let's have a look down the CS here once again. It's Peke in the lead over Jesus. That's something that actually changed up a little bit on the AD carry front. Candy Panda also in the lead, but again, that's just a one wave difference really there that can separate those two. 10 CS lead in the top lane as well, so slight leads in a couple of areas for Fnatic, slight leads on the other side for SK, and they're going to keep jostling here for this position. Soaz going towards that top side. He does have TP though, so no real worries for Fnatic on that side.
Jez is getting poked down. Pink wards all being cleared. Oh, N-Rated finally catching one of those spears. It's been a long time coming. Svenskoen also stands on the trap, gets caught by the inner flame and forced to back away, but N-Rated can just heal all that damage back up.
There's 1600 gold onto Reckless and 1200 onto Peke now, so if they do fight, they're going to be in a bit of a disadvantage because they didn't shop yet. And SK Gaming, they're just moving towards this dragon area here. Reckless actually got to recalls, he got to buy items now, it's very good for him. He's going to rejoin in, and they just need 1 or 2 spears and they can actually start the dragon.
Candy Panda down that bottom wave. He's going to clear out that way. Oh, the spear starting off on towards Jez's. Top lane, Soaz making his way down the river. Both, of course, have teleport available, and they've got to be careful they don't leave this middle turret available and exposed. Spear on N-Rated once again. That means Fnatic, they're going to push it. They're going to take the mid turret down.
Really nice play here, and N-Rated almost walking straight into another spear there as Soaz is actually there. This is an opportunity again for them to start moving towards that dragon area. They've got Lucian on the bottom side, and Fnatic don't look comfortable about this at all.
No, they don't want to start a fight here, especially around the dragon with the crescendo now on Enrated. He can lock down multiple members, and SK Gaming are very strong in a team fight, so they want to poke away a bit more before they actually feel confident starting it. Freddy though, pushing down a big wave here. Teleport is ready, so you can join in, coming from the flank onto Fnatic.
Remember that teleport can get interrupted by both of those top laners. We'll see who fancies it, and again, that spear, it keeps landing from Fnatic, and it's basically stopping SK. It's giving them down, but Fnatic are really not looking confident so far.
Well, as long as they can just push up the mid wave here, they're going to get some pressure and they get a few hits onto the turret. They already took the outer turret in the middle by doing this, because SK Gaming are running around this wolf and blue buff camp here, so they're on the wrong side at least, so they need to move around to defend this here, because well played at least by Pikachu, push out the wave.
Reckless also going to be pushing that bottom lane back out. He went back and finished off his Bloodthirster just a couple of moments ago before coming back in. Peke still hasn't chopped though. He's 2,100 gold spent, so he's going to hurt, let's put it that way, when he finally does come back in there. SK here just giving over their blue buff, and then Rater's going to make sure that number 1, the dragon's still there, and throw down a little bit of his own ward coverage.
I think Peg is actually waiting till he can afford both Athenes and then getting his large roach here. Yeah. That's why he's going to just stay farming. Of course, it means for SK Gaming, if they do start a fight now, and this could also be one of the reasons Fnatic decided to back away and just didn't want to fight for Dragon, because again, they want to have these key items, they want to land some poke before they go in for the fights. Otherwise, it's kind of in favor of SK.
SK having a straight-up duel in this bottom lane. Sadly not of the attacking kind, it's more of the farming kind, and Candy Panda and Reckless keeping their stats padded out. It's actually Candy Panda that's so far heading out that one. SK are starting out the dragon, Fnatic are nearby as well. Both top laners with teleport, of course. Inner Flame, ace in the hole, catching on, didn't hit N-Rated, was blocked off by Jesus, but that's taking SK a little bit lower on the health. They can top it off, of course, with that Sona.
And again, Fnatic can just move towards the mid lane, push out the wave, but Candy Panda actually pushing the bot lane here. He will be able to pick up this turret.
Nicely done from him. Positional advantage there for SK. The rest of the team just stopping Fnatic from coming around. Spear does In fact, come flying through from that one. There is the turret, picked up another spear, almost connected onto Enrater, but we have this entire time Reckless doing some pushing of his own now, moving up. He's didn't want to do that, on towards that inner turret in the mid lane, and with FLICKR there now, they can maybe do this one. What are SK going to do about it? They're not going to go for Dragon, but they're going to be too late for the tower as well.
Way too late for the party this time around. They're actually looking to try and engage there. They're going to jump on towards Cyanide. There's the 3-talent strike coming in, but it didn't land. Exhaust was used on Svenska, and oh, Crescendo flashed away from, and Yellowstar avoiding that one. It was a turret for turret, but the inner central turret, that's massive.
Yeah, so again, Fnatic, they had the better position around the mid lane, and FLICKR, he was just zoning them away with spears, so Reckless pushed up the entire wave, and then it was too late for SK to actually react here. They didn't want to go for the Dragon and just trade the turret for the Dragon. It means now, with ultimates down, key ultimates, no ultimate on Jessis, no ultimate on Enrated, and no ultimate onto Candy Panda, Fnatic gets the Dragon, so very good play around the map here, and SK simply didn't know how to react as soon as they got in a bad position.
Soaz is also pushing this top tower, and actually he's gonna take it as well. Did use Wild Growth on himself, which don't think he needed to do. Was more a case of, okay, I'm a little bit worried someone dives on me here, and I've got in just about enough mana to use, so I'm just gonna do it and recall.
And notice how in this game, the lane swaps were very fast. Then they were over, and the top laners actually got to farm. And this means for Soaz, he got some of the time at least where he could be very, very strong here in the early laning phase, and he actually managed to bully Freddy out of the lane and take the turret 1v1.
Yeah, very good stuff and very good signs for Fnatic fans. They are, of course, 2-1 up in this series. They are now 4,000 gold ahead as from SK. And with those turrets starting to tumble, 5-3 in their favor, and, of course, the build that they have, they're going to start poking and sieging. Of course, with the inner turrets down in the bottom and middle lane, top will be the focus next time around. But Fnatic, they're happy to keep the farm going until they're ready to go.
Yeah, the Death Cap on to Zorz and then the Death Cap on to FLICKR is going to be the two big power spikes for Fnatic and the poke they can do. Once they have them completed and they start sieging up to the turrets, it's where we get the point where one spear, back in base. That's it. And while it might not be the most entertaining thing, it's really, really effective. And there's one.
That was pretty awkward. Stood on a ward, they had vision of him, and he still somehow managed to...
Candy Panda is a man. He'll take it every time.
Yeah, like a man. He's got Sona there as well to heal him up, so he's not too worried about that one. FLICKR pushing up that lane once again. This time, though, goes flashing by, and needs to be careful he doesn't go too far forward, but at the end of the day, if a spear lands at this point, then it's just bad news overall for SK. Yeah, that's just sidestep one. Yellowstar in there as well. SK edging forward here, trying to get involved as they're going to go into old Freddy on the top lane. Not sure he's getting away. Ace in the hole will finish off there for Reckless.
Love this AD carry gank. He moved all the way from the mid lane up there. Freddy, the turret was already gone because Soaz actually killed it earlier on. He had 1v1, so he was just open for the gank. SK though, pushing onto this mid turret.
They're going to get the turret down. Now they're going to try and turn on towards it. There's a flash crescendo onto Yellowstar. He's going to go down. That's going to be the top inner turret going down though as Fnatic continue to push. FLICKR jumps on towards Enrated, gets the claws out, pounces in there, uses the exhaust on Svenska and flashes away from the 3-talent strike, and he just joins the rest of his team. They're going to rotate round now. Cyanide comes in, the cocoon is available. If he tries to throw it out, throws himself in front of the Cullen. Reckless is now joining. Soaz is there. Svenska dives in towards FLICKR, but he's going to get away with that one. Pounces across, nicely done. Gets the kill on towards him. Now Soaz caught out, or is he? That's the question. The spears come raining through that bush. It's dangerous chasing this Fnatic team.
And Fnatic can just kite for days. As long as the ultimate from Jessis is not there and the Flash Crescendo is gone, they can just kite. We saw it here. Flash Crescendo was used to get the first kill. Same goes for Jessis' ultimate. And from there on, Fnatic just running around in the jungle, in and out, getting the kills. Svenska was like, I'm gonna get you now. Boom. No. Executed by the Q from the lane Kuka form, and he goes down.
Not good news for SK overall. That leaves them now 5,000 gold almost on the dot behind. 6-4 in turrets as well as Jessis finally get himself another blue. We've got the Deathfire grasp here, but I don't know, it's hard for him even, I think, with that, just with the DFG here, to get through the shields, the wild growth, the heals. There's a lot of versatility on this Fnatic team, whether it's mobility or whether it's about defense and offense as well. I mean, we've seen what damage those spears do.
Well, the whole SK comp is around, we need to just instant kill a target before they start kiting against us. That's why the DFG and Freddy very aggressive on FLICKR.
Jumping on towards Peke, has not really got much to chase in. There's no ghost in there, and Peke can just heal himself up and just chase on towards him. Freddy now in trouble. Peke turning this one on towards him. Cougar form, spear lands again. Now Freddy down to half hit points. That heal will be on cooldown. There he goes, heals himself up. Cougar form pounces in towards him, pulls out the claws, jumps, switches back to form, and he can just pounce straight back on towards him. Freddy's got nowhere to run on this one. Spear comes through, does not land, but the basic attacks as he walks through the minions, walks through the board, and the red buff slows him down. The rest of Fnatic, they're being chased by SK, but they're going to try and turn this one around as well. Peke joining the fight.
Ace in the hole coming through. Peke goes on the side and he snipes off Jesus. Can they get any more here? They've got the slow. They turn towards Peke, who is going to go down finally. But what are SK going to lose for it? They lose a support as well. That is a 4 for 2 in favor of Fnatic. Reckless, crucially, is still up here. He may be able to do some good damage onto the inhib turret.
And we actually had SK picking up a kill in the mid lane while everything went on here in the top. Jesus used his ultimate, jumped in, got the kill, but then because Peke was already so far up the lane, he could just come in towards the mid lane here, first spear, right in the face of Jesus. He was gone, and then continued to go there. Yes, he died, but still gave 2 extra kills for Fnatic.
6,000 gold lead for Fnatic. Here we go. This is the start of the fight where SK went aggressive on Fnatic.
Yeah, so every time again, the ultimate from Jesus is up. He can join in the fight here, just jump into them, try and get the kill, and Sander actually almost escaping, but then Svensson, last hit, gets him down. And from here, notice your minimap. Peke is already starting to jump all the way down towards the rest of the team, and as soon as he joins in, there's no vision actually. They spot him with a ping ward, but from here there's no vision on this spear in the face of Jesus. He's gone, and yeah, Peke just sacrificing a little bit, staying around. Very good turnaround though by SK, very good coordination, saying jump him now. Ultimate from N-rated, but it meant they were stuck in the position and ended up giving 2 extra kills.
Dragon actually coming up here in just 5 seconds time. You'll notice on the scoreboard that's a Rabadon's death cap here for Peke. Now, someone like Enrique does not want to catch them. They're actually going to catch out Yellow Star here. They throw everything that they've got in him, and Jesus will pick that one up. Does that mean Dragon here for SK Gaming? They're going to have to get rid of Peke here, though, first, I feel. Cyanide is also waiting off to the backside. We see Freddy up at the top. No teleport. Soaz does have a teleport, and he is teleporting into this one. Here comes the damage. Jesus almost goes down from that one. Dragon did go to SK. Svenskun's going to jump in. Reckless flash. That's going to be 2 kills for SK Gaming. For Fnatic, sorry.
Exactly the same again. You can invest all your ultimates onto 1 kill, but from there on and out, you can't teamfight anymore. You need Zone ultimate, you need our ultimate. It's the same in every fight. Peke just stays around, lands a spear onto Jesus. He's so dead. Beautiful move by Reckless to actually get the last kill here, get the double buff as well. So Fnatic just staying around, even though they lose a member, because SK invests so much to just get this 1 kill.
Yeah, and with that teleport down, it was always going to be a matter of time before Soaz joined that party. And Fnatic now have a big lead. It's a 6,000 gold lead still, 6-4 in turrets, but more importantly, with the composition they've got, they haven't actually had to use this siege comp yet.
Nope.
They've not once had to use it, because SK are chasing this game and actually putting themselves in the dangerous situations for them.
And Fnatic have just been poking outside of the map here. They didn't have to go to the turrets, just been poking all the time. And whenever they got someone low, they would join the fight. Oh, and Reddy needs to be careful.
Are they going to go for him? They may well do. There's the spear. He does get himself out of there, though, having to use that Mikhail's to clear the danger.
We're going to see a lot of Banshees here. Already going towards it on Invaded side. 24 slow, first 4 Candy Panda before he starts thinking about defensive items.
Leaves him open to those spears coming in. We're seeing a bit of ward clearage going on the top side of the map there around Baron. We're only 24 minutes into this one. Fnatic have kept a hold of this 5,000 gold lead pretty nicely up until now. As Freddy comes around, he does have himself now the Spectre's Cowl, so a bit of magic resist is what everyone's going to need. As you said, Banshees is basically the stop Peke idea, but this could be dangerous again and rated. Well, wasn't as dangerous as I foresaw that being for him. One reason is that Peke is down in the bottom side of the map here, in that bottom lane. He's just going to push straight up here.
And jump.
It's alright, we didn't see that.
Nope.
No, fail jump. Nobody noticed that one. It's okay. Baron started off. That's going to put a poke on towards Yellow Star. Gets a little cheeky hit on him. Peke stealing away this blue buff, though. Not in sight of any ward, so that's going to be given across to free to him. SK, though, still despite the fact they have 6,000 gold, they're still playing fairly confident in this one, and they are looking to try and make those engages. If they catch out Fnatic in the right situation,
exactly,
even in a 4v5, it will cause a big problem. If that crescendo can land across multiple members of Fnatic, it could cause problems.
And there's Flash ready on for Inrated here, so he can engage the fight if he wants to. That's why SK can actually move out here and look for someone from Fnatic being out of position, then try and jump, get the kill, and then go straight towards the Baron. Because remember, FLICKR, no teleport, and he's actually the one who's been split pushing. He's moving in towards the team now, though. As Candy Panda split pushing, Fnatic might want to start a fight.
Moving in from both sides here, FLICKR gonna let that minion wave go through, almost connected in, but Soaz at the backside, catching out Enrated. Jesus is in the middle of nowhere, Crescendo was already used, Jesus goes low, Jesus goes down, and now they're going for the rest of the team. Enrated is super low, the exhaust was on towards Freddy, and that's enough to actually get the kill. Meanwhile, FLICKR chases in, point blank spear will take down Enrated, ace in the hole, means a triple kill for Rekkles. That's 4 men down. What are Fnatic gonna do with this? 30 seconds until some of these players are coming back up.
The second Candy Panda showed in the bottom lane. FLICKR, he went straight for the mid lane. They wanted to start the fight here. Caught out SK. The Crescendo had to be used just on the source to try and escape. It wasn't up here. And then a spear onto Jesus. He was down to like, what, 5 HP? And then boom, instant going in, gets a kill for Rekkles. And they can go straight for Baron now.
Yeah, the red buff on Rekkles was enough to tick that down. Fantastic stuff. Fnatic move in for the Baron. Not really going to be any response from SK Gaming. They're all going to be running out of the base, but they will be gone before they even get out of there. There's going to be the teleport from Freddy, but he is way too late to this one. Candy Panda's coming in with him, but they are running blind into 5 members of Fnatic, who are going to try and turn this one back around. They know that SK are all back up, and Fnatic choose to disengage.
And I must say, I'm not too big of a fan still of Jesse's on Ahri. It's, for me, he doesn't actually do the impact he needs to, and he needs his ultimate so much that whenever it's gone, Fnatic can just kite it around for days. Unless they instant kill all the targets they need, the teamfights will always be in favor of Fnatic.
I've got to be honest, when it comes down to these big matches, it's all about the superstars. Can they perform? 5-1-7 for Peke, 6-0-4 for Rekkles. You're damn right they can perform.
Yep.
Soaz, he's been playing brilliant. He's played Lulu, and he's been playing brilliantly on it. He's 007 right now, James Bond, and looking towards SK Gaming. You'll be looking towards, what, Svenskeren, Candy Panda, maybe even Jesus. But at the moment, not one of them is performing. Candy Panda's really the only one holding true.
He's actually trying something.
And he's
gonna recall.
Possibly gonna die here.
Spam.
Oh, he's dead.
He's dead. Yeah, there's one of Candy Panda in this one.
Kite.
He's good. Yeah.
Uh-oh, not the jungle.
That'll be a Rekkles. Peke secures that one. Meanwhile, Soaz actually killed Freddy 1 versus 1.
No problem.
Oh my god. Soaz is so fed. Look at his death cap, void staff, everything just to kill Freddy every single time.
Oh god.
Oh, you're on a
This is
ward.
not working out. They're stood on top of the ward. They do sweep it down, but it's a little too late. Oh, the inner flame doesn't quite land. The spear's gone through. Jez is almost getting one shot. Ace in the hole comes through, finishes the job. Crescendo being used by Enrated purely defensively. Svenskeren gets caught out, and well, Fnatic continue to shove on through. Soaz chasing in. This is going to feel bittersweet for Enrated, I'm afraid. His former teammates chase on to warm him, and that is going to be the surrender vote. Fnatic are the world champions. They are the champions of the spring split.
Well, the European champions, at least they did it again. Fnatic, man, you always know when to play good.
And they deserve this one as well. No team has been this dominant in any place in the world of League of Legends. Spring split, summer split in 2013. Spring split here in 2014. Absolutely incredible record that Fnatic have in the LCS.
And D-Man pretty much said it during the game. You need your superstars to perform in these important matches. And every single time Fnatic are playing the finals, Peke does well. Rekkles now, of course, still the new guy in Fnatic, but coming in here, performing so well the entire season. And he didn't step down his playoffs at all.
Yeah, Fnatic were brilliant in this performance, but SK Gaming, runners-up in the playoffs. They finished first in the league, and they came from the promotion series. They were 2-0 down. It has been an epic journey for this team that really have pulled together as a team. You know, a lot of people have been saying that they're not the strongest players, and they're not. Each lane, if you look at it, there's probably someone better in some teams around the LCS, but as a team, they really can pull together. You saw it in game 1, how long they can hold out. This game, pretty much the confidence was shot towards the end there. They tried to make a couple of plays. They backfired. They got caught out. And obviously, it looks like a bit of a show match once FLICKR starts to land those spears.
Yeah, in the end, I mean, a bit too one-sided for Fnatic. Yeah. But if you look at if you look at SK's performance in general, they have been so good this season.
Yeah, fantastic stuff, though. We are going to go across the stage because Shox is standing by on stage with the Spring Split champions, Fnatic.
An applause is in order for these guys, the Spring Split champions once again. Fnatic, FLICKR, you guys weren't able to take down SK since week 1 in the regular LCS. Why is it that here in a best of 5 you guys can do it?
In week 1 we just stumped them actually.
All right.
They said that in the video. I remember I was watching the video, but I don't know. I think at some point we were like really high. We went to the bottom, and now we have come back to the top.
If you should make a summary of this best of 5 versus SK, where did you guys have the edge over them?
What?
A summary of the best of 5 right now. How did you guys have the edge over SK?
I think like we pretty much did really good pick all the games, and except for the game 3, we did perfect rotation, had the upper hand in advantage in objectives all the time. Except the second game, which they did, but they didn't push the advantage, so they just let Opin idly snowball the game at some point.
Reckless, how was the series for you? Because that bot lane matchup was a very anticipated one.
It basically felt like I played it versus myself. Candy Panda is basically a mirror of myself. We have the same playstyle, the same champion pool, and it's just I can't expect what he does, and he expects what I do, and then it just ends up being nothing because we don't know where to go. It's kind of weird.
So this means that you guys are the champions once again. This also means that you've locked in your place for All-Stars and the All-Star Invitational. Reckless, you were going because you were at the top of the standings. Is that important to you that also the people at home recognize, your skill?
All that matters to me is that we perform as a team, pretty much. The fact that people recognize my performance and vote for me in All-Stars is just kind of heartwarming. It shows that people see what I'm doing and they like it. So I think it's pretty cool, but my main goal was just to go as the team. So winning here today meant a lot.
Absolutely, you guys performed fantastically as a team once again. You guys are going to the All-Star Invitational. Teams like TPA, OMG, SK221, international experience. How are you guys going to do there, and how important is it for you guys to go there?
I don't know. It's really important for sure. It's really, really important, but it's going to be crazy to prepare for them because, again, international tournaments is so hard to prepare. I think the first game we go there is going to be like we're going to have our strategy, think that we know what they play, they're going to pick something else, and it's probably going to just go crazy. Like the first games, I think they're not going to be anything like LCS.
Reckless, you get to see your buddy Doublelift.
Well, me and Doublelift has our relationship already, so looking forward to meeting him again. But overall, the All-Stars tournament, playing against Piglet, for example, is going to be a huge step forward in my gameplay, even if I don't do that well. But I actually think I'm not that far behind of him. So I think I can catch up and keep up in the games with him and maybe learn 1 or 2 things from him. So looking forward to it.
All right. Finally, is there anything you guys want to say to your fans that have supported you through the ups and downs this season or this split?
Well, they got 3 split in a row, so yeah. I guess I can be happy with that, no? No, thank you for the support anyways. It's really cool to see people coming every weekend. Like every weekend, I see a lot of signs, at least 2 or 3, and a lot of people wearing Fnatic stuff. Thanks.
Guys, one more time for Fnatic. Once again, your champions here in the Spring Split.
Thank you very much, Shox. And with that series concluded, Fnatic finish as the champions of the Spring Split and will be representing Europe at the All-Star Invitation in Paris, France, alongside Taipei Assassins, SK Telecom T1, OMG, and of course, the winner of the North American playoffs, which will be happening this weekend.
That win also means that as the players who receive the most votes from you for the All-Stars, Diamond and Froggen will join Team W, Xiaomei and Wei Zhao from China, the Saigon Jokers, QTV and Archie from Southeast Asia, and CJ enters Frost, Madlife and Shai from Korea to become team members on the 2 All-Star Challenge squads.
Yeah, and those 2 teams will be rounded out by a pair of North American pros who will be decided with the conclusion of the North American playoffs playoffs, and they will compete in a challenge mode at the start of each day in Paris. That all begins on May 8th, and with 4 days full of action from teams around the world, you really don't want to miss it.
Well, while we're talking about the players, we'd like to single out one pro from these playoffs who helped take their team to the championship. So our MVP for the Spring Split playoffs is Fnatic's Reckless.
So well deserved. I mean, his KDA 29, oh yeah, his score actually is 29 kills, 3 deaths and 26 assists in the playoffs. He played Kate, Lucian and Sivir. He had the least deaths in the playoffs and also the highest KDA in the regular season with 6.92. And of course, goal per minute, almost 5 goal per minute, 493.4.
Yeah, he was absolutely fantastic.
That's quite a lot of goals.
That is a lot of goal, Reckless. And this is his first season in the LCS. He had to wait a year. He played at IPL 5 for Fnatic, got second place for the team there, and really was a phenom back then. He had to wait to come of age, came of age just towards the group stages of the World Championships, but obviously they stuck with Pushu, got third place in that World Championships, and now he feels he has to perform, and we just heard him talking about it there, how he's looking forward to coming up against the Season 3 World Champions, Piglet as the AD carry. He's got a number of big names in there. Wei Zhao going across. He's going to meet all the big stars, of course. It's a fantastic performance from this young kid, basically.
You've got to wonder how far you can grow, because at 17 years old, you're not at your height of competitive play, in my opinion. You're going to develop mentally, you're going to develop physically, which plays a little bit less of a role, of course, but he's got still a way to improve, and it's kind of scary, really, to wonder where Reckless is going to be on what level in a year or two's time.
Well, the biggest thing for him is getting experience. Like, as he just said himself, playing against Piglet, for instance, seeing what does he do in these like small situations, because mechanically, he's very skilled, and that's something that's going to be very hard for him to improve further on, because he's already so good, and you can only be so good mechanically. So it's more about seeing different scenarios over and over, playing against a lot of different players. All of a sudden, one of them will beat you, and you're going to be like, whoa, what went wrong here? And then you talk with the player, you see what went wrong, and then you learn from it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see how Fnatic deal with the Season 3 World Champions, the Season 2 World Champions. Of course, they faced TPA at IPL 5 and came out victorious there. They faced a big OMG as well, Team WE way back then as well. A lot of big matches coming up. That's going to be happening in May, and the LCS action will be continuing on Friday when North America begins their spring playoffs with the quarterfinals kicking off with CLG versus Coast, and that will be followed by Dignitas versus Curse.
Yeah, and the winner of the first match will then face Team Solo Mid, and the second winner takes on Cloud9 in the semi-final. Those quarterfinal matches begin tomorrow, right after a preview show at 8:30 p.m. Central European Summertime, which is 11:30 a.m. Pacific.
And we'll return next Thursday with the Summer Promotion Tournament. That will kick off with the first best-of-5 series on Thursday between Millennium and Ninjas in Pajamas.
And on Friday, we'll have 2 best-of-5s with the Super Hot Crew versus Cloud9 Eclipse, followed by Copenhagen Wolves versus Denial. The winner of those games will move into the European LCS and compete in the Summer Split, so there's a lot on the line. That begins next week on Thursday at 5 p.m. Central European Summertime, which is 8 a.m. Pacific, and seats are still available for that tournament, so check out the tickets link on lolesports.com and come join us here for the action.
And that does it for us as we close the door on the 2014 Spring Split. But with the European Summer Promotion Tournament and the All-Star event right around the corner, we'll see you again very soon. Special thanks to our guests on the analysis desk, which was Youngbuck and Froggen for joining us today, and for myself, Joe, Deficio, Quickshot Shocks, and the entire LCS broadcast team. GG, and thanks for watching.
Grand Skyfall in the mid lane. He's going on towards Mr. Rada's unstoppable force finds him. Combo. This could turn out horribly for Fnatic. That's going to be a double kill. The super mega death rocket. The hook on Reckless. Kraton off the side. He's just taken them down one by one. A triple kill comes to Kraton. Super mega death rocket going through. Wow, brilliant! They're going to turn back on Alex Inch, he's taken low. The death sentence top, beautifully done from Mixer. Now the Wolves turn around, amazing.
quickly goes in. What an amazing kick that was. That's what you get with the Warrior.
Does himself favours. I'm not too sure if this is going to quite be enough. The lantern flash run nip. But look at it, it's a double kill for Genja. Unlimited gets pounced on. Diamond gets himself a kill in towards. It's a triple kill. He's going to go for it. Forgiven goes down into Quadra. Can they get the penta on Youngbook? One more shot. It's a penta kill for Genja. So comes around, he's going to get the sweep and oh my god! What the hell is going on? Dark Mighty back up on cooldown, brilliantly done! The college just wrecking from Reckless.
Fnatic are on the Nexus Stones, this is them going to the final!
That's a great crescendo, it's 3 men, they've got 1 kill, make that 2 now, and move through into the grand final tomorrow. Reckless now on a rampage. Jesus is low. He goes down to Reckless as well. Freddy caught in the middle, beaten up for days, and he will fall down as well. That is going to be the 8th. Ace in the hole coming through. Becky goes on the side and he snipes off Jesus.